I opened my long untouched brokerage account. The original 30-some million in capital had doubled once again, reaching over 60 million. In late October, a certain index soared from its initial 900 points, all the way to a peak of 6,000. While everyone else was chasing the rally, I spent the following days cashing out my positions. I kept only a small number of shares, selling off everything else. Although most of the stocks I held would double in the future, or even increase tenfold, that was a matter for the future. I urgently needed capital to develop my physical business now, so I had to pull out first. Once my funds were relatively abundant in the future, I'd consider starting a dedicated investment firm. This time, I cashed out a total of over 58 million, leaving less than 5 million in the account. With this money, I planned to hold on to some high-quality stocks for the long term, as a small insurance policy for myself, just in case of an emergency. As it turned out, my intuition was spot on. Not long after I cashed out, the market began a volatile decline, and bad news kept pouring in from overseas. According to the memories of my past life, this crash would last for an entire year. Not until the 4 trillion stimulus plan was released next year would there be a direct rebound. During that period, the drop could be as high as 70 to 80%, making it an absolute bloodbath. I actually felt quite lucky. If the 2008 financial crisis hadn't been so famous, and if a few star stocks hadn't been so well known, someone like me, who rarely touched stocks, could never have made so much money in such a short time. It saved me from a lot of detours on my entrepreneurial journey. At the Grand Apex Alliance office, I summoned George Young, Janet Quinn, and the rest of the Grand Apex Supermarket senior management team once more. I wanted to know the supermarket's revenue for the past few months. Secondly, I wanted to discuss with George Young how to seize Vanguard Signature's 6 chain stores in Emerald City from the Vanguard Group. Besides the capital from cashing out my stocks, the 4 current supermarkets in September, October, and November had brought in over 50 million in revenue, nearly 50 million in total sales. Of course, the majority of that 50-some million was gross sales. After deducting inventory costs and expenses, the net profit was only around 5 million. This made it clear the massive gap in profitability between physical business and stock trading. However, even so, I remained committed to the physical business as my foundation. In my view, as long as the foundation is solid enough, and the workforce is large enough, that acts as an invisible shield. Besides, how much money is really enough? As long as it's enough to spend. Too much would only become a burden. In the Grand Apex Alliance conference room, George said, "Miss, currently, the supermarket has over 27 million in cash on the books. However, most of this money cannot be easily touched. Several inventory payments are due this month, so the capital we can safely utilize is around 15 million. If we increase the withdrawal limit beyond that, we'd have to negotiate longer payment terms with the suppliers." George Young gave a detailed report on the supermarket's various financial statements and its current funding situation before shifting the focus to the Grand Apex Supermarket University Town flagship location. Last month, the University Town store's revenue reached 22.79 million. After all costs, the net profit was less than 3%, amounting to less than 700,000 in net profit. George Young looked relaxed as he mentioned the net profit. Although the margin was extremely low, at least it was profitable. Even under the targeted suppression from Vanguard Signature next door, it had achieved over 20 million in sales. While Vanguard Signature's revenue was higher, most of it was propped up by their top-up promotions. Grand Apex Supermarket's sales, on the other hand, were entirely genuine sales revenue. The two simply weren't in the same league. Furthermore, Vanguard Signature would surely fail sooner or later. It was only a matter of time before they hit a wall. The daily sales at the University Town store are still rising steadily this month. This is thanks to the advanced service philosophy introduced by Manager Quinn. Grand Apex Supermarket's reputation is growing better and better in the University Town area. Managers from other branches come to learn from us regularly, and performance is currently improving across all our locations. The word-of-mouth effect is gradually expanding. After George Young finished his report, I nodded with satisfaction. "You've done a great job. Keep up the momentum. I'll be giving everyone a massive bonus at the end of the year." "Thank you, miss." "Thank you, boss." Everyone immediately broke into wide grins. My generosity was legendary within the Grand Apex Alliance, and I always kept my word. Since I had promised a massive bonus, I definitely wouldn't go back on it. To be honest, being able to work for a boss like this made them feel incredibly lucky. Everyone present felt energized and ready to work. Now, let's talk about the acquisition of Vanguard Signature. How much will it cost? I asked. George Young had already done his research, so he replied immediately. I've run the estimates. If we were to take over Vanguard Signature's other 6 stores, excluding the University Town location, based on market valuation, we would need roughly $80 million. The capital we can currently mobilize is about $15 million, leaving us with a gap of roughly $65 million. When I heard the price, my brow furrowed almost imperceptibly. Even if I threw in all the cash I had on hand, it still wasn't enough. Of course, if I cashed out all my stocks, it would be sufficient. This highlighted the difference between acquiring a supermarket and selecting a site to build one from scratch. If they built their own supermarkets, the investment cost per store might only be a few million, but the acquisition price was significantly higher. However, I also knew the price was reasonable. Vanguard Signature's 6 locations were all large-scale malls. Aside from the physical hardware investment, you had to factor in the prime locations, the established customer traffic, brand equity, and revenue. Considering all those factors, an average acquisition price of over $10 million per store was actually quite a bargain. What if we don't want the Vanguard name? What if we remove the brand premium? I asked after a moment of contemplation. If we disregard the brand premium, we would still need about $70 million. George Young's mood felt a bit heavy as he answered the question. Although the miss had told him the money was ready, no matter how much he thought about it, he had no idea where she'd gotten that much capital. In truth, to this day, among all the members of the Grand Apex Alliance, there was practically no one else who knew Vanessa Miller had another $50 million, because I had simply never mentioned it to them. I have about $50 million on my end. While it's just barely enough, try to push the price down as much as possible. Once we're close, prepare to take over. And of course, be careful not to let anyone else swoop in. Yes, miss. When George Young heard the miss say she had over $50 million, he was shocked to his core. He knew the company didn't currently have any loans. Back in Foggy Creek, they'd only taken out one loan for a few million. Suddenly producing $50 million out of nowhere was truly astonishing to him. Of course, Janet Quinn was even more shocked. She had been working at Grand Apex Supermarket for a month now, and had learned about the history of the Grand Apex Alliance. There were many core alliance members within the supermarket. The phrase they always had on their lips was, "We are a legitimate company." To be honest, she had almost believed it. She really had almost fallen for it. But now, seeing the boss, Vanessa Miller, nonchalantly produce over $50 million, she couldn't help but feel a wave of doubt. Where did the boss's money actually come from? It couldn't possibly have been obtained through legitimate means, could it? As the meeting drew to a close, I made the final decision. I have only one requirement. We must finalize this acquisition price before the end of the year, and try to keep it under $60 million. Yes, miss. Then I'll go find Theodore Vance now, and have him arrange to close the net. George Young stood up as he spoke. Before merging the supermarket, they definitely had to resolve the hidden dangers within Vanguard Signature, which was about to fail. Furthermore, they had to report this matter to the Vanguard Group's management. Although Vanguard Signature currently belonged to Vanguard as a subsidiary, if something really went wrong, they would have to make a clean break no matter the loss. Otherwise, it would drag down the entire group's reputation. It had to be said that the manager of that Emerald City regional branch was indeed quite skilled to be able to hide this from those above him. This highlighted a common ailment of large corporations: how massive the problems could become. The regional company below them had reached a breaking point, yet they had no idea. However, before George Young could walk out of the conference room, his phone suddenly rang. After he answered it, his expression changed instantly. "Miss, something's happened." My gaze darkened. I just received word. Someone has stepped in to acquire Vanguard Signature. It seems they've already signed the contract with the Vanguard Group. Was the news leaked? Impossible, miss. I suspect that someone else saw the problems within Vanguard Signature and used that as leverage to force an acquisition. The only thing I can't figure out is this: since they know Vanguard Signature is a ticking time bomb, why were they in such a hurry to buy it? That's the part I don't understand. George Young wasn't the only one confused. Even I couldn't wrap my head around it. Under normal circumstances, no one would directly buy a supermarket that was about to. You would wait until after it burst to maximize your profits. But now, someone had moved early to acquire Vanguard's signature. That made it very interesting. However, I had a faint feeling that I might actually know the person behind the acquisition. The other party might very well be doing this specifically to show me. But for the moment, I couldn't think of who would do such a thing. Miss, then what should we do on our end? George Young asked anxiously. Put it aside for now. I'll have someone look into it and see who's really behind this. Yes, miss. After the meeting adjourned, I called Ashton Gray directly and told him to conduct an investigation. It had to be said, but this guy really had a knack for gathering intel. He was very convenient to use. Although I was a regressor, it didn't mean I knew everything. Furthermore, the developments in this life had already seen some deviations. At the very least, in my past life, Vanguard's signature had never faced a bankruptcy like this. So, Ashton Gray's appearance actually filled in some of my blind spots. The call connected, but before I could assign the task, Ashton Gray reported a piece of news first. Who did you say? Justin Gold? Justin Gold has been captured? Fine, I understand. After hanging up, I was just about to contact Old Man Gold, but to my surprise, his call came in first. After answering, Old Man Gold's anxious voice came through the receiver. Ms. Miller, I know I shouldn't bother you, but my son offended someone in the city and has been taken. He's my only son. Could I please ask for your help? Of course, that $9 million will be considered paid in full. I was slightly taken aback, but then I said, Old Man Gold, you're joking. Justin is my nephew after all. I just received the news, and was getting ready to take my men over there. On the other end, Old Man Gold heard my words, and let out a sigh of relief, the weight on his heart finally lifting. It seemed, Ms. Miller still remembered their friendship, but once he processed it, he couldn't help but slap himself across the mouth, cursing his own lack of composure just now. He'd been too hasty, $9 million, but his reaction was only natural. After all, his son was being held. It would be strange if he weren't anxious. And since the other party dared to call him, they clearly weren't ordinary people, and weren't afraid of him calling the police. Of course, Old Man Gold wouldn't think of calling the police first anyway. That was just his habit from the Underworld. Usually, for this kind of thing, if they could solve it themselves, they wouldn't want to trouble the police. After hanging up, I had Ashton Gray send me the address. Upon receiving the message, Ashton Gray's impression of this Ms. Miller improved by several more points. Ms. Miller and Old Man Gold only shared a passing acquaintance. They barely had any interaction usually. Helping him was a favor. Choosing not to help would have been perfectly understandable. But to his surprise, she hadn't hesitated for a single minute before deciding to rescue him. What did that mean? It showed that Ms. Miller was someone who valued loyalty and relationships very highly. Maybe working for her wouldn't be so bad after all. But soon, he thought of that girl he had never been able to find, and his gaze turned resolute again. Until he found that girl, he would never truly pledge his loyalty to anyone. On the other side, Old Man Gold hung up the phone and felt a bit more at ease. With Ms. Miller's influence, solving his son's trouble shouldn't be a problem. It was just that $9 million, whatever. I already gave her the car. If the $9 million is gone, it's gone, he consoled himself. But in his heart, he still couldn't help but feel the sting. He cursed his own big mouth. He'd offered the money way too easily. When his son got back, he'd have to give him a good thrashing. Otherwise, wouldn't that $9 million have been spent for nothing? Just as he was wondering how long it would be, before he heard news of his son's safety, the doorbell suddenly rang. He opened the door to find a young man in black handing him a contract. The miss says to just sign it. There's no need to read the contents. Although Old Man Gold didn't know the specific details of the contract, he could still see the large words at the top. Security Employment Agreement. Through that title, he could guess the general content inside. After sending the man in black away, he couldn't help but sigh. Ms. Miller's rules really are unique. He truly never expected that one day, when asking for help from the Underworld, he would actually have to sign a contract. He even began to wonder if he really was getting too old, or if the world outside was changing too fast, and he just couldn't keep up with the times anymore. Is this the new trend? Inside a private room at a certain nightclub, Justin Gold was clutching his mangled left hand, cold sweat pouring down his forehead. The veins in his neck were bulging from the pain. He was currently being pinned to the floor on his knees, but he still gritted his teeth, glaring fiercely at the group of people before him. What kind of hero uses numbers to bully the few? Do you know who my aunt is? You just wait. When my aunt gets here, you're all going to pay. To his surprise, as soon as those words left his mouth, the arrogant thugs immediately burst into laughter. Haha, this kid is hilarious. First, it's your dad, now it's your aunt. I already let you call your dad. Where is he? How come he hasn't shown up yet? Do you want me to give you the phone again, so you can call your aunt? I don't have it. You don't even have her number, and you still dare to use her name to scare us? I'm telling you. You touched my girlfriend tonight. My demands aren't high. Pay $500,000 and lose a hand. Otherwise, don't even talk about your aunt coming here. Even if the King of Heaven himself showed up, he couldn't save you. The Grand Manor Club. Hearing this name, my brows furrowed slightly. Information flashed through my mind. This nightclub is far from simple. There are several powerful shareholders behind it. Among them, the big boss, Maxwell Sterling, is a very formidable character. In my past life, he was never caught. He had long since absconded abroad with the funds. Justin Gold really knows how to cause trouble. To actually provoke someone's girlfriend on the territory of people like that. When I called Mitch and the others over, and they heard they were going to rescue Old Man Gold's son, Justin Gold, most of them looked reluctant. We don't have any friendship with Justin Gold. Why save him? Old Man Gold said the $9 million is paid in full. I said indifferently. Actually, I didn't really want to handle this either. Justin Gold hasn't been married very long, yet he's out fooling around at a club. He even had the audacity to harass someone's girlfriend. He fully deserved the beating he got. Ashton Gray had already investigated the situation. Justin Gold and a few friends were drinking at the club, saw a sexy-looking girl, thought she was a hostess, and forcibly dragged her into their booth. Little did they know she was a street boss's woman. The result, of course, was predictable. $9 million. When Mitch and the others heard that number, their eyes lit up. They were instantly energized. They began shouting loudly, "Fast, fast, fast. Everyone get in the car. Don't keep the client waiting." Even a second of hesitation was a sign of disrespect toward $9 million. After getting in the car, I received a call from Ethan. He stated the contract had been signed. He was sending someone to deliver it. After confirming the contract was settled, the motorcade happened to pass an intersection. I suddenly thought of something. "Take a detour," I said immediately. "Go past the Purple Garden Apartments." Lance was a bit confused, but he notified the drivers. They detoured past the Purple Garden Apartments. When they were almost at the entrance, I dialed Claire Grant's number. I invited her down for a get-together. Not long after, a girl with a clean, ear-length short bob cut, looking heroic and spirited, came down dressed in casual wear. Even though it wasn't the first time she'd seen this motorcade, her heart still jolted. What was this about now? I proactively opened the rear door of the Mercedes. "Officer Grant," I said to her. "Get in." Claire Grant didn't hesitate. She got straight into the car. "Let's go." At my command, the motorcade headed toward the Grand Manor Club. During the drive, Claire Grant's expression remained very serious. Although she really wanted to strike up a conversation, she just didn't know how to start. Until after 2 traffic lights, she finally couldn't help asking, "Ms. Miller, where are we going? Doesn't Officer Grant always want to see the world with us?" "What do you mean?" I didn't answer her directly. Instead, I took a gift bag from my side and handed it to Claire Grant. "A gift for you." Claire was taken aback. Her instinct was to refuse. But then she thought of her plan to enter the lion's den. In the end, she accepted it, because she felt this was definitely an attempt to bribe her and win her over. Otherwise, she wouldn't give her a gift for no reason. This also showed that during this time, her efforts to frequent the Grand Apex Alliance office and build a relationship were starting to pay off. So this item must be the final test. If she didn't take it, then all the work she had done previously would go to waste. "Let me put it on for you." I opened the packaging without further word, taking out a beautiful 18K gold bracelet set with sapphires and pink gems. Then I put it directly on Claire's right wrist. The gems shimmered under the lights, making her wrist look even fairer and exceptionally beautiful. Claire saw how well the bracelet suited her and liked it very much, But she was also very clear that the price of this bracelet was certainly not cheap. She recognized the packaging. It was from a well-known luxury jewelry brand. So, no matter how much she liked it, she would eventually have to take it off and hand it in. Otherwise, it would truly be bribery. Just then, she suddenly noticed that on my right wrist, I was wearing the exact same bracelet. For some reason, seeing me wearing the same bracelet as her, she felt an indescribable sensation in her heart. A warm feeling, especially looking at my familiar profile. That mysterious sense of closeness became even stronger. I also noticed Claire was staring at the bracelet on my wrist. I shook my wrist slightly and said with a smile, "I didn't know what style to get you, so I thought this one was pretty, and bought a second one. Do you like it?" Claire nodded quickly. "I love it." "Thank you. I'm glad you like it. I hope you'll always wear it," I said somewhat meaningfully. Claire instantly felt like she'd been seen through. She thought, did Vanessa guess what she was trying to do? She nodded, feigning composure. Since Ms. Miller gave me such a precious gift, how could I bear to take it off? Then, while I wasn't looking, she quietly snapped a photo with her phone and sent it as a message to the chief. Soon, a text came back. "Keep wearing it. No need to hand it in. Otherwise, she'll definitely get suspicious." With those words from the chief, Claire let out a sigh of relief. This was truly the first time she had felt what it was like to be bribed. It was quite a struggle, like sitting on pins and needles. Although Claire's movements were very discreet, she didn't know I had noticed them long ago. I knew exactly how bribery is defined under the law. If a gift is given to obtain illegitimate benefits through a personal relationship, such as a power money exchange, that counts as bribery or involves a massive sum. But if there is no specific purpose, and the amount doesn't exceed $30,000, it's generally hard to define. This bracelet only cost around $20,000. Generally speaking, it hadn't reached the bribery threshold. Furthermore, I was giving it to her purely as a personal gift. As long as there was no power money transaction, Claire really didn't need to worry about it being considered a bribe. Another criterion for bribery is the long-term, repeated gifting of valuables, which is seen as intent for interest transfer. But I had no intention of doing that. Once was enough. It was also to put Claire's mind at ease. Didn't she want to get close to me? Then I'd give her the chance. By the time we reached the entrance of the Grand Manor Club, Justin Gold and his friends were being dragged downstairs by a group of people, and they were all black and blue, and their hands were tied with zip ties. Claire Grant followed behind me as I got out of the car. Seeing this, her instinct was to step in and stop it, but she held herself back. She hadn't forgotten her mission, to follow me and gather evidence of my illegal activities. When Justin Gold saw me walking toward them, he forced one swollen eye open wide, as if seeing his savior. With a sob, he cried out, "Aunt Vanessa! Aunt Vanessa, you're finally here!" Claire, Lance, and I were the first to get out of the car. The rest of the men stayed put. This was done to make the other side lower their guard. If the other party was willing to release the person directly, then this matter would be over. I would have completed my task as well. Anyway, my ultimate goal in doing this was simply to take Justin Gold away, not to actually start a fight with anyone. Moreover, this was all Justin Gold's own doing. Getting a beating should serve as a lesson. As I walked toward the group, my gaze locked onto the leader, a man wearing a studded jacket with a flamboyant hairstyle. Axel and his men were stunned when they saw who had arrived. They never expected that the aunt Justin Gold spoke of would be such a young and beautiful girl. Axel patted Justin Gold's swollen face. He joked, "If you'd said earlier your aunt was this pretty, how could I have ever brought myself to hit you?" To be honest, at the very beginning, he really thought Justin Gold's aunt would be quite old. Given the seniority implied, he didn't expect her to be so young. "Aunt Vanessa, save me!" Justin Gold cried out with a sob. I checked Justin Gold's face. It was mostly just superficial injuries. I said to Axel with a calm expression, "You've already beaten him. Isn't it time to let him go?" My voice was neither fast nor slow, yet it carried an undeniable weight of authority. Axel raised an eyebrow. "I let him go just because you told me to?" "Beautiful. You really think too highly of yourself, don't you? I can let them go, though. This guy touched my girlfriend. Compensate me for my losses, and then I'll release him." I looked at the woman beside him, dressed provocatively and glamorously, holding a cigarette with a look of pure disdain on her face. I understood immediately. This probably wasn't a misunderstanding, but a honey trap scam. The woman's outfit was similar to the hostess's. In this nightclub? No wonder Justin Gold mistook her for one of the club's hostesses. What will it take for you to release him? Axel's gaze swept back and forth between me and Claire Grant. Then he smirked lecherously. How about this? The two of you work as hostesses for me for a month, and I'll let them go. Claire Grant was instantly enraged upon hearing this. Even though she was a police officer, she couldn't help but want to strike back in the face of such an insult. Before she could say anything, Lance directly delivered a kick. With a loud thud, Axel was sent flying backward. Because the kick was so fast, no one on the scene could react in time. Even Claire Grant was stunned for a moment. She repeatedly searched her mind to see if Lance had just broken the law, but facing an insult from a criminal element, taking a stand for them didn't quite seem to count. FUU. Axel clutched his chest and slowly stood up. He looked up at the cold, handsome man, raising a hand to stop his lackeys who wanted to swarm forward. Don't move. This one is mine. He stared fixedly at Lance, licking his lips. A sickly excitement flickered in his eyes. Just as Lance was about to go up and trade blows with him, I stopped him. Fighting any further would truly be considered a brawl. Let Grizzly do it. With Grizzly, there was no need to worry. He had his shield. Lance immediately understood the miss's meaning. He nodded. Soon, the door of a van was slammed open. A giant nearly 2 meters tall ducked out. Every step Grizzly took made the ground seem to vibrate. Now, whenever we went out, we had to use a van, specifically to transport Grizzly. Otherwise, an ordinary sedan couldn't fit his massive frame. However, I was considering buying a large SUV or something, otherwise it was too hard on Grizzly. When Axel saw that man, who was at least 2 heads taller than him, strutting toward him, his desire to fight vanished instantly. His eyes cleared up immediately. This isn't fair. You're breaking the rules. Although he didn't know what this giant's actual combat ability was, one principle was always true. Generally, larger people are indeed more durable and possess greater strength. Otherwise, combat sports wouldn't be divided into weight classes. The man before him was even more massive than those heavyweight boxing champions. Just standing there was enough to make one's legs go weak. Release the person, I said coldly, and compensate him for his medical bills to settle the score. Originally, I hadn't planned on making them pay medical expenses, but I had changed my mind now. After Axel snapped out of it, he looked the 4 of us over again. He suddenly burst out laughing. Wait, why did you flip it and ask me for money? Do you think because these 2 behind you can fight, you have nothing to fear? Immediately after, he clapped his hands. Over 20 more thugs poured out of the nightclub, adding them to the original group. A full 30-some people appeared behind him. Do you still want medical expenses now? Do you know whose territory this is? Today, either the 2 of you stay and work for me, or I'll cripple one of this guy's arms, plus 500,000 in damages. Otherwise, if you want to leave, you'll have to ask my brothers behind me if they agree. The thugs behind him immediately began shouting as well. Looking extremely arrogant, I looked at Lance beside me. Lance stepped forward directly. You want to use numbers against us? As soon as he finished speaking, thud, thud, thud. A series of car doors opening rang out suddenly. Disciplined footsteps approached from all directions. Nearly 100 burly men in matching black uniforms, with dragon emblems embroidered on their chests, appeared. Mitch also held a megaphone, shouting directly at Axel. Surprise! Axel and his crew, who were just acting tough, instantly deflated. All of their previous arrogance vanished. Which gang do these men in black belong to? I don't know, but they look terrifying. They look more street than we do. I've never heard of this group before. Axel's lackeys couldn't help but swallow hard. This was their first time seeing such a professional-looking organization, matching uniforms, especially the dragon emblem on the left chest. They looked particularly fierce. Axel, however, recognized their emblem, and his expression became even more excited. He suddenly thought of what his boss had said. Patrick is an ungrateful wolf cub. When necessary, he can be replaced. So, once he realized the identity of the girl before him, he immediately put on a smiling face. It's a misunderstanding. All a misunderstanding. I'll release him right now. Right now. As he spoke, he ordered his men to let Justin Gold go. Seeing this, the newly freed Justin Gold immediately regained his swagger. Aunt Vanessa, look at how they beat me. You have to get justice for me. I looked at this guy, who was several years older than me, calling me aunt every other word, and felt speechless. If it weren't for his father's $9 million, I wouldn't have bothered with this guy at all. He does nothing but cause trouble every single day. However, this slightly flamboyant man before me actually dared to insult me. I have never been the type to hold a grudge, pay the money, and then apologize to him. Of course, you can choose not to pay or apologize, but I'll give you a choice. A one-on-one duel, or we just start the brawl. Grizzly. At my soft call, Grizzly immediately stepped forward in response. He grabbed a steel pipe from the side of the road, the muscles in his arms suddenly tightening. Snap. The steel pipe was bent in half in his hands like a noodle. Seeing this terrifying scene, Axel and his men instinctively took a step back in unison. Who the hell would dare to duel this kind of non-human? Isn't that just seeking death? But if it came to a mob fight, they were also clearly at a disadvantage. The cowards among them were already quietly hiding behind the crowd. If they felt things were going south, they were ready to bolt. As the saying goes, brothers this, brothers that. But when trouble comes, I'm the first to leave. Just as the two sides were at a standstill, the sound of footsteps echoed from the nightclub lobby. Two fashionably dressed wealthy heirs stepped out. One of them froze when he saw the scene below. He was stunned at first, but when his gaze swept over to the girl surrounded by the group of men in black, his eyes lit up instantly. His expression was filled with an irrepressible joy. Vanessa, what are you doing here? What happened? This person was none other than the wealthy heir, who had been showing up at the school gates every day with roses, to pursue me. Seeing that I seemed to be in a conflict with Axel, Spencer Lin immediately said, Axel, what is going on here? Do you know who she is? She is my goddess. Axel seemed quite respectful towards Spencer Lin. He said with a forced smile, Mr. Lin, we just had a little misunderstanding with Ms. Miller. We were just discussing how to clear it up. Then he gave a brief explanation of the situation. After hearing it, Spencer Lin immediately tried to play peacemaker. Ms. Miller, look, it's all been cleared up now. Your nephew over there got hit, so I'll cover the medical bills. Can we just let this matter go? Axel is a friend of mine. Give me some face, okay? My gaze turned icy. I'm sorry, but your face doesn't count for anything with me. Fight then. Justin Gold jumped out and shouted, Mr. Lin, is it? Your friend actually had the audacity to ask my Aunt Vanessa to be his hostess. Do you really think a little money can settle that? I can overlook the fact that he hit me, but the insult to my Aunt Vanessa cannot be ignored. Justin Gold actually had a bit of common sense. Seeing that Spencer Lin seemed to be someone significant, he deliberately exaggerated the severity of the situation. Sure enough, upon hearing Justin's words, Spencer Lin's gaze instantly turned cold. This young heir, who usually gave off a gentle and refined impression, showed a flash of ferocity in his eyes for the first time. Axel, is what he said true? Axel, a thug who clearly had some background himself, actually began to tremble with fear. He hadn't even shown this much terror when facing me. Mr. Lin, I'll kneel and apologize to my goddess. Axel gritted his teeth. Despite the immense humiliation he felt, he still dropped to his knees with a heavy thud. He raised his hand and slapped himself hard across the face. I'm sorry, Ms. Miller, I must have lost my mind. I was wrong. A seed of hatred began to sprout in his heart. In all his years, this was the first time he had ever knelt to a woman. But thinking of Spencer Lin's background, he had no choice. He really couldn't afford to offend him. Not even his own boss could afford to offend him. But who could say what would happen in the future? Vanessa, look, my friend has apologized. Why don't we just let this go? Have your brothers behind you head back. I'll treat everyone to a late-night snack. Spencer Lin was very polite to Lance, Mitch, and the others. He was as enthusiastic as if he were chatting with his own brothers. Because he knew that these people were all my relatives. Building a good relationship with them would make pursuing me much easier. I took a long look at Spencer Lin. Seeing his behavior now, I could basically confirm one thing. There was a rumor in my past life that my senior alumna, Adrian Lin, wasn't just some single mother, but the mistress of a very powerful official. Otherwise, based on Adrian Lin's background alone, it wouldn't be enough to make a thug this terrified. In my past life, Adrian Lin had always given the impression of being a single mother and a strong, independent woman. No one knew who her child's father was. She had never mentioned it either. It was only after that incident came to light, and Adrian Lin was forced to resign. that a certain rumor began to circulate. And about the supermarket matter, the moment I saw Spencer Lin, I immediately confirmed it. He was the one who had intercepted the supermarket acquisition. And only he would care so much about the promotion Vanguard's signature was running. Because Spencer Lin had done something similar in my past life, it was also because his actions were exposed, that his mother, Adrienne Lin, was forced to resign. If it hadn't been for the fact that Adrienne Lin didn't have any real dirt on her and hadn't taken bribes using her position, she would have had to go to prison along with her son. I suddenly had a feeling of unintentionally planting a willow that grows into shade. If it hadn't been for my Grand Apex supermarket starting the micro-shareholder promotion first, Vanguard's signature would never have learned that tactic, modified it, and grown it to such a scale. And it certainly wouldn't have caught Spencer Lin's attention. Spencer Lin was clearly inspired by it. Plus, the project he had in hand happened to be able to utilize this model, which was why he had moved to intercept the supermarket directly. At this thought, I made a quick calculation in my head. Justin, since they're willing to pay, name your price. Aunt Vanessa, are we really just letting them off? Justin Gold felt like he had my backing now. And he clearly didn't want to let these people go so easily. That's enough. Your father told me your wife is pregnant. Shouldn't you be spending more time with her? Justin Gold finally realized that his Aunt Vanessa was a woman too. Seeing him out fooling around at a nightclub would definitely make her a bit angry. That was probably why her tone was so sharp. I'll leave it all to you, Aunt Vanessa, Justin Gold said hurriedly. He didn't dare make any more demands. I looked at Axel. Axel, was it? However much money you asked Justin for, you'll pay him that exact amount for medical expenses. In the end, Axel gritted his teeth and stated the number, 500,000. Spencer Lin was quite straightforward. After getting the account number, he immediately arranged for someone to transfer 500,000 to Justin Gold. Once the matter was settled, I didn't say anything else. I simply led my men to leave. To my surprise, Spencer Lin called out to stop me. Ms. Miller, would it be convenient to grab a meal together? I looked at him, then looked at the Grand Manor Club, where 2 rows of hostesses with alluring figures and flashy outfits were standing. Without a word, I turned and left. Spencer Lin realized what was happening instantly. He hurriedly said, "Hey, I only came here to discuss business. I really didn't call for any girls." He was met only by the sound of a car door closing. After the black motorcade left, Preston Sterling finally strolled over. "I say, Spencer, it seems she doesn't give a damn about you." Spencer Lin watched the direction the motorcade had disappeared in, seemingly still savoring the moment. "I just love her personality. The more she rejects me, the more I feel I'm right about her." Preston Sterling followed his gaze. "Spencer, I was only joking back then. I really didn't expect you to take it this seriously. Why do you have to be so hung up on one person?" "Exactly, Mr. Lin. She's just a woman who knows how to put on a show. Our club has so many women. There are plenty with great bodies and pretty faces. How many do you want, Mr. Lin?" "I'll arrange it for you." Just then, Axel's girlfriend chimed in from the side. Hearing her words, Spencer Lin pulled his gaze back and looked at her. Then he looked down and pointed at the red high heels she was wearing. "Your heels look quite nice. Could you take them off and let me have a look?" Axel's girlfriend said with a hint of shyness. "That wouldn't be very proper, would it? After all, I've already worn them." But she still obediently took off one of her shoes and handed it to Spencer Lin while she was still fantasizing about whether Mr. Lin had taken an interest in her, and if so, whether she could dump Axel, that dead-end thug. She suddenly saw a black high-heeled shoe. The heel zoomed in before her eyes. A scream pierced the night sky. A moment later, Spencer Lin recovered from his state of violent rage. He threw the blood-stained high heel onto the ground and said to Axel, who was clenching his fists tight, "A woman like this isn't worth keeping." He spoke while opening the car door and sped off with a roar of the engine. Axel looked at his girlfriend lying on the ground with a blood-covered face, wailing in agony, then looked in the direction Spencer Lin had left. His eyes were full of fury and terror. Preston Sterling watched the scene and shook his head helplessly. Mr. Lin's temper is getting more and more unpredictable. After I left, I didn't know what happened at the Grand Manor Club afterward. Justin Gold had clearly become much more well-behaved. Perhaps sensing that I didn't think much of him, he didn't dare to make a sound in the car until he was delivered to the hospital. Once Justin Gold was settled in, I gave Old Man Gold a call to briefly explain the situation. This matter was considered resolved. When the call ended, the contract was delivered to the other side as well. The signing and sealing were done in one go. Claire Grant was completely stunned as she watched from the side. She had finally witnessed my money-making methods. Just by helping pull someone out of trouble, I'd earned $9 million. Was the underworld really this profitable nowadays? I didn't have my men get physical today, precisely because I was considering Claire Grant's presence. However, I didn't intend to keep Claire Grant here forever. Since Claire Grant wanted to be an undercover, I would give her a chance to be one and earn some merit. From the very beginning, I never thought about keeping Claire Grant in the Grand Apex Alliance, because there was no point. The Alliance had Lily Harper as a mascot, and that was enough. There was no need to maintain another government employee. I planned to arrange for Claire Grant to join the syndicate. Hoarding the exigate to the A was a decision I only made after seeing Spencer Lynn and the man named Axel earlier. That was when I made my decision. I had an impression of that Axel. This person was, how should I put it? He was roughly like Lu Bu from the Romance of the Three Kingdoms. He was the living embodiment of terms like betrayal and ingratitude. He took out 3 bosses in a row over a few years, including the boss of the syndicate. Of course, you could also say this man was exceptionally good at biding his time. Otherwise, he wouldn't have gained the trust of 3 consecutive bosses. Most importantly, before this person finally met his end, he dragged many others down with him. What did that show? This person was very scheming and cautious. He particularly loved leaving evidence when doing things for others. Otherwise, so much black material wouldn't have been exposed. These methods were on par with my current Grand Apex Alliance members, weren't they? If Claire Grant could earn his trust, she could rely on him to dismantle multiple illegal criminal syndicates and climb the career ladder step by step. Furthermore, I could also make use of the evidence I held in my hands. It was 2 birds with 1 stone. But as for how to trick Claire Grant into going there, I needed to think about it carefully. When I first returned to the company, George Young was already waiting there. Seeing me return, he asked impatiently, "Miss, I've already found out. It was a company named Spencer Construction that acquired the supermarket. I really don't get it. Why would a construction firm suddenly meddle in retail? Is the industry crossover really that massive now? Don't worry, the supermarket will definitely be in my hands by the end of the year." Or if Vanguard Signature's 6 branches in Emerald City had been acquired by a peer in the industry, it might have been a bit troublesome. But since the acquirer was actually Spencer Lynn, dealing with it became far too simple. I can basically guess now exactly why Spencer Lynn acquired Vanguard Signature, especially a Vanguard Signature about to fail. Spencer Lynn has an urban renewal project in his hands. This project isn't just as simple as demolishing and developing an old city area. If it were just basic redevelopment, it wouldn't be worth him spending tens of millions to acquire Vanguard Signature. But if he wraps this project into a financial product, for example, calling it an urban construction wealth management product, and then uses such a product to sell the future returns of local urban construction to individual investors. For instance, if the profit of an urban renewal project is 10%, then he launches a roughly equivalent wealth management product, promising, say, a 7% annual yield, and sells this product in chunks to investors. This way, he obtains the future returns in advance. By then, they've made money without doing anything. Once they have the cash, they contract the project out. He can take his profit ahead of time. It's simple and efficient, even superior to selling homes off plan. And if something truly goes wrong, he can just shift the blame to the investors. Investment requires caution. After all, wealth management products all carry risks. That's common sense. As for how Spencer Lynn can accomplish this, it's very simple. His mother is a bank executive. That background is already enough to earn the trust of many investors. However, even with that background, absorbing enough investment and selling more wealth management products still takes a certain amount of time. The emergence of Vanguard Signature happens to fill a key gap in Spencer Lynn's plan. The rebate promotion launched by Vanguard Signature, while essentially an act of fundraising that borders on illegal, can be split up and integrated into the urban construction wealth management plan. He'll have those customers who topped up their cards sign a new agreement. Then, can't the nearly 100 million in assets on the books logically be converted into capital within the new wealth management product? Those customers can choose not to accept the new product. But if you don't accept it, the supermarket side can withhold their money and refuse to issue refunds. Add to that the prestige of Spencer Lin's own identity and background, and I believe many people will ultimately choose to sign that investment agreement, effectively purchasing the wealth management product that Spencer Lin has carefully packaged. But once all that is settled, Spencer Lin will directly bundle Vanguard's signature and sell it off again. With this cycle, he doesn't have to spend a dime of his own money, and he's gained nearly 100 million in capital for nothing. This 100 million in capital is equivalent to the profit he's earned. After obtaining this sum, he can then take it to invest or take on new projects. He'll continue to pull the strings in the capital market, frantically amassing wealth. If he makes money by then, if he has a shred of conscience, he'll pay those individual investors, the group that bought the wealth management product, their principal and interest back. If he doesn't make money or the investment fails, then everyone will lose everything. The fact that Spencer Lin dares to do this shows he has extreme confidence in himself. Of course, it also shows he is incredibly arrogant. From the fact that he hasn't given up pursuing Vanessa Miller for so long, one can see his character. Once he sets his sights on a goal, he won't stop until he achieves it. As for how I can get him to sell the supermarket to me, it's actually quite simple. Just leak a bit of information to his mother, Adrienne Lin. As a bank executive, Adrienne Lin has navigated the financial world for many years. It's impossible for her not to see the massive potential risk in her son's project. After all, this move of turning Vanguard Signature's rebate fundraising into a packaged wealth management product could trigger a financial disaster if handled even slightly wrong, and might even drag her down with it. Horse, all of this is based on my speculation, but confirming it is simple. I only need to know Spencer Lin's. Whether he has a newly established financial investment company under him, we'll know. If there really is, then Spencer Lin's ambition will be crystal clear. As for whether Spencer Lin might give me the supermarket for free, that is indeed a possibility. After all, he has been pursuing me, but I definitely won't accept it. Once I accept, first, it would be equivalent to accepting his courtship, and second, I would be tied to his plans. George Young, hearing the Miss's confident words, felt his heart completely set at ease. The Miss has never gone back on her word. In his heart, the Miss was an omnipotent being. After a brief communication, he left in high spirits, preparing to follow the Miss's instructions to investigate the situation of Spencer Lin's companies. However, as soon as he returned to the supermarket, he saw the accountant tallying the figures with a furrowed brow. "Mr. Young, our supermarket's accounts aren't quite matching up. After an inventory check, we found that some goods are missing. We suspect that someone is shoplifting in our store. How long has this been going on?" "About 4 or 5 days now." "Did you check the surveillance?" "I've already had someone pull the footage, but there haven't been any results yet. Although the supermarket has cameras installed, there are still blind spots after all. Unless we install a lot of cameras, but having too many would likely affect the customer experience. Imagine who would feel comfortable shopping while seeing a bunch of cameras everywhere. Unless we use hidden cameras for everything." George Young stared in the surveillance room for a long time, until his eyes grew sore, but he still found nothing. "Report this as a loss for now. I'll think about it later, and replace all the cameras." He suddenly thought that if he switched to miniature hidden cameras, or disguised them, it might be better. First, the customer experience would be better, making the supermarket look like it trusts its customers more. Second, it could make thieves lower their guard, making it easier to capture evidence. But before that, George Young planned to find a few professionals to sniff out those thieves first. No sooner said than done. The next day, George Young came straight to the company and went directly to see Lance. As a core member of the management team, George naturally knew that Lance's 5 young apprentices all possessed extraordinary skills. After nearly 2 months, the 5 children who were originally thin as bamboo poles were now each as sturdy as young calves. Their bodies even faintly showed a bit of streamlined muscle. It seemed they had put in a lot of hard work into their training. When George Young arrived, Lance was currently sparring with the 5 of them. 5 of them were ganging up on Lance alone, but they were still easily knocked down by Lance. When fighting, you must forget about flashy moves. The core essentials are being fast, accurate, and ruthless. Understand? The 5 children immediately cupped their fists respectfully. "Master, We will remember. Good. Continue practicing. Lance saw George Young arrive at this moment, and knew he must have something to discuss, so he walked straight over. The two had a brief chat. George Young explained his purpose. He wanted to borrow these boys for a while. Lance agreed without a second thought. Tai, lion, elephant, panther, wolf, you five, come here. When Tai and the others heard this, they immediately stopped their exercise and ran over. Master, Brother George. George Young patted the head of Tai, who was closest to him. Not bad, you've all grown strong, and you look very energetic. The surnames on their ID cards now all followed. Lance's last name, Yun. They had chosen it themselves when their IDs were processed. If they find their parents and return to their families in the future, they can just get a certificate and change it back. After all, their true identities haven't been confirmed yet, so the precinct could only follow their wishes for now. I have something I need your help with this time. Are you willing? When Tai and the others heard this, it was finally time for them to prove their worth. Their gazes all turned resolute. Actually, they had long prepared themselves mentally, knowing this day would come sooner or later. However, they didn't regret it at all now. Although Master was a bit strict with them usually, he was truly good to them. The other, older brothers in the Grand Apex Alliance also looked after them, and cared for them deeply. They had originally lived in filth since childhood, treated as tools for making money, never having been treated as human beings. They would be beaten for stealing a bun when starving, and had to just endure when they fell ill, living like rats in a sewer. Even they themselves felt they were lowly. But here, they were at least happy. Although the daily training was grueling, they could eat hearty, hot meals, and sleep in clean beds. When injured, someone would apply medicine, and when cold, someone would give them extra clothes. This was the first time they were treated as people, the first time they felt that their lives had value. So when George Young asked if they were willing to help, the eyes of the 5 children were surprisingly bright, looking very much ready to face death for the cause. Brother George, just give the order. Who do you want us to hit? George Young's face was full of question marks. He turned to look at Lance, although he didn't speak. His eyes clearly said, "Is this how you teach your apprentices?" But thinking of Lance's background, he felt it actually seemed quite normal. I'm not asking you to go kill anyone. Some thieves have entered our supermarket, so I need you to help sniff them out. The specific details. I'll tell you more once we get to the supermarket. When Tai and the others heard it was just catching thieves, their previously tensed nerves immediately relaxed quite a bit. Still, they instinctively looked at their master, Lance. Lance had previously emphasized to them that they were absolutely not allowed to do sneaky, dishonest things anymore. So they had to first seek and listen for their master's consent. Previously, I didn't let you do those sneaky, dishonest things, because that was illegal. But this time is different. This time, you are upholding justice. Don't embarrass me. Yes, master, the 5 of them responded in unison. George Young then took them away, giving them a detailed explanation along the way. For example, don't make a scene when you find a thief, and absolutely do not make a move inside the supermarket. If you catch them red-handed inside the store, they will definitely make excuses. After all, shoplifting inside a store isn't legally theft until you leave. They'd just say, "Can I go to the front to pay?" So you can only take action outside the supermarket. What George needed them to do was to remember which people were problematic, and then report their physical characteristics to the employees waiting outside, so they could intercept them. Did you get all that? George Young asked. We've got it, Tai and the others said in unison. George Young looked at the half-grown children, and was still a bit uneasy. They haven't worked in so long. Could their skills have grown rusty? What if they can't even accurately identify a thief? It would be troublesome if a misunderstanding occurred. Just as this thought flashed through his mind, he felt his trouser pocket lighten. Then he saw Tai holding his wallet. Holy crap, George Young snatched it back. He had no idea when the wallet had ended up in Tai's hand. Genius. It seemed he really had worried too much. After getting Tai and the others all settled, George Young went to the Vanguard signature next door for a stroll himself. That guy Levi Hunt didn't come to the store today, but the top-up rebate promotion in the store was still going on in full swing, showing no sign of stopping. I still can't figure out even now what method Vanessa will use to get her hands on the Vanguard signature supermarkets. In the afternoon, with the help of Tai and the others at the store, they successfully caught 2 pickpockets, but because the amounts involved weren't large, plus they refused to admit to any prior thefts even if it killed them. It was estimated they would only be detained for about 5 days before being released. Even so, George Young was still very pleased. He prepared rewards for Ty and the other 4 boys. No matter how you looked at it, catching 2 pickpockets red-handed this time served as a warning to those with ill intentions, making an example out of them. Well done. When George Young was handing out rewards to the 5 little heroes, he didn't notice that the 2 pickpockets being taken away by the police were glaring at them with pure hatred. A murderous glint flashed in their eyes. They now understood exactly why they had failed. It turned out they had run into their own kind. At the entrance of an old residential area in Lee District, a shop called Old Walter's Appliance Repair sat there. The signboard had faded from years of rain, looking somewhat white and weathered. The owner, Walter Gimpward, was wearing reading glasses while repairing a kettle. His calloused fingers skillfully disassembled the base. After a quick look, he told the customer, "The heating element is fried, just swap it for a new one." Repairs were done in less than a minute. After sending the guest off, he looked up at a man standing in the shadows. The man was about 30 years old, with a thin, scholarly build, nicknamed Ratty. Walter Gimp stood up, limping over to the guest area. He poured 2 cups of tea, handed one to the man, and then, holding the other cup, sat down slowly in a lounge chair. He stretched out his disabled right leg before finally asking, "What happened?" The young man, known as Ratty, lowered his voice and said, "Uncle Walter, 2 pieces of new stock were sent back today. Isn't that normal? If you walk by the river often, you're bound to get your shoes wet." Walter Gimp wasn't surprised at all. This wasn't the first or second time this had happened. The Underworld had many rules. The pickpocketing trade, similarly, had its own regulations and spheres of influence. Only one faction was allowed in a single district. You cannot snatch territory. Those wanting to enter the trade had to join a household. Ranks were determined by technical skill. Underlings had to pay tribute to those above. After entering the trade, everyone would offer incense and swear an oath. If caught, you could never snitch. You couldn't betray your peers, and so on. If anyone broke the rules, as long as the gang still existed and hadn't been dismantled, you would definitely face retaliation, with the minimum punishment being the loss of a finger. This was a method used to maintain gang loyalty. It was precisely because of these rules that many gangs could exist for long periods without being wiped out. Walter Gimp was the patriarch of the pickpockets in Lee District. His street name was the Ghost. In this area, anyone trying to make a living had to pay tribute to him. To join the trade, you had to pay your respects at the dock. Wanting to quit was no exception. List, those 2 guys just arrived in our area. Even though they haven't finished their initiation task yet, we can't just ignore the fact that they were caught. Ratty said, "If you can't handle the heat, stay out of the kitchen. When they get out, kick them out immediately. Don't you know the rules? The initiation test is an ancestral rule. Either steal enough in value, or successfully hit a specific target. Getting caught red-handed shows they aren't cut out for this. Ghost, I obviously know the rules. The problem is that these 2 newcomers failed because of interference from competitors." Ratty added quickly, "Competitors? Our own people?" Walter Gimp's brow furrowed slightly. "They aren't ours. From what I've gathered, it seems to be a few young brats. I suspect they're Daryl Lee's people from the train station area. Only he would have that many kids," Ratty explained. Daryl Lee was a famous king of the kids in the trade. He specialized in kidnapping and training children to be pickpockets. He roughly divided those children into 2 groups. The children with poor skills were intentionally crippled and used for begging. Those with good skills were trained as pickpockets. If you could survive until adulthood, with your limbs still intact and were reasonably sensible, you would be accepted into the crew as a full member. Then, you would continue to repeat the cycle of what they did before. Walter Gimp suddenly slammed his cup onto the coffee table with a loud thud. He said, "Breaking the rules carries a price, regardless of whose people they are. You handle this personally." "Understood, Ghost," Ratty replied immediately. After Ratty left, Walter Gimp squinted at the sky outside, muttering to himself, "The youth today have less and less respect for the rules. To dare to mess around among peers like this, perhaps it's time to remind these juniors of the old ways." Grand Apex Supermarket had indeed been much quieter lately. Ever since those 2 pickpockets were caught a few days ago, no more goods had gone missing, but new trouble followed. because the supermarket's 7-day no-reason return policy was too ahead of its time. Some greedy people began to exploit the loophole. People would buy things and, without hesitation, return them as long as they didn't want them or they didn't like them. Direct returns and exchanges. These clothes don't fit my granddaughter. I don't want them. These apples aren't sweet at all. Give me my money back. We encountered a few of these seniors every single day. Some clothes had clearly been worn for days, with the collars already turned yellow. Some fruit had been eaten down to the pits, yet they still self-righteously demanded a full refund. If you tried to explain that items couldn't be returned after being worn or used, and that it wasn't within the scope of the 7-day policy, they simply wouldn't listen. If you didn't grant the return, they would make a scene. The staff was powerless. In the end, they could only obediently issue the refunds. Janet Quinn was also getting a headache from this. The supermarket she worked at before also supported this model. As long as the customer was dissatisfied, even if they bought a pound of fruit and ate all but an ounce, dissatisfied customers could still return it. Actually, customers who look to take advantage exist in every industry. As long as the majority are normal, you just let the greedy ones go. It's all treated as operational shrinkage. Besides, this kind of loss is usually within the budget, and the supermarket can handle it. But Grand Apex Supermarket's losses lately had clearly exceeded the budget range. It felt like someone was doing this intentionally, specifically finding people to mess with them. However, before we could solve this malicious return and exchange problem, the shoplifting incidents started happening again, and the frequency had actually increased. Even though the supermarket had replaced the cameras and even disguised them, they still couldn't catch anyone in the act. George Young had no other choice but to call Ty and the other kids over again, planning to rely on their experience to find those pickpockets. As soon as Ty and the kids appeared at the supermarket, a thin young man crouching not far from the supermarket entrance saw a cold glint flash through his eyes. He didn't even need to look closely to see that these kids were definitely former pickpockets. A pickpocket working for others, especially helping the police catch people, was a major taboo in their trade. The young man made up his mind, immediately pulling out his phone to call for backup. He planned to wait until the supermarket closed to give a proper lesson to these young brats who didn't know the rules. According to the trade's regulations, they would have to chop off at least one finger each, and that was a light punishment. If this were 10 years ago, anyone who dared to help outsiders catch their own kind wouldn't be able to keep their whole hand. Afterward, he would take photos of them and send them to Daryl Lee, demanding he identify whether they were his people. If they really were Daryl Lee's, then Daryl Lee would have to give them an explanation. Originally, each side held their own territory, without interfering with each other. But if someone started playing dirty, then they couldn't blame them for being ruthless. The night wind was as sharp as a blade, cutting into people's faces until they stung. Yuna finished her shift at the restaurant, said her goodbyes to the rest of the staff, and prepared to head home for the night. After stepping out, Yuna rubbed her aching lower abdomen and wrapped her scarf a bit tighter. Her period had started today, so she'd had to leave the restaurant an hour early. After leaving the restaurant, Yuna glanced at the time and realized the supermarket hadn't closed yet. She planned to stop by to pick up some daily necessities and grab a few extra packs of pads just in case. But she hadn't gone far from the restaurant when she saw 3 thugs with dyed blonde hair brutally beating a boy wearing black-framed glasses. One of them delivered a hard kick to the boy's knee, sending him face first into a muddy puddle with a muffled groan. "I thought you were some rich heir, yet here you are, acting like a pathetic pauper." On the big misties. "Everyone knows you're the young master of the Prescott Group. How dare you play poor with us? Damn it, hand over the money already. I really don't have much money. I only have $20 on me." "No money, huh? Fine. Then the young master can have a taste of our special tea." If word got out that a high and mighty heir was forced to drink piss, I wonder how much of a storm it would cause. Gaha. Posting it on the forums would definitely go viral instantly. The thugs continued to humiliate the boy, while starting to unbuckle their belts, preparing to relieve themselves right on top of him. After all, the instructions they'd received were to humiliate this boy as much as possible. The boy didn't even dare to resist. He just clutched his head tightly and let them degrade him. Roughly 100 yards away from the 3 thugs, a man and a woman were coldly watching the scene unfold. The girl blew a bubble with her chewing gum. Preston, Is this what you brought me here to see? What's so interesting about this? If you ask me, we should just ship this guy off to Southeast Asia and let him fend for himself. A coward like him doesn't even deserve to be called my brother. What's the rush? Preston Sterling tapped his fingers on the steering wheel, speaking coldly. One day, I'll make him feel that staying here is nothing but pure agony. Then he'll be the one begging to leave this place and go abroad. And once he's out of the country, I'll never let him come back. Quiets. But man, this guy really can endure. He won't even make a sound or fight back. With what a loser he is, it'd be a miracle if he resisted. If he even dared to fight back once, I might actually consider him a man. The girl gave a disdainful laugh. After watching for a moment, she felt completely bored. Let's go, Preston. This is boring. I still want to go clubbing. The man also found it dull, so he nodded. Fine, let's head out. But before they could drive away, a girl appeared in the distance. She walked straight up to the three bullies and stopped them from continuing their assault. The two siblings in the car, who were about to leave, were both stunned. Who is that? I don't recognize her. The man shook his head. Someone meddling in others' business, I see. Preston, I'm going over to take a look. The girl in the car said, preparing to step out, but the man stopped her. Don't. Let's watch first. A playful smile curved the man's lips. In this day and age, a girl who dared to stand up to several thugs, it had to be said, her courage was commendable. He wanted to see how she'd handle the fallout. Stop. Why are you bullying him? It's not like he did anything to provoke you. The three thugs were just about to unzip. When they saw a girl approaching, they were momentarily taken aback. The blonde leader zipped his pants back up with a wicked grin. Listen, sweetheart, don't meddle in business that isn't yours. My boys and I don't hit women, but that doesn't mean we won't do other things to you. Yuna gave a cold laugh. Is that so? You don't hit women, so you only know how to bully the weak? Who do you run with? Who's your boss? Hearing Yuna ask this, the three thugs sensed that this girl might not be so simple. Anyone asking that likely had some underworld connections. My boss is the eight-faced tiger of East Street. What? You actually know him? No, you don't. The three thugs were about to say she didn't know him and was just trying to scare them, but then Yuna continued. None of that matters. Apologize to him right now. Hand over some cash for the trouble, and I'll act like I never saw this. Before the thugs could even open their mouths, the boy with the bowl cut and black-framed glasses trembled, waving his hands frantically. No, it's okay, it's okay. The three thugs burst into loud laughter. Little girl, you've got quite the attitude. You want us to apologize? Fine, we're sorry, we were wrong. The shift happened too fast. The boy with the black-framed glasses was stunned, unable to process it for a long moment. The three previously arrogant thugs suddenly dropped to their knees without warning. The transition was as smooth as silk. The boy looked up at the girl in front of him, who seemed somewhat familiar. Unbeknownst to him, 4 men in black had appeared behind her. The dragon emblems on their chests seemed to glint coldly under the streetlights. As a state finance student, he naturally recognized the identity of these men in black. They were the members of the Grand Apex Alliance. Under the school's legendary beauty, Vanessa Miller, the massive brawl in October involving over 500 people had spread through the entire university town. Practically everyone knew about it. The Grand Apex Alliance had become famous because of it, and the miss of the Grand Apex Alliance was none other than their school's star, Vanessa Miller. From then on, Vanessa Miller had become a figure, feared by everyone in the school, yet also deeply admired. The boy never expected that this girl would also be a member of the Grand Apex Alliance. Were all the girls in the Grand Apex Alliance this badass? If he recognized these men, the three thugs were certainly no exception. In this neighborhood today, who would dare to provoke the Grand Apex Alliance? So, when they saw the Grand Apex Alliance members appearing behind the girl, they were scared straight onto their knees. We were wrong. We were truly wrong. Yuna ignored them. She suddenly pulled the boy up. How are they hitting you just now? You can hit them back now. The boy shook his head like a madman. Forget it, he really didn't dare. Yuna's brows knitted. If I'm not mistaken, you're also a student at State Finance, aren't you? The boy nodded. A State Finance student should have more backbone. Stop dawdling. If you don't hit them back now, they'll just be even worse next time. Hit them. Yuna's voice suddenly rose, sharp and piercing. She couldn't quite control her emotions. Perhaps because She subconsciously loathed this kind of bullying. The boy was startled by her intensity. Gritting his teeth, he raised his hand and delivered a hard slap to one of the thugs who had bullied him. The thug stumbled from the force of the blow, but didn't dare to resist in the slightest. Not enough. Keep going, keep going. Although the boy was terrified that these thugs would retaliate later, he didn't dare to disobey the clearly more dominant Yuna. He struck again with more force. A moment later, the three thugs' faces were so swollen that their eyes were reduced to slits, looking like pig heads stung by hornets. Enough, enough. We were wrong. Truly wrong. Yuna saw that it was enough, and looked down at the three thugs. I'm warning you. If anyone dares to bully a state finance student again, it won't be this simple. Now get lost. The three thugs scrambled to their feet, supporting each other, and fled as fast as they could. On the other side, the two in the luxury car watched the scene unfold, with wide eyes. All were a bit surprised. Who exactly was this person? She was truly meddling in things. And what was the background of those people behind her? Come on, let's go take a look. Preston recognized those people's identities, but he didn't explain it to his sister. The two got out of the car and walked toward Yuna and the others. As they approached, Preston's face instantly shifted into fake concern. Oh, Nolan, what happened to you? How did you get beaten like this? Does it hurt? Do you need us to take you to the hospital? And who is this beautiful lady? Yuna sized up the two. She introduced herself. My name is Yuna. Are you his family? The two were stunned to hear the name. What a coincidence. My last name is also Sterling. My name is Preston Sterling. And this is my sister, Paige Sterling. Preston introduced himself and his sister, then made a joke. Maybe we're actually family. By the way, this is my brother Nolan. He pointed at the boy who had just been bullied by the three thugs. Then he pretended to care and said to Nolan, Nolan, are you okay? Did you get bullied by thugs again? I told you long ago, the environment here isn't safe right now. I remember you're studying international economics and trade, right? It's a good time to get out and travel. I think Southeast Asia would be quite nice. Somewhere like Myanmar would be a great place. I hear the gemstone business there is booming. Our family wants to start a jewelry business anyway. I think you should really give it some serious thought. His tone was practically a direct threat. Paige Sterling chimed in from the side. Exactly. Nolan, you spend all day cooped up at home. Or at school. What kind of future is that? Who would feel safe leaving the company to you later? She didn't even bother calling him brothers. Yuna finally understood the relationship between these three. The eldest son of a wealthy family being bullied by his younger siblings. This scene was certainly something new. Usually, in this era, family businesses were inherited by the eldest son, and they were given more importance. But from the look of things, Nolan's status in the family was probably lower than a dog's. Preston then walked up to Nolan and whispered in his ear, Don't think that just because someone is backing you now, you'll be safe and sound. I'm telling you. If you're smart, you'll tell Dad sooner than later that you want to go abroad to gain some experience. Nolan clenched his fists. There was no way he couldn't hear the threat in his brother's voice, but he also knew he absolutely couldn't leave. If he left, everything in the family would have nothing to do with him. His father's health was getting worse and worse. He didn't even dare to imagine what would happen to the company if something happened to his father while he was out of the country. Right now, at home, the stepmother was basically in charge of everything. The father had mostly retired behind the scenes due to health reasons. Most importantly, the father still hadn't written a will or designated an heir for the group. Nolan might be a bit timid, but it didn't mean he was willing to give up his inheritance. Just then, Yuna pulled Nolan toward her. Let's go. Hey, what do you think you're doing? Why are you dragging my brother away? Paige Sterling was unhappy when she saw Yuna pull Nolan over. Yuna didn't even acknowledge her. She just prepared to take Nolan and leave. Paige Sterling was relentless, reaching out to pull Yuna. Hey! You don't actually think that just because you have the same last name, you have the right to meddle in our family business, do you? Slap, a loud sound echoed. Paige Sterling clutched her face, completely dazed. You dared to hit me? You actually hit me. In all her life, no one had ever dared to lay a finger on her, let alone slap her. I suggest you don't try to get physical with me. Yuna shook her wrist. She said with a cold laugh, I indeed can't meddle in your family affairs. But your attitudes are truly sickening. Your own brother was pinned to the ground and beaten, yet you did absolutely nothing. Or perhaps those thugs were hired by you? Paige Sterling couldn't help but shoot back. What nonsense are you talking? How could we possibly? Yuna cut her off directly. She didn't have the patience for her excuses. You wealthy heirs look polished on the outside. But behind the scenes, you'd even plot against your own brother. It's truly an eye-opener. I'm telling you right now. He's under my protection today. If you're not happy with that, you're welcome to try me. Nolan stared blankly at Yuna as she stood in front of him. An emotion he had never felt before surged in his heart. Since he was a child, no one had ever stood in front of him without hesitation like this. A warmth spread from his chest, making his nose feel slightly tingly. Yuna glanced back at him. What are you standing around for? Preston's face was dark, but in the end, he didn't dare stop her. Paige Sterling was stomping her feet in rage, but could only watch them leave. Preston, why didn't you help me? She hit your sister. How could Preston dare to help? He had been beaten by Vanessa Miller before. I'll get revenge for you later. It wasn't that he was indifferent. He just truly didn't dare to move. Until Mr. Lin completely handled that woman, he wouldn't easily provoke the Grand Apex Alliance. But if the Grand Apex Alliance dared to interfere in their family matters, he wouldn't be polite then. Just now, it was only because he suddenly realized the person helping Nolan was from the Grand Apex Alliance that he had shown his face. He just wanted to confirm if that loser Nolan had actually formed a connection with the Grand Apex Alliance. Nolan followed behind Yuna for a while, his eyes involuntarily falling on her back. He never thought he would be saved by a girl 2 years younger than him at that. She was slender, almost delicate looking, but the way she stood in front of him just now was strangely reassuring. He looked down at his knuckles, where scrapes and bruises still lingered, stinging with pain. But the strange thing was, his attention wasn't on the pain at all right now. Instead, he couldn't help but wonder why she helped him. They were total strangers, yet she had stepped in without a second thought. A strange emotion rose in Nolan's heart, like a beam of light suddenly piercing into a corner that had been clouded for years. He didn't know that this feeling was very similar to how Yuna felt when I held her back from the edge of the cliff. An absurd thought even crossed his mind, one that he found almost laughable. For some reason, Yuna's name gave him an oddly familiar feeling. If she were really his sister, how great would that be? To be honest, although he currently had a brother and a sister, those two had always been hostile toward him, simply because they weren't born of the same mother. Right now, his stepmother was all-powerful in the family, holding the reins of power. As the eldest son, he should have been able to intern at the company as a junior, to gain experience. But there was simply no way for him to get an internship there. All because his stepmother was sabotaging him behind the scenes and creating obstacles. While Nolan was immersed in these messy thoughts, wondering about things, Yuna suddenly stopped in her tracks. She turned to him and said, "All right, this is as far as we go. You should head back to school now." Nolan was taken aback. He instinctively asked, "What about you?" "Me? I'm going to the supermarket to buy some things." Nolan opened his mouth, stuttering and hesitating. Yuna saw him like this and couldn't help but burst into a laugh. "Are you really the eldest son of a wealthy family? Why are you acting so timid? If I were you, who knows how arrogant and boastful I'd be. But speaking of which, you're actually a bit like I used to be." She suddenly stopped at that point and didn't continue. Shifting the subject, she said, "If you want to follow, then follow. We might as well walk together." Those Grand Apex Alliance members had also left. After all, they still had work to do. Just now, Yuna had seen the trouble brewing and had simply called them out from the store. Nolan nodded and silently followed her toward the supermarket. As Grand Apex Supermarket was nearing closing time, a heated argument suddenly erupted at the entrance. What the hell does your supermarket mean by this? I'm just shopping and now I'm a thief? Sir, please cooperate with our staff. We just saw you and your accomplice stuffing things in your pockets. Like hell we were. My crotch was itchy. I can't even scratch myself now. And you even sent people to spy on us? What kind of people are you? Total perverts, aren't you? Accusing us of stealing. Which one of your dog eyes saw me steal anything? Who was it that saw it? If you've got the guts, have them come out. Whoever saw it, step forward. Want to search us? Fat chance. A shrill voice rang out again, dripping with a provocative tone. Gentlemen, please calm down first. Everyone, come look at this. Grand Apex Supermarket is bullying ordinary people. We didn't do anything, yet they insist we stole something. Is there no law anymore? If you don't give us an explanation today, this isn't over. Pay up and apologize. Otherwise, we'll come and cause trouble every single day. We'll keep going until you close down. Yeah, we'll shut you down. The two customers shouting at the supermarket entrance. One had a withered face and a neck caked with half-washed grime, looking incredibly slovenly and greasy. The other was a broad-shouldered, somewhat hunchbacked fat man. Their noisy scene at the door had attracted a large crowd of customers and passers-by. People were pointing at them and whispering, although many guests felt that these two looked shifty-eyed and didn't seem like good people. With the scene being so big now, refusing to let them leave without evidence was indeed a questionable move by the supermarket. Just then, George Young hurried over with Ty and the others. He didn't immediately step forward to order a search. Instead, he asked Ty and the boys first, confirming if the two had indeed stolen anything. Ty and the others nodded with certainty. Brother George, it was them. They just stuffed things into their crotch area. Their technique was very discreet, but we definitely saw it. With the boys' confirmation, George Young felt more confident. During this period, Ty and the boys hadn't made a single mistake. They'd caught the goods every time. He walked straight up to the two men. I am the general manager of this supermarket, George Young. Hand over the items yourselves, gentlemen. Otherwise, we will call the police. Over what? We didn't steal anything. Whether you stole or not, you know it in your hearts. Our people saw it. Just hand it over. Yourself. Between the two of them, the thin man was the first to speak. We truly didn't steal anything. Your supermarket insists on framing us. We can let you search us. But what if you don't find anything? How does your supermarket plan to compensate us for our damaged reputation? You don't think you can just shrug this off so easily, do you? If that's the case, who would ever dare to shop at your supermarket again? Seeing how fearless these two appeared, George Young felt a slight tremor of doubt. Could they have actually gotten it wrong? But considering Ty and the boys' confirmation, he steadied his resolve. If we have indeed made a mistake, I, George Young, will apologize to you both in public and pay $10,000 for emotional damages. He then made a promise to the surrounding crowd. Grand Apex Supermarket always takes responsibility for its actions. From today onward, if any employee makes a mistake regarding a customer, besides a public apology, we will compensate no less than $10,000. This promise is effective permanently. $10,000. In this era, that was definitely a massive sum of money. An ordinary person working hard for an entire year would barely make over $10,000. So, when George Young promised $10,000 for a misjudgment, a noisy, skeptical crowd fell silent instantly. Many people even began to understand why the supermarket was doing this. As long as the money was on the table, everything was negotiable. It was much better than some supermarkets where, if they were wrong, the staff wouldn't even offer an apology, acting as if they were in the right to suspect you. If we suspect you of stealing, you have to cooperate. Most of the time, customers just had to swallow their pride and count themselves unlucky. But the general manager of Grand Apex had clearly stated that regardless of the misunderstanding, if it was the supermarket's fault, the compensation would start at $10,000. That was certainly full of sincerity. Some regular customers also knew that Grand Apex had indeed caught thieves recently, catching them right in the act. So, hearing George Young's promise, they felt even more convinced that the supermarket was sincerely trying to solve problems. These two guys, one nicknamed Scabby, the other Showman, looked at each other after hearing George's words. A sinister smile curled their lips. They stretched out their arms. Fine, since Mr. Young is so sincere, then go ahead and search us. George Young didn't hold back. He directly ordered two clerks to search them. But as the clerks were about to reach out, the two men suddenly shouted, "Wait! Not them. Whoever said we were thieves just now, have them do the search." George Young heard this and looked at Ty and the others standing nearby. He beckoned them over. Ty and the boys walked over immediately and began searching the men as instructed. As they approached, Scabby lowered his voice, threatening them at a volume only they could hear. "Which street do you punks run on? Don't you know you're breaking the rules? What happens to people who break the rules? You kids should know that well, shouldn't you?" Ty and Panther, who were performing the search, instinctively froze for a moment. Their hearts jolted, seemingly triggered by those words, into some very bad memories. They said nothing, gritted their teeth, and continued the search. The result was predictable. They found nothing. Tai and Panther lowered their heads and walked to George Young. "Brother George, we're sorry." George Young had already guessed something. When he saw the men's expressions during the search, he patted their shoulders. "It's okay. It's not your fault. The enemy is just too cunning." He had unconditional trust in Tai and the boys, not just because they were Lance's apprentices, but because every thief they had pointed out had been caught red-handed. They had never missed before. Moreover, he could see that these two men were far from simple. Today's incident was clearly a setup by them. "Well, found nothing, right? So, shouldn't your supermarket honor its promise now?" Scabby said with a smug expression. In truth, they had come today, specifically to mess with these young brats. They had indeed taken items in the supermarket, but just before leaving, they had silently put them back without a sound. They successfully duped the kids. George knew he had to accept the loss this time, no matter what. Immediately, he had someone go to the supermarket to get $20,000, and handed it to the two of them. "My apologies, gentlemen. It was a misunderstanding on our part. Here is the compensation we promised." Scabby and his partner didn't stand on ceremony either. They took the money and purposefully counted it slowly in public. The crisp rustle of the bills was a bit grating. Once they finished counting, "The count is correct." Showman gave a sarcastic grin, as expected of a big supermarket. "You really keep your word. We'll be sure to visit often from now on." After saying that, they took an extra look at the supermarket sign, and walked away with a smug swagger. "Brother George, we're sorry." "We're so sorry, Brother George." Tai and the others watched the two arrogant thugs walk away as if they owned the place. Their eyes turned red with frustration. Their faces were filled with self-reproach. They never expected that merely because of an error in judgment on their part, they would cause the supermarket to lose $20,000 for no reason. You have to understand that during this time, the total value of all stolen goods in the supermarket didn't even add up to that much money. They had just started working for Brother George, and they had already caused such a disaster and such a massive loss. They felt particularly incompetent. "All right, it's not the end of the world." George looked at the dejected group of boys in front of him. He patted them on the shoulders. He comforted them. "Those two will definitely be back. I believe you'll definitely catch them red-handed next time." Tai and the others nodded vigorously at his words, the fighting spirit reigniting in their eyes. While George was still patiently comforting the children, Yuna and Nolan Sterling happened to walk over. From a distance, Yuna saw George talking with Tai and the boys. She walked over curiously. "Brother George, Tai, what are you all talking about?" When Tai and the boys saw Yuna arrive, they immediately greeted her. "Hello, Sister Yuna." George didn't keep anything from Yuna. After all, it wasn't something that needed to be hidden. He gave a brief summary of the whole thing. After Yuna finished listening, she looked at Tai thoughtfully. "Are you sure they actually stole something?" "Absolutely certain," Tai and the others said with conviction. "I saw them stuff items into their waistbands with my own eyes." But somehow, having understood the general process, Yuna then said to George, "Brother George, I think you're oversimplifying things. Those two clearly came prepared. It will be very hard to catch them in the act in the future. Or rather, it's simply impossible." George let out a helpless sigh. "Well, there's nothing we can do about it. We can't exactly grab them and interrogate them in front of all the customers. If we did that, our supermarket's reputation would be ruined. I never said we should catch them at the supermarket entrance. Since Tai is certain they're pickpockets, then it's simple. Who says you have to catch a pickpocket in the act?" "What do you mean by that?" Yuna gave a cold laugh. "They scammed money from our supermarket. We have to make them spit it back out." George felt more and more that Yuna was developing a style very similar to the missus. "Brother George, did they just leave?" Yuna asked. "Yeah, they just left a moment ago." Yuna already had a plan in mind. "Brother George, you go back to work for now. I'll handle those pickpockets." George couldn't think of a better solution either. He nodded. "All right, I'll leave them to you." With that, he turned and went back into the supermarket. Yuna was indeed more observant than George. While she was questioning Tai and the boys, she had keenly captured some key information. "Tai, you said people in the pickpocketing trade are very vengeful?" "Yes, Sister Yuna. Those are the rules of the trade. After all, without those rules, it would be hard for those pickpockets to maintain their hold on an area." "Did those two say anything specific to you?" "They said we broke the rules." Then do you think they'll make a move on you? Probably. Tai and the others were also a bit uncertain. After all, they felt they had long since left that life behind, so they weren't really part of that industry anymore. What they didn't know was that not far away, someone was monitoring their every move. The probably meant they definitely would. She never believed in probability anymore. Or maybe anymore. Since there was a sign of it, she had to be prepared. She turned her head and carefully surveyed the surrounding environment. "Hwa!" cried Winter's pocket Stan. Yuna caught a glimpse of someone through the corner of her eye behind a pine tree across the road. A man in a jacket was leaning against a motorcycle. Glancing toward them every now and then, she remembered when she and Nolan passed by earlier. It seemed he was already there. Of course, she only gave a quick glance, before looking away, to avoid alerting him. Then, she smiled and said to Tai and the boys, "I'm afraid of the dark at night. Wait for me to buy a few things, and then escort me back to school, all right?" "Sure thing, Sister Yuna." Tai and the others immediately nodded and agreed. Yuna then called Nolan, and they walked into the supermarket together. At the same time, Ratty was crouching sneakily behind a utility pole, noisily chewing on a betel nut. His eyes, however, were fixed on the supermarket entrance. When he saw those brats, and a young girl, get into the van, he immediately pulled out his phone and dialed a number. Those little runts are coming out. Looking at their route, they should be taking the small path by the park. You guys go ahead and set the trap. I'll follow from behind. Once they arrive, strike immediately, Ratty said, spitting out a mouthful of betel nut juice. Once your hands are dirty in this business, don't expect to just walk away and act like nothing happened. Every trade has its rules. Break the rules, and you pay in blood. Inside the supermarket, Yuna appeared to be casually picking out items. But she had actually already reported the situation to me over the phone. "Vanessa, that's the situation." Hearing Yuna's suspicions, and the rules of the trade, described by Tai and the boys, I simply gave a calm instruction. Don't do it in the name of the Grand Apex Alliance. Sometimes, it's better to leave them room for imagination. I had learned some inside information through Ashton Gray a long time ago, especially regarding the pickpocket leaders in the train station area. Actually, I had also arranged for someone to report them to the police, but unfortunately, it didn't seem to produce any substantial results. They just arrested a few people, and that was it. In my opinion, it's best to let them fight among themselves. Only when the trouble gets big enough will it be easier to wipe out those psychotic gangs in one fell swoop. To give those people an easy opportunity to strike, and to make them let their guard down, the van intentionally drove toward a remote road, because the van had privacy film installed, and was further obscured by the night. From the outside, it was impossible to see how many people were inside. Yuna sat in the passenger seat of the van, her eyes never leaving the rearview mirror for a second. Sure enough, before long, a motorcycle followed them, maintaining a steady distance behind. "Brother Lance, we've got a tail." Lance, who was driving, nodded, not caring in the least. Then, he gave the steering wheel a sharp turn, and the van veered into a dim, deserted alleyway. The van turned into a dark, deserted small road. Both sides of the road were lined with abandoned factories, long since dilapidated under the erosion of time. The streetlights had been broken for ages, leaving only the pale, bleak moonlight to drape like a thin veil over the potholed, uneven surface of the road, adding a few layers of eerie and terrifying atmosphere. The cold November wind sliced through the abandoned district like a knife. At this hour, there was hardly a soul to be seen outdoors. The van jolted along the winding path, between the abandoned factory buildings, the tires crunching over gravel with sharp, popping sounds. Yuna's fingers unconsciously gripped her phone. Her rhythm syncing with her heartbeat. "Turn right in 100 yards. Lance spoke suddenly, his voice low and cold, like a chill seeping from the depths. In the rearview mirror, that motorcycle was still following them at a leisurely pace, about 20 yards behind. At this distance, it was actually very easy to be spotted. However, the person behind didn't seem to intend to hide at all, as this place was already quite suitable for making a move. Yuna shook her phone. "Should I notify Mitch and the others?" "No need." A cold smile curled the corner of Lance's mouth. "Let's play with them for a bit. They're just a few petty thieves. We don't need that many people." Tai, Panther. "This is an opportunity for real combat. Don't you dare embarrass me." "Yes, Master." Tai. And the other 4 boys immediately became eager to try, excitement gleaming in their eyes. They felt that, only now, was the real test of all their hard work, training, and learning martial arts during this period. If they performed well, they would truly become members of the Grand Apex Alliance. If they performed poorly, and Master was disappointed, no, they would absolutely not let their master down. This is far enough. Lance slammed on the brakes, causing the van's body to jolt violently. Almost simultaneously, a sharp screech of tires came from ahead. An unlicensed van swung horizontally across the road 5 yards away. The doors slid open with a clatter, and over a dozen plainly dressed men filed out. Here, one could see the difference between pickpockets and street thugs. Street thugs generally dressed in a more flamboyant manner, but these pickpockets were mostly dressed very simply, not flashy at all, looking much like ordinary migrant workers. Moreover, they didn't seem to be carrying any weapons. They don't seem to have any weapons, Yuna said with a hint of confusion. Since they chose to corner us, why didn't they bring anything? Mr. Yuna, people in this trade rarely use those kinds of weapons. What they're best at is using small knives, the legendary blades hidden in sleeves. So when the fight starts, you have to be extremely careful. Tai explained. Yuna nodded. Then you boys be careful. By the way, are the 2 pickpockets who scanned our supermarket among them as well? Tai and the others looked closely, and then nodded. They're there? Good. They scanned money from our supermarket. We must make them spit it back out with interest. Just then, the dozen or so pickpockets opposite them fanned out into a semicircle, blocking the path of the vehicle. The leader was a man under 5'7", lean-bodied, and looking very shifty-eyed. Get out. Lance saw his mouth move, and was the first to step out of the car. Then, Yuna, Tai, and the other 5 followed close behind. Immediately after that, another 10 Grand Apex Alliance members in casual wear piled out of the van, fully demonstrating the carrying capacity of this god-tier's vehicle. Ratty's expression changed visibly. He clearly hadn't expected the other side to be just as prepared. Which street do you brothers run on? Do you know the rules of this trade? Coming into our territory to stir up trouble without a word. That's not right, is it? Your territory? Sorry. From now on, this place belongs to Daryl. Wait, no. It belongs to our boss. If you know what's good for you, get lost. Lance deliberately said the wrong thing. Ratty, who already had very sharp ears, heard the name Daryl, and a flash of anger crossed his eyes. Are you Daryl Lee's people? No. I don't even know him. Lance naturally denied it. But the more he did that, the more Ratty and his crew suspected them, assuming he was just trying to hide it. It was a clear case of self-deception. Fine, very well. Lance didn't give them any time to think at all. He suddenly barked out an order. Do it. At the command, 20 or 30 people instantly crashed together. Lance sidestepped to avoid. A flash of an oncoming blade, flicking out his expandable baton. He smashed it heavily onto the attacker's wrist, accompanied by the sharp crack of a breaking bone. The blade in the man's hand dropped to the ground. He clutched his hand and screamed in agony. Dealing with these professional pickpockets, there was naturally no need to be polite. It's not like they would dare to call the police anyway. Tai and the 5 boys formed a scorpion formation and charged into the crowd. Their coordination was perfectly synchronized. The sturdiest one, Elephant, held the front. Tai provided support on the flanks, while Panther and the others moved like loaches, weaving through the crowd. They focused specifically on the lower body, making it impossible for the enemy to defend. Lance basically didn't strike, unless someone attacked him directly. Most of the time, he was watching Tai and the boys. If he noticed any of them in danger, he would step in immediately, like a guardian deity. In less than 3 minutes, the battle became a one-sided massacre. Members of the Grand Apex Alliance were now training at the newly opened boxing gym under the Miss's orders. Although the main goal wasn't to learn martial arts, but to lose the belly fat and gain abs, their physical fitness was ultimately much stronger than these pickpockets, not to mention the presence of a god of war like Lance. Even with roughly equal numbers on both sides, the result was entirely different. 5 minutes later, Ratty and his professional pickpockets were all lying on the ground wailing in pain, like withered leaves swept by a storm. Who exactly are you people? Ratty clutched his stomach, cold sweat dripping from his forehead, his voice trembling. Having roamed the underworld for many years, he could tell at a glance that these were no ordinary pickpockets. That sharp, skilled movement was clearly the trademark of professional enforcers. They were likely members of a real syndicate. Compared to a real syndicate, the pickpocketing trade simply didn't stand a chance. No matter the district, no pickpocket dared to cross the local syndicate. One worked with finesse, the other with violence. They were worlds apart. Yuna stepped over the potholed ground and walked up to the group of pickpockets. Which two were the ones who stole from the supermarket earlier? I want to have a little heart-to-heart with them. Tai and the others immediately pointed out two men. They were indeed Scabby and Showman. The two sensed that things were going south and nervously began to threaten her. Don't you try anything? I'm warning you. You're in deep trouble for offending us. You got a lot to answer for. Your supermarket will never know peace again. And don't think you can just act like street thugs. Have you heard of Blade? He's our boss. Back in the day, our boss took a watermelon knife and hacked his way from the east side all the way to the south side. He slashed back and forth for 3 days and 3 nights. The scene was a river of blood, and he didn't even blink once. He's terrifying. Slashed for that long without blinking? Wouldn't his eyes get dry? Tai asked curiously. Is that the fucking point, whether his eyes got dry? Anyway, you finished. Not only will Blade not let you go, but the ghost won't let you go either. Take these two inside. Yuna cut him off directly, pointing to the abandoned factory building next to them. Several Grand Apex Alliance members immediately stepped forward and hoisted the two up. Scabby and Showman suddenly began to struggle frantically. Spare us. We'll pay you back. We'll pay the money back. 3 times, 5 times, whatever you want. Spare us. They weren't stupid. With so many people around, the fact that they were being dragged into the factory specifically made the intention clear without needing a single word. They were likely going to have their hands crippled according to the rules. Perhaps because their voices were too loud and annoying, Yuna raised her hand and delivered 2 sharp slaps. Slap! Slap! Both of them were dazed for a moment. The ghostly wailing came to an abrupt halt. They looked up at the girl before them, their eyes filled with pure terror. Shh! Yuna held a finger to her lips, offering them a sweet, gentle smile. Don't be in such a hurry to scream now. The night is still young. Not long after, from inside the abandoned factory, bursts of shrill, agonizing screams began to ring out. Outside in the yard, Ratty and the others who were being held swallowed hard, their throats feeling as though something were stuck in them. They didn't dare make a single sound. They had thought they were ruthless enough on the streets, but hearing the screams coming from inside, these self-proclaimed cold-blooded pickpockets finally understood what it meant for a minor demon to meet a great devil. Compared to that woman just now, their own ruthlessness simply didn't stand a chance. No wonder there's a saying that the most poisonous thing is a woman's heart. When a woman decides to be cruel, there really isn't much left for men to do. It wasn't that they had never dealt with people who broke the rules before. The most common method was to simply slice off the person's pinky finger. It hurt like hell, but it was only temporary. After the cut, the wound would itch and scar, and after a while, you'd recover. Quote, but now, more than 10 minutes had passed, and those 2 guys were still screaming, their cries continuously battering the others' nerves. This was far too malicious. This wasn't a punishment, it was a form of inhumane torture. They wanted to make a run for it. They wanted to run, but they were already surrounded. There was no way to escape. Finally, after enduring this agony for about 20 minutes, it truly felt as if every second were a year. The girl appeared once more, wearing a sweet smile that could rival a demon's. She walked over and said, "Bring the rest of them inside." Ratty and the other professional pickpockets couldn't stop their bodies from trembling. "W, all really want to do? Don't you know that killing is against the law? Who said we were going to kill anyone?" Yuna pulled a tube of lip balm from her pocket, right in front of them. She leisurely applied it to her slightly dry lips. "I heard you all have very impressive hand skills. I'm going to give you all a chance now to show us what you've got. If you pass, I'll let you go." What do you mean? Could it be that these people wanted to learn some theft techniques from them? But the situation didn't look like that at all. It's simple. Yuna's smile grew even brighter, yet it didn't offer a single shred of warmth. Pair up in groups of 2. Use your knives to shave every hair off each other's bodies, from top to bottom. Anywhere there is hair, I want it shaved clean, one by one. Of course, if anyone is unwilling, we'll just take them away to a safe place to be handled. Yuna spoke nonchalantly, as if she were discussing the most mundane matter. Ratty and the others swallowed hard upon hearing this. They didn't know exactly what this safe place was, but it was surely a place where, once you went, it would be very difficult to come back. No matter how reluctant they were, compared to their own lives, was there even a choice? If we really do this, will you really let us go? Ratty asked cautiously. Of course. I always keep my word. Yuna patted her chest as a guarantee. Fine, bring the knives. Ratty felt that although this was humiliating, given the current circumstances, he couldn't care about that. If they didn't do it, they might truly never leave. The previous two guys had already disappeared. They had likely already met a terrible fate. It just so happened that further down, there was an open manhole in the distance. Oh, what a shame. Yuna wore a look of annoyance. Your knives were thrown away by my men. Why don't you use your hands instead? I believe your hand skills must be very impressive, so just use your hands to pluck them. Ratty and the group of pickpockets were dazed. What? Pluck them out by hand? Are you kidding me? A man can be killed, but not insulted. There's no way we're plucking them by hand. Actually, I think hands are much safer than knives. Don't you agree? Lance and several lackeys flicked open their roaring lighters. A moment later, the scene that followed was a total tragedy. Over a dozen grown men were crying for their mothers as they plucked each other's hair. The screams rose and fell in waves. Holy shit, not the eyelashes too. I rely on these bedroom eyes to make a living. Brother, your armpit hair is all knotted. How long has it been since you washed? You're stinking me out. Shut your damn mouth. These are natural curls. Ow! Gentler. Is that hair you're pulling? That's my actual skin. Wait, where's the king character on my $800 tiger tattoo? Maybe it's been reincarnated into hair. Hehehe, bet you didn't expect this. I'm balding. I don't have any hair on my head. Damn it, you don't have head hair. But what are those two clumps under your nose then? Ow, take it easy. An hour later, Lance, Yuna, and the others drove away, leaving behind a complete mess of feathers and hair. Lance sat in the driver's seat, glancing every now and then at Yuna, who was currently looking at the photos in her camera. The cold light of the screen reflected off her delicate profile, and the faint, lingering smile on her lips truly gave off a chilling vibe. This girl had changed so much. That malicious punishment just now. A normal person would have hardly been able to think of it. Tai, sitting in the passenger seat, finally couldn't help but burst into loud laughter. Sister Yuna, that move was brilliant. When we hang their photos on the supermarket wall, I bet those thieves won't dare to steal from us again. They'll have to think twice. In fact, they'll probably be scared off just by seeing the pictures. The resolution still isn't clear enough. I need to bring some professional equipment next time. Yuna turned to look at Lance, her eyes curving into two crescents. Brother Lance, don't you think? My method was actually quite good. Lance held it in for a long time before finally breaking, letting out a chuckle. It's certainly much more effective than those pickpockets chopping off fingers. That scene just now was too beautiful. He didn't even want to think about it anymore. Yuna had essentially done three things. First, the group pairing, having those guys pluck each other's hair. Second, arranging for people to take several photos of them, as well as some videos. Third, having Theodore Vance send over a dozen contracts. The content of the contracts was an authorization for portrait usage. George Young and his team were currently troubled by two things. One was the constant shoplifting at the supermarket. The second was people maliciously returning goods for no reason. The rate of this had already exceeded the supermarket's preset threshold. So Yuna thought of this method. In the future, they would take these authorized videos and photos and display them slightly in the after-sales department. For example, showing what a proper return looks like versus what a malicious return looks like. I imagine those opportunistic crowds looking to fleece the system. You'll have to think long and hard about it. Killing two birds with one stone. Old Walter's appliance repair. The heating element is fried, just swap it for a new one. The pump is broken. The fuse blew. Walter Gimp continued as usual, repairing appliances for customers who came to his shop. No matter the appliance, there was almost nothing he couldn't fix once it reached him. His craftsmanship was famous in the neighborhood. Whenever residents had issues with their household electronics, he was the first person they thought of. Just as he was seeing off his last customer, a new young face entered the shop. This young man wore a black leather jacket, his face carrying the distinct hostility and ruthlessness of a street thug. So you're the ghost? What do you need fixed? Walter Gimp didn't even look up, continuing to pack his tools. I'm not here to fix anything. I heard you're the veteran of the fold in this area. I came to pay my respects. And to propose a collaboration, the young man said. The young man said. Walter Gimp looked at the unfriendly young man and spoke slowly. The fold has never had anything to do with street gangs like you, and we don't want anything to do with you. Please leave. Is that so? Then you'd better think carefully. If you don't agree, forget about the fold or whatever. I'm afraid there won't be any room left for you to survive in this city. I didn't want to work with shadowy rats like you anyway. But I don't have a choice. My boss needs you to handle a few things. And listen, old man, times have changed. Stealing is a dead-end career. You have to keep up with the times, like the internet. If you use online scams correctly, it's much safer than your pickpocketing, and more profitable too. Think about it. Give me an answer in 3 days, or else. The young man made an explosion gesture, and then laughed loudly as he left. After the young man departed, Walter Gimp, whose face usually showed no emotion, gripped the screwdriver in his hand until it creaked. For the first time, he showed anger. Then, he pulled a whetstone from under the counter, and began to sharpen that rusty screwdriver, stroke by stroke. The sound of metal grinding was sharp and grating in the quiet shop. Once he was almost finished, he instinctively picked up the screwdriver to check the smoothness of the edge, when suddenly his eyes were blinded by a series of flashes. He was nearly blinded. Then he saw a dozen or so eggheads appearing at the shop entrance. Ghost, Uncle Walter, Ratty, and the group of pickpockets, who had spent years in the Lee district, crowded into the shop. Their polished, hairless heads reflected the fluorescent lights. Seeing their appearance, Walter Gimp was stunned. He squinted his slightly cloudy eyes. What, did you all decide to join a monastery? Or are you trying to retire from the trade? According to the rules, retirement requires stripping bone and carving flesh. Shaving your heads isn't enough. According to the rules of the fold, if you wanted to wash your hands of the trade, you could. But you had to show some sincerity. Simply put, it was stripping bone and carving flesh. You had to directly carve out a piece of meat from your own body, like an arm or a thigh, to show everyone. Then you would light incense at the door and leave without ever looking back. If you hadn't betrayed your brothers, no one would stop you. Once you were out, everyone would forget your past. You couldn't mention the old days either. Everything went to the grave. It was best to move to a faraway town, to avoid getting caught and involving others later. If your old brothers wanted to pull you back in, they had to find you and burn incense at your door. If you wanted to return, you'd light it. If not, you'd just pull it out. These rules had been in place for many years, and everyone in the underworld recognized them. So what's with the shaved heads and bodies? Your body and hair are gifts from your parents. Shaving as a sign of atonement is ancient history. We don't do that anymore. Ratty shook his head quickly and wailed, Ghost, you have to get justice for the brothers. We didn't want to join a monastery. We were forced to have every single hair plucked out. Plucked out? Yes. Forcibly plucked. Right now, our bodies are cleaner than a scalded pig. Ratty thought of the draft in certain places, and his face was a mix of shame and rage. Then he gave a general account of what happened. Someone had broken the rules of the trade, so they sent 2 people to set a trap at that supermarket, scamming them out of $20,000. But their ambush failed, and they were trapped instead, paying a painful price. Walter Gimp listened to the complaints of these brats, but his face showed no anger. It was as calm as a still well. I understand. You all go back first. Ratty, stay. Once everyone else had left, Ratty came directly to Walter Gimp. Ghost, should we find Blade to help us out? He still has some influence in this area. Walter Gimp didn't respond directly. He suddenly asked, what was the background of that group? Are you sure? Ratty replied, there were 5 young brats, who looked a lot like Daryl Lee's people, but he's a control freak. Lee rarely lets those kids onto other people's turf to steal business. Besides, no business is easier than at the train station. However, the rest of them were clearly not from the fold. I noticed a loyalty character on their arms, like a syndicate's emblem. Walter Gimp finally understood. Stop. This matter ends here for now. Ghost. Ratty wanted to say more. I have my own plans. Go home. Ratty saw Walter's attitude and knew there was no point in arguing further, so he left. He could see that the ghost seemed to have some reservations. How could he have known that the person who came to see Walter Gimp earlier was actually from the Union, one of the top syndicates in Emerald City? Axel, the hall master of the White Tiger Hall. And now, Ratty and the others had been plucked by the Union. This was a clear threat and warning. Under these circumstances, how could people from the fold dare to get involved? When Ratty left the appliance repair shop, the dozen or so eggheads hadn't gone far. They were crouching on the curb, smoking silently. Being plucked and photographed last night, no man could endure such a humiliation. Seeing Ratty come out, they immediately surrounded him. Ratty, what did Ghost say? Revenge is a dish best served cold. We have to get even. Wait, that's not right. Can people in our line of work even be called gentlemen? Why not? Haven't you heard the ancient saying? There is honor among thieves. I might steal money, but I still buy lottery tickets every week to contribute to those in need. That's a form of honorable behavior. Give me a break. As they were about to start bickering again. Enough. All of you, shut up. Ratty suddenly snapped. He looked back gloomily at the second-hand appliance repair shop nearby and said something meaningful. The ghost is old. After saying that, he left immediately. The others were stunned for a moment, then followed after him. Not long after they left, Walter Gimp also stepped out of his shop. He looked at their retreating backs and shook his head. Emerald City Logistics Park, a black Mercedes, stopped in front of a company called Crimson Logistics. As the rear door opened, I stepped out of the car. Simultaneously, from the 3 black cars behind me, over a dozen young men in black suits stepped out and followed behind me. They followed right behind me. Nolan Chase, the CEO of Crimson Logistics, had been waiting for quite some time. He immediately stepped forward to greet me. Ms. Miller, hello, it's a pleasure to meet you. You're much younger than I imagined. Please, come inside, after you. Mr. Chase, you're too kind, I replied, nodding slightly. It was a simple acknowledgement of his presence. Then, I walked straight into the company headquarters. The dozen or so men in black behind me followed in close formation. Although Nolan Chase had heard rumors that the person interested in acquiring his logistics firm was a heavy hitter, seeing this imposing display of power with his own eyes still made him wipe the sweat from his forehead. The logistics park was usually filled with rough, burly men. During the lunch breaks, the workers would gather in groups to play cards and talk big. But as I arrived with my entourage of enforcers, the noisy office instantly fell silent. Who is this? What's with the massive display? I heard the company might be getting a new owner. This must be the new boss. She looks like she's from the Underworld, though. I was used to these kinds of stares. Like a born queen, facing eyes filled with awe and fear, my heart didn't waver in the slightest. As we entered, the team, which had been loose and lazy, instantly straightened up in shock. Nolan Chase, wearing a sycophantic smile, led me toward the conference room. He explained as we walked, Ms. Miller, our facilities are a bit crude. I hope you'll bear with us. My gaze swept casually across the office area. My expression remained indifferent. Why would a logistics company need to be fancy? Once we arrived at the conference room, and everyone took their seats, Mr. Chase tried to make some more small talk. However, I cut him off directly. Let's get straight to the point. Tell me about the business. Mr. Chase hurriedly opened the documents he had prepared. He began the introduction. Then I'll lay out the situation. Since Crimson Logistics began operations, we have 22 light trucks, 8 medium trucks, and 2 heavy-duty rigs. We have 12 delivery sites in this city and over 60 delivery tricycles. At this point in time, delivery companies were all in a phase of rapid development. For example, Atlas Express had already begun partnering with online shopping platforms, expanding rapidly across the country. Apex Express had also begun restructuring this year, shifting from a franchise model to a direct management model. The advantage of doing this was solving the problem of chaotic management. The downside was that growth wasn't as fast as the franchise model, which was much more agile. Of course, this would become a massive strength in the future. Then there was Amazon, which also began building its own logistics system this year. Besides these companies that would become famous later, there was another logistics company name, one that I had almost forgotten from my past life. That was Deliver It All. This firm, which was currently a leader in the domestic express industry, was still in its prime. It occupied nearly half of the delivery market share. Unfortunately, in the future, due to failed financing and management issues, it would gradually decline until it practically vanished into obscurity. Aside from those that would eventually stand out, many other logistics firms were appearing now. Due to the rapid growth of e-commerce, all dipping their toes into the delivery market, Crimson Logistics was one of them. This company, born in the Emerald City Logistics Park, started with short to medium haul freight. It entered the express delivery market later on. However, for various reasons, development issues arose, and now it was being forced to sell itself off. In the Crimson Logistics conference room, I sat there quietly, listening to Mr. Chase introduce the company's status. I had long since made plans for the logistics sector, whether it was for the future of supermarket deliveries or the layout for the local group buying market. Having a distribution network was essential. If I built a new company from scratch, the costs would be too high. It wouldn't be cost-effective. It was much less of a headache to just acquire one directly. After a long silence, Nolan Chase finally spoke up with his price. Ms. Miller, if you're truly interested, $4.8 million will do. Many of the vehicles under my company are new models from the last 3 years. They cost around $8 or $9 million when I bought them. I pondered for a moment, before slowly speaking. $3.68 million, that's my final offer. 3.68, fine. The number sounded auspicious enough. Nolan Chase clearly understood that this was my bottom line, and there was zero room for negotiation. He agonized over it for a long while, but finally gritted his teeth and nodded. All right, since you've put it that way, Ms. Miller, then let's sign the contract. Although this price was significantly lower than his mental expectation, there was nothing he could do. He simply didn't have the courage to continue haggling with me. Not long after, both parties signed the contract. Crimson Logistics officially came under the Grand Apex Alliance umbrella. With this, the Grand Apex commercial empire had expanded to 4 subsidiaries: Grand Apex Supermarket, the Joyful Bistro, and Grand Apex Security. The dojo fell under the management of the security firm. Adding the newly acquired logistics company, I now held 4 subsidiaries. As for the law firm established by Theodore Vance, it did not belong to the Grand Apex Alliance. Due to some specific reasons, it wasn't appropriate to fold it in. However, it wouldn't be wrong to call it a Grand Apex law firm either. After all, I held a personal stake in it. The founding of the security company happened after that 500-man brawl. Theodore Vance had suggested it. To avoid certain legal troubles, like charges of illegal assembly, it was better to establish a security firm for protection. Registering a security firm was much more of a headache than a regular company. It even required reporting to and being audited by the police precinct. Furthermore, the legal representative or senior management should ideally have over 5 years of experience in the military or police force, and they must have no criminal record. Therefore, the current legal rep of the security firm is Ethan, while the actual person in charge is Lance. Beyond that, all core members would be registered under the security firm's name. Of course, this security firm didn't plan on taking any outsourced contracts. It was purely a shell company used for registration purposes. After finalizing the contract, I immediately arranged for the wire transfer. As the previous owner announced the change in ownership, I looked at the employees in the office and made an announcement. Every employee, except for the finance department, who will stay to audit the books, is hereby terminated. My voice wasn't loud, but when the office staff heard it, their faces turned pale. After all, under normal circumstances, no one wants to lose their job. The former owner, Mr. Chase, was also startled by my decision. This girl was truly ruthless. A complete clean sweep. The reason he had been unable to run the business and was forced to sell was because he couldn't do what I just did. In this era, the situation in the logistics sector was quite complicated. For example, goods would often go missing from his company. Even though he could guess his employees were behind it, he was completely powerless to stop them. The current fleet leader, Bo Sawyer, had a very complicated background. Because his brother-in-law was the administrator of this logistics park, he had stolen an unknown amount of cargo from clients. Furthermore, Bo Sawyer's brother-in-law, Leo Dagger Dunn, was essentially the logistics park's biggest thug. Inside the logistics park, many of those workers with dyed hair were Leo Dunn's underlings, and those weren't his only connections. Leo Dunn also happens to know some major underworld figures, having an extensive network of connections. He's got some real clout in this area. Ordinary people wouldn't dare provoke him. Ms. Miller, are you truly planning to fire everyone? I think it would be best if you spoke with them first, especially with Bo Sawyer. Nolan Chase couldn't help but speak up to advise me. Although the company no longer belonged to him, he felt he had an obligation to offer a warning. An enforcer standing beside me immediately glared at Nolan Chase. interrupting him. Does the miss need you to teach her how to do things? Nolan Chase shut his mouth instantly. He finally realized then that these people didn't seem like they were to be messed with. It was better for him to mind his own business. I knew he was offering a well-intentioned reminder, so I simply said indifferently, "It's fine." Seeing that the matter was mostly concluded, Nolan prepared to leave. But just at that moment, a man with hair so greasy you could practically wring oil from it, and a hostile expression returned, carrying a bottle of beer, and cursing loudly as he walked back in from outside. This man was none other than the fleet leader, Bo Sawyer. Previously, he had been drinking and playing cards with a few of his low-life cronies in the logistics park. Although he was the fleet leader, he never actually had to drive. His main job was vehicle dispatching and managing and supervising the drivers. This included tasks like coordinating private hauls, reporting false fuel expenses, and things of that nature. Originally, the purpose of this position was to save costs for the company and coordinate the driver's daily workload. But in this guy's hands, things were constantly going missing. Furthermore, there were major issues with the expense reimbursements. While the company's losses grew larger, this guy's wallet only grew fatter. This was one of the primary reasons why the previous owner had chosen to sell the company. Bo Sawyer had already heard the news that the company was getting a new owner. However, he didn't care. Changing the boss didn't mean changing him. No matter who the boss was, his position was surely untouchable. Mess with him, and the entire fleet would have problems. So, the guy had never taken it to heart. He was exceptionally overconfident. Yet, he never could have imagined that the new boss would fire him immediately, right after signing the contract. Thus, upon receiving the news, Bo Sawyer immediately grabbed a beer bottle and came over in a fit of rage. As soon as he entered, without a single word, he smashed the beer bottle in his hand with a loud crash. He intended to intimidate the new boss right off the bat. "Damn it, I want to see who the fix dares to fire me." This move was so sudden that the atmosphere in the office froze. Nolan Chase's face turned pale. He was about to say something to de-escalate the situation, but I gently raised my hand to signal him to stay silent. My gaze landed on the young man. "Are you Bo Sawyer?" I asked. Bo Sawyer acted without fear. "That's me. What of it?" I didn't speak another word, but simply crooked my fingers slightly. In the next second, one of the men in black behind me lunged forward. His movements were so fast, they were a blur. He seized Bo Sawyer's wrist and gave it a violent, twisting wrench. Crack. Bo Sawyer let out a blood-curdling scream. His entire arm was instantly dislocated. His knees went weak, and he slumped straight to the floor. The entire office area fell into a deathly silence. Everyone stared with wide eyes, horrified by the brutal scene. I leaned down slightly, looking at Bo Sawyer, who was drenched in sweat and wearing an expression of pure terror. "Now that I've fired you," I asked, "do you still have any objections?" Bo Sawyer gritted his teeth, repeatedly bowing his head to beg for mercy. "No more. I truly wouldn't dare." That was what he said on the surface. But in his heart, he was plotting his revenge. Once he called his brother-in-law to bring some men, he would teach this new boss a lesson. Unfortunately for him, the person he had offended wouldn't give him that chance. Have Theodore Vance come over and send an audit team, go through all the company's records and losses. With the finance department from over the years, I have only one requirement, at least 5 years in prison. When Bo Sawyer heard this, his face turned as white as a sheet. In the car, Lance asked, "Miss, are we really going to let Bo Sawyer off the hook?" Lance hadn't expected that at the critical moment, the miss would change her mind again. After Theodore Vance received the call, he had rushed over without a moment's delay, working with the audit team, and combined with the statements from other employees, it was basically confirmed that Bo Sawyer's embezzlement amounted to no less than $100,000. Of course, if Bo Sawyer were convicted strictly for corporate embezzlement, his sentence might only be less than 3 years. However, Theodore Vance directly reclassified his actions as theft, making the amount involved sufficient for a sentence of over 5 years. In short, once the lead counsel spoke, the charges would be whatever he decided they were. Once all the evidence was secured, I called a halt to the process at the last second. I didn't send Bo Sawyer to jail. Instead, I decided to keep him in the company. This move left everyone completely bewildered. Outsiders might think I had backed down out of fear, scared that Bo Sawyer would have his brother-in-law target me. After all, for a logistics company, as long as your base is in the logistics park, you are basically always somewhat at the mercy of the administrators. It would be normal to lower one's head a bit. This person is still useful to us. We'll put this piece of trash to work before sending him away. My choice to acquire this logistics company wasn't just to have my own transportation network. More importantly, its location was right in the center of the logistics park. In this, the largest logistics park in the city, there were plenty of shady dealings going on. And it was crucial for what I planned to do next. Bo Sawyer had connections in this park. His identity might prove useful. Currently, we held all the leverage over Bo Sawyer. If he dared to turn on us, he'd have to seriously consider if he could handle 5 or more years in a prison workshop. Aside from Bo Sawyer and the finance staff, not a single other person was kept. Although the embezzlement and the fake invoices and the theft of client cargo were mainly led by Bo Sawyer, none of the others were clean either. It was an act of mercy that I didn't send them to jail as well. The new staff for the logistics company will be recruited entirely from within the Grand Apex Alliance, including the delivery personnel at the sites. As a side note, half a month ago, the Grand Apex Alliance had already begun organizing proxy shopping and deliveries in University Town. With so many resources there, and so many men stationed in that area, it would be a waste not to utilize that manpower. Currently, we mainly handle daily necessities and snacks, with the goods being sourced from Grand Apex Supermarket. The daily sales from student proxy orders alone amount to roughly $70,000 or $80,000. This figure is steadily increasing. With over 100,000 staff and students across the 5 campuses, the potential of the proxy shopping market is massive. One only needs to look at future group buying sites to understand. Lance, although unable to grasp the business logic of my plan for now, recalled my usual style of handling things. He chose to trust me unconditionally and just execute the orders. The results would prove that the miss was always right. As the car passed through a development zone, I caught a glimpse of a public notice board on the roadside and immediately shouted, "Stop the car." Lance was completely confused, but he quickly found a safe spot on the side of the road to pull over. I stepped out and walked up to the notice board. Displayed there was the schematic for next year's land planning, the areas to be developed, and the plot numbers were all clearly marked. Seeing this public notice, especially the highlighted Plot 29, an inexplicable surge of excitement bubbled up in my heart. I had been so busy with company business that I almost missed this crucial piece of information. Secure a construction company as quickly as possible. A shell company is fine, as long as it has all the proper qualifications. Yes, miss. Miss, are we planning to break into the real estate market? Lance was truly bewildered by my sudden and erratic ideas. If he didn't trust that I wasn't the type to act without a plan, any normal employee would suspect that their boss had a screw loose. Talking about jumping industries without any prior warning, it looked like a complete whim. He wasn't an idiot either. He could tell at a glance that the miss wanted to bid on land. There was usually only one purpose for bidding on land: developing a real estate project. We aren't doing real estate development. Not now. And not in the future. This is merely a bargaining chip, I said with a calm expression. Currently, domestic infrastructure was booming at a staggering pace. In less than 2 years, high-speed rail, a pivotal future transportation tool, would certainly enter an even faster phase of development. Emerald City would definitely have a high-speed rail station, and the timing wasn't far off. Just 1 year from now, by 2009, construction would officially begin. It would be completed and put into operation about 2 years later. When construction begins on this station, the location selection is vital, because it directly impacts the developmental direction of the area. Currently, most people are inclined to believe it will be built in the North District. After all, the North District's location can directly connect to the surrounding counties. Building the station in the North District would directly drive the rapid development of those counties and the urban center. Moreover, in the future, a small airport and the popular light rail would also be planned for the North District, although the airport and the light rail don't even have a shadow yet. Following normal logic, even from my perspective, as a local leader making the choice, I would lean toward prioritizing the development of the North District. The North District connects directly to the 3 subordinate counties, whereas continuing development toward the south would at most establish a connection with the neighboring city, a local leader wanting to develop the local economy. naturally wants to prioritize the development of their own jurisdiction. Not only did I think this way, but those real estate developers shared the same mindset. Take the famous Millennium Plaza, for instance. Besides building a mall near the city center in the south, their second site was chosen in the North District. They saw the potential of that location, betting that the high-speed rail station would be placed there. However, reality was destined to go against their predictions. A high-speed rail project is sometimes not something a local leader can completely control in terms of its specific landing site. For example, higher-level leadership starting from a broader perspective needs to consider how to more conveniently and effectively drive the development of various cities below. Their thinking is similar to local leaders wanting to drive development in their counties. So the final result will surely be that at least 95% of people will guess wrong. They'll place their bets on the wrong horse. In all of Emerald City, I am the only one who knows the correct location. In a sense, I even know the exact site of the high-speed rail station earlier than Quincy's teacher. Therefore, Plot 29 is something I am determined to get. This plot is in the core area of the future station. Plot 28 across from it is the actual site of the future station. I won't bid on Plot 28. Even if you secured that land in Ad Sterling, it would eventually be reclaimed for the construction of the station project. Although some compensation would be given, it would undoubtedly be a headache for the leadership. I never give the leadership headaches. What I want are the surrounding plots, 29, 30, and 31. These three plots happen to be located to the south, north, and west of the station site. Plot 29 is the best among them, because a supporting school is planned to be built nearby. If conditions permit, I will try to secure all three plots. If that's impossible, securing Plot 29 alone will suffice. Of course, in the end, I must reiterate, I will not get involved in real estate development. Bidding on land is purely to increase the chips I hold in my hand. I had just returned to the office when Mitch hurried in. Miss, news from Ashton Gray. He says the group of pickpockets we taught a lesson to last time has retaliated against Daryl Lee's men at the train station. They were truly ruthless. I heard several people had their fingers chopped off. Daryl Lee is preparing to hit back. The two sides have now formed a blood feud. And the supermarket? Has anything happened recently? No. Those pickpockets don't dare to stir up trouble at the store for now. However, Jordan and his crew have been making small moves. Our proxy shopping is being blocked at their school. The brothers delivering goods said that items are frequently going missing from our outer members. At the Tech Institute, a few outer brothers were even beaten. I suspect they think we can't get into their school to cause them trouble, so they're deliberately trying to annoy us. That's all the skill they have left. Anything else? Is there word from Kevin? Yes. Things seem unstable within the Union right now. Scar is currently at a disadvantage in the struggle for the leadership of the Black Tortoise Hall. Kevin is essentially our mole within the Union now. He has been running with Scar. His previous experience in Foggy Creek had scared the life out of him. Combined with my powerful arrival in Emerald City, he very smartly chose to surrender proactively. Initially, it was this guy who had played Ashton Gray. Now, Kevin is deeply trusted by Scar. After all, among Scar's underlings, he is the best at brown-nosing. Under his flattery, a coward like Scar has actually started dreaming of becoming a hallmaster. Aside from his terrifying face, Scar actually has very weak combat ability. If he wasn't one of the earliest underlings to support Patrick Hale to become the boss of the Union, he'd probably just be a bouncer, guarding a door at most now, let alone being a hallmaster. The Union currently has 4 halls: Azure Dragon, White Tiger, Vermilion Bird, and Black Tortoise. The Azure Dragon Hallmaster is concurrently the Union boss. The White Tiger Hallmaster is Axel, whom I've dealt with. Whether looking at future developments or our last interaction, Axel is a very ambitious man. One sentence to describe him: a great man born between heaven and earth. How can he endure being beneath others for long? His background isn't simple either. One can tell from his attitude towards Spencer Lynn. This man is likely a hallmaster propped up by outsiders, with the goal of controlling the Union. The Vermilion Bird Hall is led by an old veteran of the Union, who is considered a neutral party. He basically did nothing after the previous boss died. He didn't say anything about avenging the boss either. He's basically a professional fence-sitter. He'll back whoever is most likely to take the throne. The Black Tortoise Hall currently doesn't have a master. Scar is currently salivating over that position. It's just a shame that his abilities are limited. It's hard for him to command the respect of the others. Even if Patrick Hale likes him, he has to consider the feelings of the brothers below if he promotes him. Where is Scar right now? I'll make a call and find out. Mitch immediately took out his phone and made a call. A few minutes later, he looked up with a strange expression. That kid's got guts. He actually dared to come onto our turf. He's at Jordan's underground casino right now. Weston and Silas are there too. I guess some people never change. I've been a bit busy lately, and I almost forgot about these few guys. Spread the word. We're making Jordan's crew disappear from this district for good. Those few managed to escape last time, so this is a perfect chance to catch them all in one net. Also, same old rule, invite Claire Grant over. I think the timing is about right to get Claire Grant into the Union. Claire's a decent fighter, but she still lacks the edge to handle certain emergencies. So I plan to arrange a few helpers to go in with her. Yes, miss. Mitch grew excited. It had been quite a long time since he'd seen any action. He felt like his training was going to waste. Of course, no matter how hard he worked out, those suit buttons still wouldn't close. The company was suddenly moving, although it couldn't be hidden from Lily Harper, who had been hoping for a chance to act tough. Once she learned the company was gathering its men, she rushed over from school without a moment's delay. She shouted the moment she stepped through the door, "Take me with you. Count me in. How can you have such a grand scene without Big Sister Lily?" Heh, she was finally considered an accepted member of the Grand Apex Alliance. After all, securing that contract previously had already made her the First Lady of Achievement, but the girl never mentioned she relied on her dad to get that contract. Given her background, that wasn't something she could say. She didn't say it, and we wouldn't mention it either. Everyone just tacitly played along with her, constantly praising her for being impressive and capable. Later, with the Mrs. Approval, Mitch gave her the title of Vice Hall Master on the spot. Mitch was mostly in charge of human resources and administrative matters. Although the power of a Vice Hall Master was significant, as the saying goes, rank suppresses people. No matter what she did, she had to get Mitch's approval. She was basically little more than a mascot, but the girl was content with that. She didn't care about actual power at all. She only knew she was now a big sister. That was enough for her. Now, wherever she went, as long as she entered the company, the underlings would shout, "Big Sister Lily," when they saw her. That alone could make her happy for half a day. Lily Harper's sudden arrival made Mitch look at the miss, asking for her opinion. Let her lead the team. It's fine. I thought for a moment and added, have Grizzly guard her well. After all, nothing could be allowed to happen to this girl. Otherwise, no matter if my company was legitimate or not, there would be no good outcome. Understood, Mitch nodded. He walked over to Lily Harper and said, "Lily, the miss has always felt you were a talent. Since you did such a great service for the company last time, your reward is to lead the team for this operation. Put on a good show." Really? Lily Harper's face was full of pleasant surprise. She had originally just wanted to make up the numbers and see such a scene for herself. She never expected they would let her lead. She could already imagine the scene of her commanding everyone with a single shout, "Of course it's real. I'll assist you, and you'll be the one directing the operation," Mitch said. "Awesome." Lily Harper shouted toward me where I sat not far away. "Love you, Vanessa. Just you wait. I guarantee I'll complete the mission perfectly." Looking at Lily Harper's innocent and somewhat goofy expression, an inexplicable warmth bubbled up in my heart. Out of all the people in the company, if you asked who I liked most, it would definitely be this girl. Although she was rebellious, she was also very pure. She didn't have a scheming bone in her body. Spending time with pure people makes your own mood better as well. Even with Yuna, my earliest classmate, I didn't have this same feeling. Of course, I also knew that some things couldn't be forced. People always change. Just then, I saw a timid figure at the door, looking like he wanted to enter but didn't quite dare. I asked, "Who's out there?" Lily Harper finally realized, turning back to walk to the door. She directly dragged the hesitant man in black framed glasses inside. "This is Yuna's friend. Yuna asked me to bring him along. By the way, I forgot your name." The boy looked at the girl sitting on the sofa with her legs crossed. She was looking at him with a powerful aura. He said weakly, "V. Vanessa. My name is Nolan Sterling." Nolan looked at this girl. For some reason, an invisible pressure rose in his heart. Even though she was extremely beautiful, and she wasn't even very old, for some reason, She made him feel like he couldn't catch his breath. Nolan Sterling. Who is Preston Sterling to you? He's my brother, Nolan answered nervously. Hearing his answer, my heart basically confirmed Yuna's intention in sending him over. Of all my underlings, the one who had progressed the fastest and changed the most was Yuna. The one with the greatest change was Yuna. That girl truly personified the saying, when away for 3 days, one must be viewed with new eyes. Actually, I can foresee the future of many people, but Yuna is the only one I can't see through. Of course, can't see through is in the literal sense, because according to the normal trajectory of my past life, Yuna shouldn't even exist right now. Although I can't see the girl's future, from the way she has progressed, given time, she will certainly be able to stand on her own, especially in the business world. By recommending Nolan Sterling, Yuna clearly saw that this person possessed a certain utility value. Perhaps he would be of help to the company. In fact, it was true. Nolan Sterling could be utilized in a massive way. Let's simply, Nolan's appearance. He would directly drive a leapfrog development for Grand Apex Supermarket. Lily, I'm going to have a private talk with Nolan. Don't be in such a rush to lead your team. There's no hurry for the operation. All right, Vanessa. Although Lily Harper didn't know what I was up to, she still responded obediently. Then I stood up and walked straight toward the conference room. Nolan was clearly a beat slow before hurriedly following. Only by standing within the core of this dark empire could one truly feel this senior's methods and power. Prior to this, he never would have imagined someone running a syndicate in such a manner. It completely redefined his understanding. The dojo to strengthen the body, the law firm for self-cultivation, and the headquarters as a stable center. If he had to summarize it in one sentence, this was a group of organized, disciplined, and powerful outlaws. After entering the conference room, I took the head seat. Then I signaled for him to sit beside me. Senior, please sit. Perhaps because there were only the two of them in this room, without the pressure from the men in black outside, Nolan's tense nerves relaxed significantly. He pulled out a chair and sat down. I have never been the type of person who enjoys small talk. I prefer to be direct. Of course, when facing someone weaker than yourself, there really was no need for formalities. Politeness is only for people who are stronger than me. Your father's health isn't doing so well. Actually, you don't need to worry about that. He has at least 10 years left in him. He won't be handing the family business over to your brother anytime soon. There's still a chance? Nolan's heart skipped a beat. This was simply too terrifying. He hadn't said a single word, yet the junior student standing before him had directly exposed the current state of his household, including every thought in his head. H, how did you know? I've met your brother. We've crossed paths, you could say. I didn't have a very good impression of him. So far, you've left a decent impression on me. But that's just from an outsider's perspective. In your father's eyes, you are far from a qualified successor. Aside from being a bit timid, you don't have a single redeeming quality. The Prescott Group is a massive empire. How could he ever leave it to you? Besides, there's no need to doubt yourself. You need to learn how to prove through your actions that you are the true heir to the Prescott Group. Nolan finally understood why Yuna suggested he come to find her. He could truly and clearly feel just how frightening this girl was. Without him saying a word, she could verbalize everything on his mind. She saw through his current predicament with total clarity. And this was only the first time they've ever met. This was beyond scary. Someone he was meeting for the first time could see through every little secret in his heart, making him feel like in front of this junior, he had no privacy at all. No wonder Yuna's eyes were full of worship. Whenever she mentioned her, she was indeed on a different level. Was she really only an 18-year-old girl? While Nolan was still lost in thought over what I'd just said, he suddenly heard the squeak of the door opening. Only then did he realize I was about to leave. He quickly stood up and chased after me. He summoned his courage and shouted the phrase he had been brewing for a long time. Vanessa, please help me. I turned around. My gaze fell upon him. How exactly do you want me to help you? Nolan was momentarily at a loss for words, not knowing how to articulate it. Could you help me become confident? Make me strong? I really don't want to go abroad. I can't handle foreign food. I lowered my eyes and pondered for a moment. There is a way to help you build confidence and strength quickly. It just depends on whether you're willing or not. I am. I'll do whatever you tell me to do. Nolan agreed without a moment's hesitation. A thought suddenly crossed my mind. If I sent your father to rot in prison, would you still be willing? Actually, this guy might really go through with it. Based on the gossip and leaks I saw in my past life, if they were actually true, then Nolan's father might truly end up in a jail cell. The Prescott Group in Emerald City might be a major real estate corporation, but Nolan's father, Arthur Sterling, didn't exactly have a clean rise to power. Of course, it wasn't just him. In this era, most successful CEOs have more or less some shady history. The key is whether or not evidence can be found. If it were 10 years later, or even 5 years later, it would be difficult even for me to find evidence. But it's different right now. I have some degree of certainty that I can get my hands on evidence of the Prescott Group's crimes, those luxury goods of unknown origin that Ashton Gray often gathers. I suspect the largest supplier of those goods is most likely the Prescott Group. The predecessor of the Prescott Group was originally a luxury goods boutique, and the owner of that boutique at the time was actually Nolan's mother. Later, after Arthur Sterling married into the family, he began to help manage the business. Once Nolan's mother became pregnant, the management of that boutique was gradually taken over entirely by Arthur Sterling. Under Arthur Sterling's management, the luxury boutique grew larger and larger, eventually evolving into a corporation. Then, several years later, with the boom of the real estate industry, Arthur Sterling decisively took that initial capital and transitioned into the real estate market. Over time, it developed into what it is now, the multi-billion-dollar Prescott Real Estate Group. During that period, Nolan's mother passed away, and the people from her side of the family were basically all purged by Arthur Sterling. Arthur Sterling is truly a ruthless man, but he was especially cold toward his first wife. As for the reason why, I'm not entirely sure. What exactly happened back then? Only Arthur Sterling himself probably knows the truth. I'm just an outsider who has read a few tabloid rumors. However, combined with the information from Ashton Gray, the Prescott Group currently hasn't completely gone legit. They are still involved in the smuggling business. I'm just not sure at the moment whether it's Arthur Sterling himself doing it or if someone is doing it behind his back. In any case, it hasn't been completely severed. Besides that, there's one more certainty. Nolan is definitely not favored by Arthur Sterling. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been bullied to this extent by the siblings born to his stepmother. Fine, since you made your choice, you can go with Lily. Thank you, Vanessa. Nolan thanked her with visible excitement. He hadn't expected things to go so smoothly. If he could truly get the help of the Grand Apex Alliance, he would have some degree of capital to fight his siblings for the inheritance of the group. What do you think of Yuna? Before I left, for some reason, this question suddenly popped into my head. So I asked. I didn't ask this because I suspected anything between Yuna and Nolan. In reality, there is likely no relation between them. They just happen to share the same last name. I asked this because I wanted to judge whether Nolan is the ungrateful type. If I help him, and he ends up like his father, pulling a betrayal the moment he's ahead, turning on his benefactors first, that would be beyond annoying. At the sudden mention of Yuna, Nolan was taken aback. A soft spot in his heart seemed to have been gently touched. Actually, since he was a child, his father hadn't cared for him much, let alone shown any concern. Especially after his stepmother gave birth to his siblings, he became almost invisible in the family. To be honest, it had been a long time since he felt like someone was standing in front of him, caring for and protecting him. It was indeed a bit embarrassing for a grown man to be protected by a girl. There was a certain level of shame in it. But whenever he thought of scenes from his childhood, when Preston made a mistake, and Paige Sterling would spread her tiny hands to block their father, stubbornly protecting her brother, he felt incredibly envious. Envious of Preston. Envious that he had a sister like that. Even though he was also their brother, he was treated as a total outsider. After a long while, Nolan said softly, I often think, if Yuna were my sister, I would give my life for her. I clearly hadn't expected him to give an answer like that, but I was very satisfied. At 8:30 p.m. On the streets of University Town, Claire Grant and I were walking along the sidewalk, window shopping. When we were about halfway through, snow suddenly began to fall from the sky, and the snowfall showed signs of getting heavier. Seeing this, Lance, who was following behind the two of us, immediately bought a large black umbrella from a convenience store. He came up behind us and opened the umbrella, but I waved my hand and refused. No need for the umbrella. A look of delight crossed my face. I reached out to feel the snowflakes. It's been a long time since I've seen snow. It's nice. It snows every year though. Why do you sound like you haven't seen it in a lifetime? Because I really haven't seen it in years. I didn't offer any further explanation. In my past life, I always lived in the South, so I truly hadn't seen snow with my own eyes in ages. After walking through the heavy snow for a few minutes, I spotted a shop with a sign written in neon chalk that read, "Digital Photo Stickers." It was a $5 A-sheet photo booth shop. On a sudden whim, I pulled Claire Grant right inside. The shop was covered in alternative sample photos, mostly featuring those extravagant scene-style hairstyles and 45-degree upward-gazing poses. "Boss, we want to take some stickers." It turns out that girls are naturally drawn to taking photos. Claire Grant was initially a bit awkward about wandering the streets alone with me. After all, from her perspective, I had always been that mysterious, veiled girl. But as I pulled her along to start picking out photo templates, she gradually forgot all of that. The two of us squeezed into the photo booth machine and started snapping away. About 10 minutes later, we were finally finished. "Do you want high def or matte finish?" "Matte, of course. Matte finish is the GOAT." Once we made our choice, the owner handed over the printed sticker sheet. "All right, see if you're happy with these." I took the photos, and the two of us leaned in together to admire them. The matte texture gave the stickers a bit of a vintage vibe. Claire pointed at one where the two of us were making goofy faces, and couldn't help but laugh out loud. "This one looks so dumb, but I love it." "Then let's print an extra copy of this one. One for each of us." "Deal. I'm keeping this forever." Lance Yun, standing to the side, couldn't help but chime in. Could I have a copy too?" He never dreamed he'd see a moment like this. A scene of the two young ladies getting along so warmly. So he really wanted a copy to keep. If Lance Yun hadn't spoken up, I almost would have forgotten about him. "Sure, but you have to go take some of your own too." A moment later, Lance Yun came out holding a sheet of stickers with stiff expressions. His expression was exactly the same in every single photo, looking like it had been photoshopped on. "Paha, your face looks like it's on a wanted poster. Every single one is identical. It's just too funny." Lance Yun just watched them as they chattered and debated over the photo stickers. At that moment, he truly felt that they looked like real sisters, and he also hadn't seen the miss this relaxed in a very long time. She seemed to have dropped all her guards, looking exactly like an ordinary college student. While we were busy cutting the photos, the shop door was pushed open, and a couple walked inside. However, the moment the man saw Lance Yun, his instinct was to turn around and drag the girl away. "Where do you think you're going, Silas?" Silas froze instantly. He then turned back with a forced smile. "Brother Lance, what a coincidence. What brings you here?" "What else would I be doing here?" "Waiting for your grand arrival, of course." "Brother Lance, you've got to be joking." Just then, the bad girl beside him said irritably, "Silas, who is this guy? He's got quite the attitude. Does he not know who you are?" Silas's expression changed instantly. "Shut up," he barked. "This is Brother Lance, the big boss of the Grand Apex Alliance. Anyway, Brother Lance, I won't bother you further. We'll be on our way now." But as he turned to leave, he suddenly heard a massive commotion coming from outside. The sound of many feet stomping on the snow created a loud, crunching noise. When Silas saw the dense crowd of men in black appearing, his legs went weak and he nearly fell to his knees. "Brother Lance, Brother Lance! I've already turned over a new leaf. I have absolutely no disloyalty toward you or Ms. Miller." By then, Claire Grant also heard the noise outside. Ignoring everything else, she rushed to the door. When she saw the scene before her, her pupils constricted sharply. There was no way. She couldn't guess why I'd invited her out shopping now. As I stepped out from behind Claire Grant, Silas grew even more terrified seeing me in person. "Ms. Miller. Ms. Miller, I've never gone against you. I didn't even participate last time. Please, have mercy on me. Jordan and the others are plotting to deal with you. But it really has nothing to do with me." "Is that so? Then why don't you tell Officer Grant here exactly what Jordan and the rest are doing across the street?" At that moment, I seemed like a completely different person. A suffocating aura of authority radiated from me. Evergreen Road. Miss, beside me, stood only a cold-faced young man. He held a black umbrella over me, like a loyal knight, silently guarding my side. Even more shocking was that nearly 100 professional-looking men in black suits were lined up neatly in front of me. The entire scene was thick with a chilling, murderous intent that seemed to freeze the very air. The shops nearby that hadn't closed yet saw this and immediately pulled down their shutters, closing at lightning speed. Claire Grant was stunned. Even though this wasn't the first time she'd seen such a Garver scene, she couldn't help but feel the shock in her heart. Silas quickly explained the situation inside. Jordan and the others were gambling in an illegal casino, which was packed with slot machines, and some people were even playing with illicit illegal lotteries. Once Claire Grant snapped out of it, she immediately pulled out her phone. "Chief, I have a situation here. I need backup immediately." "How many men?" "As many as possible." "Understood." After hanging up, she looked at me by her side. With a complex expression, she felt like she was being used again. No doubt their actions were legal, once more, and since she was my undercover in the police force, she had to cooperate. My next words only solidified her undercover status. "Claire, in a moment, a man with a scar on his face will be brought out. Even though his history isn't clean, I think you could let him go. What do you think?" As I spoke, I intentionally let the bracelet on my wrist show. Claire Grant initially wanted to refuse, letting a criminal go? Isn't that a dereliction of duty? But thinking of her mission to enter the lion's den, she could only reluctantly agree. "I'll handle it." As she said that, her fist tightened slightly. "Is everyone ready?" I asked. Lily Harper jumped out excitedly, outlining her plan. "Vanessa, I've already arranged the troops. First, we break down the door. Then we charge in with all our might, catching them completely off guard. Then we plant our flag. From now on, this place belongs to us." Sometimes I really wondered if Lily Harper really grew up in a high-ranking military compound. Claire Grant muttered to herself. I didn't hear anything. It's all an illusion." "An illusion, Willie? Then proceed with the operation." I gave the order. Lily Harper, who had been waiting impatiently, immediately prepared to shout the order. But suddenly she felt something was missing. Her large eyes swept around, then landed on the megaphone in Mitch's. "And, Mitch, let me borrow that for a second." Mitch handed his artifact of command straight to her. Once she had the artifact in hand, Lily Harper looked as if she were possessed by a heroic spirit, shouting at the top of her lungs, "Charge with Big Sister Lily." I suddenly felt like I couldn't watch any longer. I was afraid that seeing Lily Harper's delusional main character energy would make me burst out laughing. Boom. The front doors were smashed open, and the dark mass of people surged inside like a tide. Meanwhile, Nolan Sterling watched as the Grand Apex Alliance members rushed in. He still stood there, feeling somewhat lost and helpless. Seeing this, Mitch handed his expandable baton directly to him. "Brother, do you feel like you're missing some security? Without a weapon in your hand? Here, take mine." Nolan was taken aback. "But what about you?" "I'll just grab whatever's handy." Mitch walked straight to the trunk of one of the black cars parked by the road. He pulled out a massive cleaver over 2 yards long. The blade wasn't actually made of metal. It just looked that way on the surface. Otherwise, he wouldn't even be able to lift such a giant weapon. This was a custom-made prop he'd ordered specifically for showing off. Etched onto the side were 3 large words, "Peace on Earth." Nolan looked at him, his mouth agape at the sight of the man carrying such a massive blade. He was speechless. Then he looked down at the expandable baton in his hand, which was as thin as a twig. This was way too handy, wasn't it? "Don't worry about the details." Mitch hoisted the giant blade. "Let's go and get them." But Nolan still didn't move. He hadn't even processed what was happening. His head was in a total state of chaos. If he wasn't mistaken, he had come here to build confidence and courage, right? And this was how they were helping him? By handing him a baton and telling him to just charge in blindly? Claire Grant and I stood in front of the sticker shop across the street, silently watching the activity at the building opposite us. I noticed Nolan still standing there in a daze, and couldn't help but shake my head. He was still a coward at heart. However, I wouldn't force him to change overnight. After all, anyone seeing such a scene for the first time with their own eyes would feel a bit overwhelmed. It was only natural. We would take it slow. Just then, Yuna appeared out of nowhere. She greeted me first, before walking up to Nolan. "What, are you scared?" "It's normal to be afraid after what those thugs did to you last time. I can understand that. But Nolan, you have Vanessa now, and you have the Grand Apex Alliance backing you. If you're still going to be like this, then I suggest You give up on those unrealistic dreams sooner than later. Going abroad would actually be better for you. You're just not cut out to run the family business, you know. Nolan, stop letting people look down on you. Time ticked by. The cold wind swirled snowflakes onto their shoulders, dyeing them white. Yuna looked at the boy holding the baton, who kept his head bowed and remained motionless. The disappointment in her eyes began to deepen. Nolan, I'm truly disappointed in you. I shouldn't have helped you in the first place. With that, Yuna snatched the baton from his hand and turned to head upstairs. Nolan's heart jolted violently at her movement. He had lived his entire life walking on eggshells, never daring to defy anyone, because he knew he had no capital to do so. Because he was the eldest son, the big brother, whenever his siblings made a mistake, his father and stepmother could use the excuse that they were still young to let them off. But if he made a mistake, he got the business end of a leather belt. The irony was, he always felt like his father looked at him with nothing but disgust. Originally, he thought it was because he didn't work hard enough, wasn't obedient enough, or wasn't excellent enough. But later, he heard a rumor that it was because he looked too much like his mother. Yet since he could remember, he had never seen his mother. In fact, he didn't even know what she looked like. No one in the house ever mentioned her. Even his father never spoke of her. He felt like he'd been picked up from a dumpster, or had just suddenly popped out from the cracks of a rock. He had no heritage, no roots to trace. Everyone in the family treated him with coldness, acting as if he were a complete stranger. He was treated worse than the family's housekeeper. Sometimes he really wanted to ask his father if he was actually his biological son, but he didn't dare to ask. He lacked the courage to find out. He could only silently endure it all, burying all his grease-sterlings and resentment deep in his heart. Why did his father refuse to speak of his mother? And why did he hate him? These questions had haunted Nolan for over a decade, yet he still had no answers. He also loathed his own cowardice, even feeling like he was a total loser. Despite being an enviable, wealthy heir, despite knowing that his mother had left him a coming-of-age gift, shares in the Prescott Group, he didn't even have the courage to ask for them, because until he turned 18, those shares were held in trust by his father, and they remained in his father's hands today. Years ago, although Arthur Sterling had turned a luxury boutique into the current Prescott Real Estate Group, the seed capital had been provided by Nolan's mother. That was an indisputable fact. Therefore, even after Nolan's mother later stopped managing the company, due to her pregnancy and the birth of her son, she remained the company's largest shareholder. Much like an early investor in a startup, no matter how big the company grew, her early entry and high stake meant she would hold a significant percentage of shares for the long term. After Nolan was born, his mother, Sarah, had already prepared an agreement, and had it notarized, placing her shares into a trust, to be given to her son, Nolan, because she felt that her son would inevitably become the successor of the company, and was qualified to inherit it. But following her death, Nolan's father forcefully took control of everything. Later, as his siblings grew up, they began to treat him with hostility, because they knew that Nolan was the one truly entitled to inherit the group. That was why they did everything possible to bully him, finding thugs to threaten him, all to force him to go abroad. As long as he was gone, everything would fall into place for them, making it easy to manipulate the outcome. Although Nolan knew everything, he could do nothing. No one supported him, let alone helped him. He had eventually even resigned himself to his fate, becoming numb to it until Yuna appeared. In all his life, Yuna was the first girl to stand in front of him and step up to protect him. That image was strikingly similar to when Paige Sterling used to protect Preston as children. His first thought then was, so this is what it feels like to be protected by a sister. Without realizing it, Yuna's importance in his heart had surpassed that of a classmate, a friend, or even his own family. So when Yuna said those disappointing words, he felt something deep inside him, gradually slipping away. It was the one thing he had tried desperately to hold onto his whole life, but had never truly possessed. Gradually, Nolan's body began to tremble slightly, his heart racing, and his eyes turning red. Just as Yuna was about to step through the building's entrance, Nolan snatched the black-framed glasses from his face and slammed them onto the ground. Then, with every ounce of his strength, he roared at Yuna's retreating back, "I won't let anyone look down on me ever again." That roar made everyone present freeze in surprise, including Claire Grant and me standing across the street. After the roar, he charged straight into the shop, reaching out to snatch the baton from Yuna's hand. I'll grab it. I'm grabbing it. I'm still reaching, huh? Why can't I find it? Thud. Nolan Sterling grabbed at thin air. His body stumbled forward, and he fell straight onto his knees in front of Yuna with a heavy thud. Yuna looked down at him. Seriously, dude? It's not even New Year yet. Are you that eager to give me your New Year greetings? Ignoring the embarrassment, Nolan said frantically, I dropped my glasses. Quick, help me find them. His nearsightedness was over 5.0 diopters. Without his glasses, he was practically blind. Yuna turned back and walked outside the shop, picking up the glasses for him. Fortunately, modern glasses are made of resin. They didn't shatter, though the frames were a bit bent. They were still usable. As Nolan put his glasses back on, his world came back into focus, and he pulled himself together. He let out another roar. I can do this. Let's go. Then he directly swiped the baton from Yuna's hand and charged toward the second floor. From the outside, the second floor looked like a completely ordinary arcade. The walls were covered in vintage arcade posters, and about a dozen old coin-op machines were lined up. However, on the eastern side of this arcade, there was a hidden door. Because it was so well disguised, you wouldn't see anything suspicious without a very close look. Behind that secret door lay a very well-hidden casino. Currently, a group of blonde thugs and several gamblers were huddled around the machines, gambling frantically. Some gamblers whose eyes were bloodshot from losses were unwilling to accept their defeat after going broke. Seeing the blonde thug guarding the floor counting money, a wicked thought surged in one man's mind. Just as he tried to rush forward to snatch the cash and bolt, he was ruthlessly kicked back by a blonde thug standing guard nearby. What followed was a brutal beating. Such scenes were common in the casino. Neither the gamblers in the room, nor the thugs, found it surprising anymore. Jordan sat in the innermost VIP area. Beside him was Weston, the boss from the vocational college, along with several other University Town local thugs. Sitting across from him were Scar and Kevin from the Union. Scar had a cigarette in his mouth, squinting at the screen, clattering chips into the machine. In truth, the reason Jordan could open an underground casino in this neighborhood was due to the protection of the Union. One of the Union's biggest sources of income is running casinos. Their setup is similar to Jordan's floor, a normal-looking arcade on the outside for a facade, but with a large number of gambling machines hidden inside. The odds on these machines can be adjusted at will. They can set them to make however much they want. Scar played a few rounds, and after losing every single chip in his hand, he slammed the machine in a rage. Jordan, he cursed loudly. What kind of fucking odds did you set? This is a scam. I haven't won a single damn round. Seeing this, Jordan said hurriedly, Brother Scar, don't be angry. Don't be angry. I'll get you some more chips right now. As he spoke, he shot a look at the lackey guarding the door. The lackey immediately brought over some chips. Only then did Scar's anger subside slightly. He took the chips and continued playing. After losing them all again after a few more rounds, he stopped playing. He looked up at Jordan and said, Jordan, have you thought about it? I'm currently fighting for the position of Black Tortoise Hall Master. As long as you're willing to run with me, I guarantee you'll be living the high life from now on. Jordan heard this and gave a cold sneer in his heart. He knew long ago that Scar was a total incompetent. When they ran into our group before, he was as cowardly as a dog, practically ready to grovel at that woman's feet. The man had no backbone at all. Although Jordan himself had knelt back then, it was merely a temporary tactic to survive. To be honest, if it weren't for Scar's standing within the Union, Jordan would have had him tossed out long ago. He only had a dozen or so underlings. Yet here he was putting on airs, dreaming of being a hallmaster. He was purely delusional. Besides, what actual benefits could he offer him? Absolutely nothing. So why should he follow such a loser? Originally, he thought about running with Scar, because he wanted to use his influence to unify University Town. But that dream was shattered now. The Grand Apex Alliance now ruled University Town. That was what he thought. But Jordan said, Brother Scar, I'm truly sorry. I've already pledged myself to another big boss, and I can't just be an ungrateful traitor. Scar's eyes narrowed at Jordan's words. You're not joking with me, are you? Scar was furious. He felt like he was being played. If he hadn't had any designs on the Hall Master position, it wouldn't have mattered if he recruited underlings or not. But now Kevin had already fueled his ambition to its peak. Once the fire of desire in a man's heart is stoked, it isn't so easily extinguished. With Kevin's egging him on, Scar believed that if he wanted the Hall Master seat, he had to gather more underlings and grow his own power. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to hold his head up in the syndicate and would be looked down upon. So he had contacted Jordan again, intending to take his whole crew as his own lackeys. But who would have thought Jordan would be so two-faced and refuse to acknowledge him, even turning to join another boss? Scar said, "By doing this, do you know you're making an enemy of the Union? Brother Scar, you don't need to try to scare me. To tell you the truth, the boss I'm following is Axel from your own Union." "You mean Axel?" "That's right. Brother Scar, I'm giving you face by calling you brothers. Without that face, you're absolutely nothing. Say that again, you bastard." Kevin heard Jordan insulting Scar like that, and stepped forward immediately, ready to throw down. "I'll say it again, what of it?" Jordan completely dropped the act. "Brother Axel is the master of the White Tiger Hall. And you, Brother Scar, let's be honest. If it weren't for Boss Hale's favor, who in the syndicate would even give you the time of day?" He was following Axel now, so he was basically White Tiger Hall material. Axel's status was far above Scar's, and his power was countless times stronger. He had no need to play nice with a coward who almost knelt to a broad. Even though Jordan himself had knelt back then, it was a different situation. If he hadn't knelt, he'd be meeting his ancestors. "Weston, and everyone else, I invited you all here today to make things clear." Jordan's gaze swept across the faces of Weston and the others. "Who rules University Town right now?" "The Grand Apex Alliance. Why does that broad from State Finance get to walk all over us?" Weston narrowed his eyes. "What Jordan means is," Silas was too chicken and quit. "But that's normal. Those guys at the Tech Institute are just computer nerds, spineless cowards. We're different. As long as you're willing to follow me, and follow Brother Axel in time, we will definitely be able to topple the Grand Apex Alliance, and I'll crush that broad under my heel. Not only that, I'll make sure each of you earns at least this much every month." Jordan held up 10 fingers as he spoke. Weston and the other bosses present shook with excitement. 10,000? "That's right." Jordan nodded. Upon receiving confirmation, these thug leaders, even the campus boss's eyes lit up at that. In this day and age, making $100,000 a month was an absolute fortune. They knew that their usual monthly intake from protection fees and managing venues didn't even add up to half of that amount. Once they split it among the brothers below, they were lucky to walk away with a few thousand themselves. But now Jordan was saying he could make sure they each earned $100,000 a month. It would be a miracle if they weren't tempted. Of course, they also believed Jordan had the right channels. One look at this casino he was running was enough to know. He was definitely raking it in every month. To be honest, they had been a bit envious when they first found out about it. It paid much better than the grueling work of guarding clubs. "Jordan, what you're saying is, you can provide us with these gambling machines. If you give me the machines, I'm in." "Me too." Jordan shook his head. "I'm not giving you machines, but I have something even more profitable." As he spoke, he pulled a bag of little party pills from his pocket and tossed them onto the table in front of everyone. "What are these?" The group looked on, confused. "The good stuff, obviously," Jordan said, a mysterious smile curling his lips. He lowered his voice and said, "You guys should try them. I guarantee they're a bigger rush than any energy drink. The best part is, demand is through the roof." Hearing him say that, everyone immediately guessed what they were. Their hearts jolted. Dealing this kind of stuff? If things got serious, you were looking at a one-way ticket to death row. This bastard really had some massive balls. But then they thought about the $100,000 a month, and they were truly wavering. For a moment, they couldn't make up their minds. Now that you've seen the merchandise, there's no backing out now. Jordan's expression suddenly shifted, his eyes turning cold as he spoke. "Either we all get rich together." As he spoke, the 20 or so thugs in the room all stood up. They were clutching weapons, glaring fiercely at the group. Weston and the others looked at the hostile thugs, words failing them. Their faces were incredibly grim. Right now, Jordan held the knife, and they were the meat on the chopping block. They simply had no choice. Seeing them fold, Jordan put on a smile again. "Don't worry, nothing is going to happen. I have people covering for me at the top. Even if you do get caught, as long as you keep your mouths shut, they can pull you out." Hearing Jordan's reassurance, everyone let out a small sigh of relief. They could guess that anyone daring to run this business must have serious backing. Scar watched Jordan recruit a whole new group of underlings right in front of him, yet he could do nothing. He felt incredibly stifled. He could only grit his teeth and say, "We're leaving." Just as he was about to walk out, Jordan suddenly blocked his path. "Not so fast, brother Scar. You lost about 20,000 in my place today, didn't you? Pay up before you go." Scar was completely enraged now. "You dare to scam me, you bastard." In all his time on the streets, aside from that one pathetic showing, where he was handled by my side, he had never been so insulted. He accepted that loss because the miss was truly ruthless and high-level. But you, a measly campus punk, trying to ride over his head? That was unacceptable. "Jordan, do you think I won't kill you? Don't funny and think that just because you're following that piece of shit Axel, no one can touch you." Scar had always been at odds with Axel, so he frequently referred to Axel as Axel the asshole. Of course, it was precisely because Scar was highly trusted by boss Patrick Hale that Axel had never dared to do anything to him. Jordan, hearing Scar's threat, gave a cold sneer. He then turned to Weston and the other bosses and said, "You all need to give me a loyalty oath today. Give brother Scar a proper beating. Otherwise, no one is walking out of that door." Everyone's expression changed at those words. They were being asked to hit someone from the Union? And boss Patrick Hale's confidant at that? Wasn't that just a death wish? Don't worry, brother Axel has wanted to handle this guy for ages. Going against brother Axel never ends well. Even if you use your hands on Scar, brother Axel will guarantee your safety. Hearing this, the group gritted their teeth and surrounded him. "Brother Scar, you offended someone you shouldn't have. Our hands are tied." Just then, Kevin stepped in again, blocking the way in front of Scar. "I want to see who dares to touch brother Scar. Whoever moves, I'll make sure they leave here on a stretcher." Scar looked at Kevin in front of him, his heart filled with emotion. When push came to shove, he could still rely on Kevin. Bringing him from Foggy Creek was truly the best decision he'd ever made. If he could just secure that hall master position, he would definitely give him a massive promotion. And he would teach him his empty-handed blade catch secret technique without holding anything back. I think you've grown old and blind. Can't you count? I'm going to see, with all these brothers here, who's really leaving on a—" Jordan didn't finish his sentence. A massive crash echoed from the entrance. Damn. The disguised plywood door instantly exploded into splinters. Immediately following that, a girl's crisp voice rang out through a megaphone. "Big Sister Lily has arrived. Nobody move. Hands behind your heads and get on the ground." What the hell is going on? Before Jordan and the others could react, a massive number of black-clad Grand Apex Alliance members, armed with expandable batons and other weapons, surged inside with terrifying momentum. The casino, which was already thick with tension, was instantly engulfed in fear. Weston and the others all instinctively looked toward Jordan. "The Grand Apex Alliance is here. Can you still protect us now?" Jordan didn't have time for them. His face turned pale as a ghost. He quickly shouted, "Get them out of here. Fight them back. I'm going to call brother Axel." He knew better than anyone that if he fell into the hands of the Grand Apex Alliance today, he was truly finished. Anyone with eyes could see that the Grand Apex Alliance was here to wipe them all out, especially thinking of their ties with the police. If they were caught selling those party pills, he would probably never see the outside of a prison cell again. The 20-some underlings in the room hurriedly raised their weapons to counterattack, but they were simply outnumbered, and they already had a lingering fear of the Grand Apex Alliance. They began to retreat as soon as the fighting started. Soon, Jordan's underlings were all systematically taken down. Everyone was brought under control, including Jordan, Weston, and the collateral damage, brother Scar and his man. Not a single person escaped. Lily Harper stood at the back of the crowd, seeing that her first time commanding a battle had resulted in a total victory. She let out a smug grin. She stood with one hand on her hip, ready to follow the example she'd seen, and give these guys a taste of the Grand Apex Alliance's exclusive interrogation methods. But before she could move, she saw Mitch walking in, carrying that 2-yard-long cleaver engraved with "Peace on Earth." "It's over already? My new blade hasn't even been baptized in blood yet." But when he saw Lily Harper preparing to go straight for Jordan, he hurriedly called out to her, "Lily, follow the standard procedure and secure the scene first." Lily Harper finally remembered. Whenever the Grand Apex Alliance handled business, The cleanup and evidence work had to be done properly. She quickly arranged for people to take photos and videos, and also had several men put on white gloves to collect the party pills and other evidence into transparent plastic bags. Someone else was tasked with taking standard mugshots of every captive. The entire process was so standardized and detailed that it left Scar and the others completely dazed. Damn it, they looked even more professional than the police. Once all the work was completed, Lily Harper suddenly forgot her next lines. She furrowed her brows, a trace of confusion flickering in her eyes. She asked Mitch, what's the next move? Mitch said with a totally indifferent look, from here on out, you can do whatever you want. When Lily Harper heard Mitch say that, she turned around and stepped 1 foot onto the gambling table, her inner Chunibyo spirit burning with a fierce intensity. The darkness, the light shall ultimately surrender to the darkness, and you all shall become the sacrifices for Big Sister Lily's first battle. Men, how shall Big Sister Lily proceed with the execution? Repeat the execution. By the time Chief Quincy arrived with his team, a group of tormented thugs was being led out of the building one by one by the members of the Grand Apex Alliance. Theodore Vance also made a timely appearance at the scene, approaching Chief Quincy and pushing up his glasses to explain the situation. Chief Quincy, the brothers of my firm, happened to encounter a group of criminals engaged in mass gambling, running an illegal casino, and even selling and consuming illicit party pills. As a civilized unit that has received numerous commendations from your prestigious precinct, and as a unit recognized for bravery in action, our firm acted out of our core philosophy of putting justice first. We have taken action. According to Chapter 8, Article 12 of the Grand Apex Alliance Employee Handbook, any behavior that threatens public safety must be immediately stopped, and the entire process must be recorded on video for documentation to gather relevant evidence. We would never want to add unnecessary workload to our dear police officers. Of course, considering the criminals might have violent tendencies, we took some minor necessary restrictive measures, ensuring no secondary injuries were caused to the suspects throughout. Chief Quincy can clearly see this for himself, and you are free to arrange for them to be tested at a hospital. Just then, a Grand Apex Alliance lackey behind him handed over a sealed evidence bag. Inside, ledgers, pills, and phones were all present, with every single item labeled neatly. Last month, I saw on the news that you were meeting with leadership and emphasizing the Thunderbolt special action against gambling and drugs. Our law firm worked overnight to produce 17 pages of study notes, and these are the results of our learning. We are now officially turning them over to you. As Theodore Vance spoke, he handed all the physical evidence to Chief Quincy. Seeing their professional, clean, and efficient style of handling business, Chief Quincy suddenly had the feeling that a place like University Town hardly seemed to need the police precinct at all. The Grand Apex Alliance was enough. What was the point of having them around? He truly felt like they were redundant. Of course, they weren't entirely useless. At least the Grand Apex Alliance didn't have a place to house the suspects. He took a deep breath. Did you see that? Did you see that? What is professionalism? This is professionalism. Chief Quincy looked at the officers before him, his tone full of frustration. When will you all be able to reach this level of efficiency? Our district's crime rate would drop by at least 2%. Hearing Chief Quincy's praise, Theodore Vance wore a humble expression. Chief Quincy, you flatter us. It's really nothing worth mentioning. On that note, I wanted to ask, how are the arrangements for our firm's new merit banner? Should I come to pick it up, or will you be delivering it? Good grief, they weren't even being polite about it anymore. Chief Quincy was starting to suspect that if this kept up, the Grand Apex Alliance would have more merit banners than they had in the entire police station. The moment that thought arose, he quickly shook his head to dismiss it. Don't think about it. It was too terrifying. I'll arrange for someone to deliver it, Chief Quincy said. Once the police took over the scene, Lily Harper and the others began to lead their men away. Silas and his bad girlfriend were standing not far from me, having watched this somewhat horrifying process from start to finish. It felt exactly like that previous massive brawl, except this time as a true bystander. He had witnessed with his own eyes what it meant to rule with one hand. The Grand Apex Alliance had proactively come looking for trouble, not only wiping out Jordan's crew in one go, but doing so without a single negative consequence. Furthermore, he discovered that the relationship between these Grand Apex members and the police Was so close they might as well have shared the same pair of pants. During the handover of personnel, both sides were natural and practiced. There were even officers giving the men in black thumbs up. Their coordination was perfectly in sync. FS. Just based on this scene, who in University Town, or even the Lee District, could ever stand against the Grand Apex Alliance? At that thought, Silas couldn't help but look up at the sky. Even though it was already dark out, for some reason, he felt like his own heart was being shrouded in a layer of black. He suddenly had the urge to stop being a thug, study hard, and just be a good boy. Silas, have you made up your mind? Silas snapped back to reality. Before he could even react, thud. A black shadow plummeted from the second floor, crashing heavily onto the snow-covered ground. Silas stared at that figure in the snow, his mind going completely blank. He was paralyzed with fear. A powerful surge of terror instantly rushed into his heart, overwhelming him. Scared out of his wits, he dropped to his knees in front of me with a heavy thud. Ms. Miller, I'll do it. I'll do whatever you want. This woman was too ruthless. She actually dared to commit a murder, right under the noses of the police to show her power. Although he hadn't seen the process clearly, he could see two men in black on the second floor, leaning their heads out to look down, most likely. The reason they threw Jordan down was easy to guess. Jordan and his crew had been unrepentant, repeatedly trying to oppose the Miss and her alliance. She had lost her patience, and decided it was time to kill a chicken to warn the monkeys. And so, Jordan became that sacrificial chicken. Yes, that had to be it. So even if Silas was 1,000% unwilling, he had to agree now. Otherwise, he might be the next one thrown off that floor. And meanwhile, Scar and the others, who had just been led downstairs, were also terrified by the sight. Especially Scar. Thinking back on those dozen or so brothers of his, who had died in vain, the fear in his heart was magnified infinitely once again. The Miss, even after all this time, she was still just as ruthless and cold-blooded. If given the chance, he would definitely support the Miss in taking the top seat of the Union. The current boss, Patrick Hale, was ruthless enough, but compared to the Miss, he still seemed to be lacking something. Patrick Hale might have blood on his hands, but that was always done in the shadows. Look at the Miss. She could only be described as completely above the law. Furthermore, just how powerful were her connections that she dared to do this in front of so many people? After causing such a massive scene, not only did the police take no action against the men in black, they actually carried the body straight into a police car. They even kicked at the snow where Jordan had landed, as if they were intentionally destroying the scene. The whole thing felt like they were blatantly covering for the Grand Apex Alliance. Seeing social outcasts cleaning the floor for her was utterly absurd. It was effectively an indirect announcement of an invisible rule. In this territory, the Grand Apex Alliance was above the law. After Scar and his group were taken from the scene, the dazed Jordan, who had been knocked out by the fall, woke up in the car clutching his head. He began cursing loudly. Which idiot poured water all over the hallway? Didn't they know it would freeze? It hurts like hell. It turned out that as he was being led downstairs by two men in black, he had accidentally stepped on an icy patch on the stairs. He had actually lost his footing and fallen straight through an open floor-to-ceiling window. Fortunately, it wasn't a high floor, plus the first-floor awning had broken his fall. And there were several layers of discarded cardboard boxes piled on the sidewalk below, covered by the heavy snow. The man was actually fine. As for the police officer kicking the ground a few times, he just wanted to check if there was something there to cushion the fall, to decide whether or not an ambulance was needed. If it wasn't serious, a squad car to the hospital would suffice. However, because the fall was so sudden, it ended up terrifying Scar and the others, causing a major misunderstanding. Jordan's sudden fall happened to be witnessed by Claire Grant from across the street. Of course, she hadn't seen the whole thing clearly either. Just like Silas, she only noticed two men in black from the Grand Apex Alliance poking their heads out from the second floor and glancing down a few times. To an outsider, they really looked as if they were checking to see if the guy was dead. Actually, after spending so much time together, Claire had started to waver internally, feeling like I perhaps wasn't as dark as I appeared on the surface. But how could she explain this? The man was a suspect, certainly, but the way these men in black acted was excessive. It was basically taking the law into their own hands. She didn't believe for a second that I wasn't behind it. I probably never would have guessed. that I had somehow become a suspect in her eyes. Truth be told, seeing someone fall from the building had surprised me as well, but I was certain it wasn't my men's doing. The members of the Grand Apex Alliance knew exactly what was allowed, and what wasn't. In such an obvious accident, only a fool would believe they were responsible. In the end, Claire left without even saying goodbye. Today's events had been a massive shock to her. As an officer with a strong sense of justice, the fact that she hadn't slapped handcuffs on me showed great restraint. To kill someone so blatantly, right in front of the police, was pure lawlessness. It was a direct slap in the face to the police force. Though she was furious with my actions, she ultimately didn't throw away the photo stickers we'd just taken. Of course, she no longer saw them as a symbol of friendship, but as a souvenir for when she eventually sent me to prison with her own hands. It all came back to the plan. Entering the lion's den, the first thing she had to do upon returning was to get Scar bailed out. Then she would see exactly how I planned to use him later. After returning to the station, Claire reported the matter to the chief first. Actually, given her rank, it was improper to constantly bypass the chain of command. But regarding the infiltration plan against me, the two of them had a prior understanding. So, it wasn't an issue. Chief Quincy signaled for her to sit upon seeing her. He spoke directly. The Grand Apex firm's lawyer, Theodore Vance, just gave me a full report. This time, we dismantled an underground casino and apprehended several suspects involved in selling illegal party pills. You get top credit because you discovered it first and prevented the suspects from escaping in an emergency before having them assist you in wiping out the entire group of suspects. Chief, Claire quickly stood up to explain. She didn't deserve top credit. She'd only made a phone call. Why did it sound like she had done everything? Sit down first. Doc, Quincy said. I know they're using you as an excuse, but it is undeniable that you were the first on the scene. According to regulations, you should be commended. Whoever is first on the front line and achieves results deserves recognition. Claire fell silent. She suddenly had the feeling that the chief had changed. He'd become a bit more opportunistic, but it was only natural. Who in the police station didn't want to earn merit? Who didn't want to be rewarded? She just felt a bit uncomfortable. Or perhaps as a new officer, she couldn't quite accept this change in the chief. Quincy, unaware of her thoughts, continued, I've considered what you mentioned before. Go ahead and do it, though you'll have to suffer a bit. Claire straightened her back. Chief, I'm not afraid of suffering. Good, Quincy said with a serious expression. Bailing out Scar on your own is definitely a disciplinary violation. You'll be punished according to the rules. But only the two of us know the real reason. Once you complete the mission, I will personally restore your rank and your reputation. Yes, Chief. The fire in Claire's heart burned brighter. Now that it had come to this, as long as she could gain my trust and find evidence of my crimes, every grease sterling she endured and every hardship would be worth it. Furthermore, she also really wanted to infiltrate the Union because she wanted to find out exactly how her father had died. Was that incident back then really an accident? The case file stated that while her father was on duty, he encountered a thug resisting arrest. He was stabbed and died from excessive blood loss, and that thug had never been caught to this day. She had been investigating privately for years. Now she was basically certain that her father's death was linked to the local syndicate, the Union. This was a major reason why she agreed to my request to release Scar. Before, she had been worried about how to gather evidence to arrest her enemies personally. After all, with her identity as a cop, investigating the syndicate was far too difficult. They would all be on guard against her. But now things were different. The opportunity had arrived. She also knew that I was apparently the daughter of the Union's former boss, meaning I was the miss of the syndicate. She had wondered before why the Grand Apex Alliance people all called me Miss. She later found out that this was how the first group from the Union who followed me used to address me. It all made sense now. The reason the Grand Apex Alliance grew so fast was that the two sides had a pre-existing conflict, or rather, a feud. A violent clash was inevitable. Whether or not I was out for revenge for my father, well, that father part was still a question mark, since I had a father at home too. Furthermore, the Union had previously sent people to Foggy Creek to attempt to kidnap or assassinate me. The two sides were destined never to reconcile. One of them had to go down. In any case, this was a truly excellent opportunity for her. one that could kill two birds with one stone. Scar sat slumped on the floor of the detention cell. He felt as though his life was effectively over right here. Tonight's arrest, combined with the testimony of his accomplices, truly made him feel like he was caught in a trap, where no explanation would ever suffice. Jordan, the mastermind, was out of the picture, killed on the spot as far as he knew. They could never explain away the casino, or those party pills now. After all, the Grand Apex Alliance crew had laid out the evidence with total clarity. Even if they tried to claim they were tricked by Jordan, the police wouldn't buy it. Actions speak louder than words, and the police cared about evidence, not their empty promises. It's not that Scar hadn't thought about trying to contact someone outside, or getting his boss to bail him out. Weston and the others had thought so too. But thinking of the relationship between Grand Apex and the station, they felt a sense of utter despair. Just like Jordan had said, he had connections to pull people out, but that was for a normal arrest. This was different. Grand Apex was obviously prepared, and had planned to wipe them out all along. Would they really give them a chance to leave? If they could find a connection, couldn't the Grand Apex Alliance find one too? Grand Apex's connections were rock solid. Under this kind of collusion between business and authority, getting out was practically impossible. Detention facility. Scar, Seth, and their crew were temporarily locked in the same cell, having endured the special treatment of the Grand Apex Alliance, combined with being tied to the rainbow pills and getting caught red-handed. Everyone was physically and mentally exhausted. They each huddled in their own corners. Just as the group was starting to drift off, Archons on the Fissions, an inappropriately loud and exaggerated voice rang out. According to Article 34(7) of the Penal Code, the crime of trafficking contraband for quantities between 10 and 50 grams is punishable by at least 7 years in prison, plus a fine. If the amount exceeds 50 grams, it's 15 years in prison, life imprisonment, or even the death penalty, along with the confiscation of property. Big Kane was holding a copy of the penal code he'd squeezed out of the cops, flipping through the pages while shaking Scar's arm. Boss Scar. Hey, Boss Scar. We might actually get the death penalty. Scar's face was a mask of confusion. Wait, what's with that tone? Why do you sound like you're actually looking forward to being executed? The others, who had been dozing off, were jolted awake by the words, death penalty. They were instantly alert. Wait a second, Big Kane. Did you say we're getting the chair too? But we weren't even involved. That dead guy Joe did everything. We're innocent. Exactly. I don't want to die. I'm not ready to go. One of them nearly jumped out of his skin, tears and snot streaming down his face. Big Kane continued to pour fuel on the fire. It's not up to us whether there's evidence or not. Hey, I heard that these days you even have to pay for your own bullet. It's not a lethal injection. But as long as their aim is true, it shouldn't be too painful, right? Well, that's just my guess. Do any of you have experience? Tell us how it feels. Even though they really wanted to give this loudmouth a total beatdown right now, their fear was far greater than their anger, especially since Big Kane kept emphasizing over and over exactly how they'd be offed. The whole group was on the verge of a total breakdown. They began to wail and howl like ghosts. Scar couldn't take it anymore either. He raised his hand, about to slap Big Kane. He suddenly felt that taking Big Kane on as a lackey was the biggest mistake of his life. Damn it, I can barely save my own skin, and this idiot is twisting the knife in my chest, talking about executions and death, and sounding so damn hyped about it. Has he been tortured into insanity by the Grand Apex people? But just as his palm was about to land, Big Kane turned to look at him. He said excitedly, Boss Scar, I think I found a way out. Scar's hand froze mid-air. You better not be jerking my chain. Big Kane lowered his voice. Boss, I was scaring them on purpose. I wanted them to lure the cops over, so I could confirm how many officers are on duty tonight. Scar was so shocked he blurted out, Wait, are you planning a jailbreak? Hearing this, everyone else instantly fell silent. Every eye in the room was glued to the two of them, practically glowing with desperation. If you're talking about a jailbreak, we're wide awake. Anyway, we're looking at 7+ years, maybe even life or the death penalty. If we can break out together, wait, how is that possible? A jailbreak? Are you crazy? Big Kane shot a look at Seth and the others. Scram, all of you, get lost. Don't eavesdrop. The more Big Kane tried to drive them away, the more Seth and the crew believed he actually had a plan. They grew desperate. Big Kane, please, save us. We don't want to rot in the slammer. Big Kane, we were wrong. We shouldn't have been blinded by greed. We shouldn't have listened to that dead guy Joe's lies. Yeah, Big Kane. Boss Scar. Please, take us with you. We'll do whatever you say. If Big Kane hadn't been reading the penal code out loud, they might not have been this terrified. After all, none of them had ever been behind bars. But now, thanks to Big Kane's theatrics, their mental state had completely collapsed. Every single one of them was scared to death. Big Kane, my brother. Do you really have a way to get me out of here? Scar was getting worked up. There's a way, but... Big Kane glanced at Seth's group again. Then he leaned in close and whispered in Scar's ear, "To be honest, I ran into someone I know at the station. It's my cousin." Scar's eyes instantly lit up. "You mean your cousin can get us out?" "I'm not entirely sure yet. She's just a low-level officer. If she lets us go, she'll definitely be disciplined. She might even lose her badge." Hearing this, Scar felt his hope vanish. Damn it! Then, what's the point? Are you playing with me? Are you messing with me? Boss Scar, let me finish. I don't know if you've ever heard the phrase, what was it, the sacrifice of the pawn. Sacrifice of the pawn? What's that supposed to mean? Can you speak plain English? If my cousin lets us go, she'll be punished for sure. Now, you and I know you were framed. I know it, and Vanessa Miller knows it. But why would Vanessa Miller frame us? Because, well, to be precise, it's because you're Patrick Hale's right-hand man. Vanessa is dead set on getting rid of you. She finally caught a break. So, that's our opening. We need enough leverage to trade for our lives with her. I've already thought of the leverage. Shane Wolf and Dante Vane. Shane Wolf and Dante Vane are finishing their sentences tomorrow. But Boss Scar, do you really think Vanessa wants them back on the street? Compared to you, those two are her real headaches, right? So, as long as we get them here, and have them take our place, even if Vanessa realizes the switch, she'll likely turn a blind eye. She might even have a word with the station to let us off the hook completely. That's what I meant by the sacrifice of the pawn. Let Shane Wolf and Dante Vane take the hit, and rot in the joint for us. Plus, my cousin wouldn't have to worry about being punished. Scar listened to Big Kane's words, his eyes going wide. Big Kane, are you out of your mind? Those two are the boss's top lieutenants. If I sell them out, Patrick Hale will skin me alive. Boss Scar, then you tell me what to do. Do you really want to rot in prison until you die? Or would you rather eat that bullet? The one you have to pay for yourself? Boss, I've followed you since Fog Creek. I saw that you were destined for greatness. I believed I could do big things alongside you. I don't want to see anything happen to you. Besides, if Shane Wolf and Dante Vane get out, the position of Master of the Onyx Hall will definitely go to one of them. Then there'd be nothing left for you. Boss Scar, better them than us, right? Scar's breathing grew heavy. Big Kane's final words had struck a chord deep inside him. It was true. If Shane Wolf and Dante Vane were out, he wouldn't stand a chance at that final hallmaster position. Those two were much more highly valued by the boss than he was. After a long silence, Scar finally made up his mind. What do I need to do? Big Kane narrowed his eyes. It's simple. As the boss's confidant, you must know some evidence of their crimes, right? Big Kane had set a trap for Scar following my instructions. Otherwise, with his limited brains, he never could have come up with all this. I had planned everything in advance. Otherwise, what kind of thug hauled into a police station would have the leisure to flip through a law book? Shane Wolf and Dante Vane were Patrick Hale's two most capable enforcers. Last time, because of a brawl, they were detained for over a month. They were supposed to be released tomorrow. Originally, they could have applied for bail to get out early, but the precinct found an excuse to deny their release. That's why they've been stuck here until now. Shane Wolf and Dante Vane, though they were no match for Lance or Grizzly, were still top-tier fighters in the Underworld. Since they were also fiercely loyal to Patrick Hale, I couldn't just let them walk free. Instead of letting the wolves back to the mountains to cause me trouble, it was better to let the position of Master of the Onyx Hall fall into the hands of a controllable idiot. My plan was simple. I'd have Claire Grant bail Scar out. I'm certain that without even needing to notify Gary Reed, Claire Grant would be fired from the force for it. At that point, Big Kane would go to Scar and explain the situation, bringing Claire Grant under Scar's wing as a natural progression. Then, I would arrange for Ethan to go over there as well. Whether it was to protect Claire, or to help Scar fight for the Hall Master position, With those two heavy hitters by his side, combined with Big Kane's manipulation as his advisor, there was a high probability Scar would impress Patrick Hale and take the throne as the new Hallmaster. Claire Grant wasn't weak either. It just depended on who she was being compared to. Other than people like Lance and Ethan, she was more than capable of handling average thugs. Once Scar became the new Hallmaster, the Grand Apex Alliance could plant people in his division, with Scar's strategist and his strongest fighters, all being my people. Stuffing his ranks with my men would be child's play. By the time Patrick Hale finally realized something was wrong, he wouldn't be able to suppress it. Of course, there was one issue that could easily blow the cover. Shane Wolf and Dante Vane. They might recognize Ethan, even though it was Lance and Grizzly, who actually fought them last time. Ethan's performance back then had been very eye-catching. Therefore, the best way was to ensure they never got out. As for the dozen or so guys from the one-shot crew, arranging their fate would be much easier. Big Kane, do you know why loyalties is the most important thing in this life? In our world, loyalty is everything. A man like me, Scar, could never do something so dishonorable as to betray his own brothers. Don't waste your breath. I won't say a word. Scar spoke with absolute severity. Big Kane froze for a moment. He never expected that Scar would be so stubborn at such a critical moment. He worried that the task Miss Miller assigned him was about to fail. But before he could continue his persuasion, Scar simply flopped onto the bed. He closed his eyes and said, I have a habit of talking in my sleep. Whatever I say in a dream doesn't count as betraying my brothers. An hour later, Shane Wolf and Dante Vane, who were still fast asleep, were suddenly woken up by an officer. The officer told them their detention time was up, and they were free to go. The officer even produced a document for them to sign. Shane and Dante were no strangers to being in a precinct. Even though they hadn't been bailed out this time, their spirits weren't dampened by the long stay. The longer they waited, the more brutal their revenge would be. Since they couldn't take down Miss Miller directly, they would find another way. They would get their chance eventually. The two men yawned as they signed the papers, then stood up. All right, officer, we're out of here. Bye. Releasing people in the middle of the night, what a pain. But just as they were about to reach the door of the detention center, they were blocked by two officers waiting outside. Shane Wolf, Dante Vane, you are suspects in multiple illegal cases. You are now under arrest. Shane and Dante were stunned. Wait, what's going on? They had literally just been released. They hadn't even stepped out the front door yet. How did a new case suddenly pop up? Are you guys running some kind of loop here? The two of them immediately realized that someone was setting them up. They instantly became agitated. We want a lawyer. Get us a lawyer, right now. We want to see a lawyer. Just then, a young man in a crisp, tailored suit walked by clutching a briefcase. Seeing the scene unfold, he stopped in his tracks. He walked over to Shane and Dante. Brothers, are you looking for a lawyer? I'm Marcus Brooks, a lawyer from Brooks Legal Group. If you need help, you can talk to me. As he spoke, he handed them a business card. To Shane and Dante, it was like grabbing a lifesaver in a storm. Counselor, thank God. Here's the situation. Our detention time was up today, but these two cops won't let us leave. Before Shane could finish, one of the officers interrupted him. They are suspects in a new case and are being lawfully arrested. If a lawyer wants to defend them, he has to wait for the processing to finish. Marcus Brooks looked at Shane and Dante. What do you say? Do you want me to take on your case? This sort of thing is my specialty. Given the situation and their skyrocketing anxiety, even though this lawyer looked very young, they had no choice but to agree. Fine, fine. We'll hire you. Marcus Brooks acted as if he had been expecting this. He pulled a retainer agreement from his briefcase and had them sign it. Once they were finished, Shane couldn't help but ask him a question. Mr. Brooks, how long have you been practicing law? The lawyer looked a bit bashful. To be honest, it's only been a year. I'm actually still an intern. But don't you worry. I'm not one of those interns with no real-world experience. I'm actually quite seasoned when it comes to defense. Shane and Dante's hearts sank the moment they heard 1 year. Their stomachs churned. Damn it, he really is a rookie just starting out. But when they heard him claim he was seasoned, they breathed a small sigh of relief. Still, to be safe, they wanted to dig into his background a bit more. Can we ask Mr. Brooks, what kind of cases have you handled? Is your success rate high? Marcus said solemnly. During my intern year, I defended 3 cases. The first case involved my client robbing a convenience store. I argued for a lighter sentence. I claimed he took the money to donate it to charity. The judge was moved to tears. It was incredible to think of such a clever angle. He really is a lawyer. Unfortunately, we lost. The judge thought the defendant's acting was too clumsy and sentenced him to 5 years. The second case was a fraud case. He only swindled $5. I entered a plea of not guilty. After all, the amount was tiny, right? Did you win? Unfortunately, I lost again. He got a year. The third case was a relatively simple assault case. My client hit the plaintiff with a slipper. The plaintiff demanded $200 in medical expenses. Don't tell me you lost that one too? Factually, no. My side didn't pay a cent. Shane and Dante, whose hearts had been growing colder by the second, felt a sudden jolt of excitement. They perked up. They figured the lawyer had finally gained some experience and improved his skills. But before they could celebrate, they heard Marcus Brooks continue. It was just a simple violation of public order and security. Both parties were involved in a mutual scuffle. So a stern warning and a lecture were enough. Why should my client have to pay? Just because my client used a slipper? Under my vigorous defense, I argued that a slipper is, at most, a soft weapon with insufficient lethality. And then the court accepted it and reclassified it as assault with a weapon, adding 3.5 years to the sentence. The two men suddenly began to wail like banshees. We want a new lawyer. Get us a different lawyer. Marcus Brooks simply pulled out the contract. I'm sorry, but according to the representation agreement we signed, and given the complexity of your case, the penalty for breach of contract is $500,000. It's written clearly right here in the contract, and you both signed and thumbprinted it. $500,000. Where on earth were they going to rob that kind of money from? Shane Wolf and Dante Vane had a total meltdown. You son of a bitch. You dare screw us over? Go ahead, give us your name. See if we don't kill you once we get out of here. Gentlemen, please, don't be so agitated, Marcus Brooks said, trying to comfort them. I will use my professional expertise to find a completely new defense strategy for you. I guarantee you'll be satisfied. As for my name, a real man doesn't hide his identity. It's Marcus Brooks, he concluded. Scar was successfully bailed out by a valiant female officer, Claire Grant. However, after he got out, he became increasingly anxious instead. Reasonably speaking, he should be happy to be free, but he felt a cold chill running down the back of his neck. If the boss ever found out that he was the one who sold out Shane Wolf, Dante Vane, and the others, he would be dead meat. Big Kane, do you think the boss will find out that we... Big Kane interrupted him. Boss Scar, you're overthinking it. Only the heavens, the earth, you and I know about this. As long as we don't speak, everything will be fine. Scar was still uneasy. But what if? There are no what-ifs. Wolf and the others just had a stroke of bad luck. They were in the wrong place at the wrong time. Big Kane continued, Don't worry, boss. When the time comes, I'll use your name to find them a top-notch lawyer. They might even end up thanking you for it. Scar's eyes instantly lit up at those words. You're right. If I'm the one proactively helping them, they'll definitely think I'm loyal. Then they won't suspect that I was the snitch. You really have thought of everything, Big Kane. With a brother like you by my side, I can finally rest easy. Big Kane beat his chest. I am nothing but loyal to you, Boss Scar. My devotion is as clear as the sun and the moon. Good brother, my good brother. Moment. A few days later, at the Grand Apex Alliance office, I had just arrived after class, when George Young rushed in behind me. After sending George to prepare the meeting materials, my eyes scanned the office and landed on Nolan Sterling on the other side. He was chatting and laughing with several other members of the Grand Apex Alliance. Ever since he came back from that group activity the other night, he had been in a state of high excitement. It was like he had been injected with adrenaline, and the effects hadn't worn off yet. It was Nolan's first time participating in that kind of group action, and he found it incredibly exhilarating. He even had the urge to go home, take a leather belt, and give his own old man a thrashing. Then he'd yell, Old man, hand over my mother's shares right now. Of course, he could only think about it. If it came down to actually going against his father, he wouldn't have the guts. Seeing me enter, Nolan followed the other's lead, and immediately stood up to greet me. I gave a slight nod. As a response, I could feel that the look in Nolan's eyes had changed. There was a clear sense of longing And within that longing, a flicker of ambition. After George Young finished reporting on the recent supermarket status, he moved on to the main reason for his visit, Miss Miller. That guy Levi Hunt really is a lost cause. The hand I was using to flip through the reports paused slightly. What kind of trouble is he stirring up now? The bastard has wised up. Since he's following a new boss, he doesn't dare run those blatant top-up and cashback schemes anymore. It looks like he shifted to a pyramid scheme instead. Under the guise of member referral rewards, he's secretly developing downlines and taking a cut. He's managed to rake in millions in just 1 week. I narrowed my eyes slightly and sighed. Greed has always been the greatest human weakness. Leave him be for now. Let the situation play out for a while. I pushed a document in front of George Young. Take a look at this first. George flipped through a few pages, his pupils shrinking, and his voice trembling. Miss Miller, you're saying we need to complete the construction and open our first large-scale shopping center by next year? How? I don't think that's possible. George gave a bitter smile. When you took me to see the mall before, I thought you just wanted to open another branch. I didn't expect, Miss Miller. To be honest, even though I've dreamed of building a shopping center in the future, this is way too rushed. Vanguard Signature has been around for many years, and even they don't have their own shopping center yet. I think we should continue to focus on the model of using existing stores to fund new ones, and keep opening branches, rather than building some massive shopping center. Do you know the costs, Miss Miller? The shell construction for a medium-sized mall alone would cost at least $200 million, for something the size of the one we saw, covering over 100,000 square meters. The price tag would be at least $500 or $600 million. $600 million. Even if we pooled all of our assets together, we wouldn't even have a third of that amount. Not to mention, after we finish acquiring those 6 Vanguard Signature stores, we still need to build the distribution center. That is what we need to prioritize right now. Without a proper distribution center, our delivery efficiency to the various supermarkets will never improve. Miss Miller, give me some time. 3 years. Give me 3 years at most, and I'll build you a shopping center. If we try to do it now, it'll ruin us. 3 years is too long. Building a large shopping center is the foundation of a retail brand. Without a shopping center, it's incredibly difficult to raise brand awareness to a certain height. Besides, do you know how fast e-commerce will grow in 3 years? If we don't want to be swept away, we must ensure the Grand Apex brand is deeply rooted in the hearts of the 4 million people in Pearl City as soon as possible. George Young, hearing me put it that way, could only offer a bitter smile. He couldn't help but reach out and frantically scratch his hair. Miss Miller was truly insane. Insane enough to take one's breath away. With 2007 coming to an end, that meant she wanted to complete the construction and opening of the shopping center within the year 2008. That was simply impossible. Forget the money. The construction itself would take time. Normally, building a large-scale shopping center takes at least a year, and that's moving at a very fast pace. Looking at George Young's frantic expression, I couldn't help but laugh. George, I'll stop teasing you. I pulled a photograph out of my chain-strap bag and slapped it gently onto the coffee table. Take a look at this first. George was taken aback. The moment his eyes hit the image, he couldn't help but gasp. The photo showed a bustling construction site. Steel frames stood tall, and a massive building that was beginning to take shape was covered in scaffolding. The main structure was already nearing the roofline. Miss Miller, don't tell me you've already. He was in total disbelief. His heart was racing. Based on the building in the photo, it was already halfway done? How did she manage to keep this a secret from him? Whose project is this? Preliminary estimates suggest the area is at least 100,000 square meters. At this rate, we can start renovations by next spring, and opening for business by the end of next year wouldn't be a problem. What kind of incredible power did Miss Miller have to build a shopping center so quietly? But then a thought occurred to him. It didn't make sense. For a project of this scale, how had he not heard a single whisper? And where did she get that kind of capital? What do you think of this shopping center? The scale is massive, and the design is very modern. Miss Miller, how did you pull this off? George Young couldn't help but ask. Look closely at the words on it. I tapped the photo lightly. Only then did George notice the massive banner hanging on the perimeter of the building, constructed by Sterling Group. He snapped his head up to meet my smiling eyes, and realization instantly dawned on him. Such a familiar feeling. Miss Miller was pulling off another heist out of thin air. He suddenly felt like he was back in Fog Creek. Wasn't this exactly how she got her hands on the supermarket back then? Once Miss Miller set her sights on something you owned, well, I'm sorry, but from that moment on, it no longer belonged to you. Honestly, if she hadn't pointed it out, he would have almost forgotten that she had other tricks up her sleeve. Following the rules for development just wasn't her style. It was only thrilling enough when she played dirty. Wait, the Sterling Group? George suddenly remembered Nolan Sterling, who had been coming to the company frequently these past few days. Though he knew Nolan's identity before, he hadn't taken it seriously. Now he fully understood. She was going to use this guy as a hostage to force the Sterling Group to hand over that nearly completed shopping center. Otherwise, he really couldn't think of any other way. Miss Miller really is, George. How much liquid capital can our supermarket mobilize right now? I suddenly spoke. George thought for a moment. If we ignore the consequences, we can scrape together over 40 million. But to maintain normal operations, we can only use about 18 million at most. About the same as my last report. Good. Prepare all the capital we can move. Have it ready for me. Then head to the bank. Try to secure another 30 to 50 million. Our supermarket has no outstanding loans right now, so it should be possible. As for the supplier's payment terms, find a way to delay them a bit more. Talk to them properly. Try to extend the credit period. We'll offer them a few extra percentage points in compensation later, treating it as interest. I made the arrangements nonchalantly. Hearing this, George was privately terrified. If Miss Miller hadn't just dropped the bomb about the shopping center, and he heard her say she was going to drain every cent from the supermarket's accounts and borrow tens of millions more, he would have jumped out of his chair. Are we even trying to stay in business? Is this for real? What supermarket would dare to play like this? Unless they secured a massive investment, a stunt like this would definitely sink the business. But Miss Miller wasn't an ordinary person. She must have a reason for doing this. Then we'll delay the payments. Understood, Miss Miller. I'll make the arrangements as quickly as possible. George nodded in agreement. Before leaving, he couldn't help but ask, "Can I ask what you're planning to do this time?" "Land auction," I said concisely. "Land auction?" George was stunned, but then it clicked. Sure enough, Miss Miller was targeting the Sterling Group. Not only was she stealing their shopping center, but now she was going after their land too. She was planning to pick them clean, not leaving so much as a scrap behind. Just like what happened to Silas Miller back in Fog Creek. He suddenly felt a bit of pity for the Sterling Group. Of all people, they had to be targeted by her. Also, George felt like he was struggling to keep up with her pace. Her business mind was always so indescribable. This wasn't doing business. It was straight up predatory. George stopped overthinking it and left to prepare the capital and loans. Then Lance arrived with news from his end. He said they had successfully acquired a shell real estate company and were just waiting for the land auction. When I left, I walked around the area near the company. Gradually, on the second floor of the snack street near the university, the spaces that used to be training centers were being taken over by the Grand Apex Alliance. Even so, it looked a bit cramped and inconvenient. A thought suddenly popped into my head. Was it time to plan a corporate headquarters? Every company with any real strength needed a decent headquarters building. If all 3 plots of land could be successfully auctioned off, maybe I could keep one to build the headquarters. The rest could be developed into a residential complex and sold to employees at cost or given as rewards. Urbanization was the big trend right now. More and more young people would flood into the cities. Most members of the Grand Apex Alliance were still young. They hadn't reached marriageable age yet, but in a few years, that would change. There would be many people reaching that stage, getting married and having kids. They would need a house. Buying homes from other developers was too expensive and inefficient. If we built them ourselves, the price would be much lower, even if I didn't give them away. They could definitely afford them with their income. After all, the core members' benefits packages were top tier. The company even covered the employees' portion of Social Security. If we sold the houses at cost, they would basically just need to pay the down payment, and their housing fund would cover the monthly mortgage. They wouldn't have to worry about any financial pressure. But for now, this was just a preliminary idea. The cost of building a complex plus the land would be nearly 100 million. I didn't have the strength to pull that off yet. A few more days passed. Just as I walked down to the school gates, I saw from a distance Caleb Montgomery's flashy sports car parked by the road. He was holding a large bouquet of red roses, leaning against the car waiting for me. Honestly, I had to admire the guy's persistence. For the past 2 months, Caleb Montgomery had been there, rain or shine. Every day, he would show up at the school gates on time, with flowers, putting on a show of deep affection. This kind of grit and persistence really didn't seem like something a rich playboy would have, but it didn't stir a single emotion in me. However, quite a few students and teachers at Central State were actually moved by Caleb's devoted display of love. They saw him as the most romantic man in the university district. Now, on the campus forums and message boards, Caleb had been given the title of the Devoted Prince. There was even a group of fans who cheered him on every day. Those fans even felt that Vanessa Miller should just say yes. Why hasn't Vanessa Miller agreed yet? A man who's so handsome, rich, and loyal. If it were me, I would have pounced on him already. Exactly. Poor Mr. Montgomery. He's been chasing her for so long with no result. If I were just an ordinary student, people would probably be heckling me by now, or talking behind my back about how ungrateful I was. A man who is handsome, rich, and devoted. Why won't she just accept him? But my status at Central State is too unique. No one dares to tell me what to do. Actually, these people are too shallow. They think because a guy is handsome and rich, and acts devoted, I absolutely have to accept him. If he were just an average-looking, equally devoted ordinary guy, would you all still be supporting him? Forget the fact that I have zero interest in that right now. Even if I did, I wouldn't date a man who's basically a ticking time bomb. That's just looking for trouble. Or played as self for down their way to buy the tastier. I did something that made the students watching at the gate drop their jaws. Caleb Montgomery saw me come out and immediately went up to meet me with the flowers. Everyone expected me to do what I usually do. Reject him with a cold face. No one expected that this time I would actually reach out and take the roses. Caleb was instantly overjoyed. Vanessa, does this mean you're accepting me? Don't get the wrong idea. I just think buying flowers every day is a waste. You might as well donate that money to an orphanage and do some actual good. As I spoke, I directly placed the roses on the passenger seat of Caleb's car, then reached out to pull up the scissor door on the driver's side, bent over, and sat inside. Get in. Caleb was stunned. It took a moment for it to register. He quickly opened the passenger door and hopped in. When the students at Central State saw this, the school gate erupted in chaos. Holy crap, what's going on? Did Vanessa Miller actually give in to him? It's over, it's all over. My goddess has fallen. No way. That is absolutely impossible. How could Miss Miller ever fall for a guy like that? It's over, it's over. My faith is shattered. In an instant, countless hearts broke. I sat in the driver's seat, fumbled with the controls for a second, and then started the engine. I floored the gas, and the car lurched forward. Because I wasn't used to it, the car gave a violent jerk as it started. It gave Caleb quite a scare. I'd only recently gotten my driver's license, and I didn't usually drive. Plus, it was my first time behind the wheel of a supercar, so I was very clumsy. Caleb was terrified the entire way. It wasn't that he was worried about the car. It was just that my driving was genuinely frightening. Several times, he wanted to open his mouth to tell me to slow down or drive more steadily. But seeing how intensely focused I was on operating the vehicle, he swallowed his words. He was terrified that speaking up would distract me, and we'd end up driving through a storefront. Then things would really be bad. Finally, we reached a long red light, and the car came to a halt. Caleb let out a long breath. He hesitated for a moment before asking, Vanessa, don't tell me this is your first time driving? How could it be my first time? I have a license. Caleb was silent for a while. Then he changed the subject. Vanessa, I know. You've been eyeing my Vanguard signature stores. If you really want them, I can transfer them to you. But you have to promise. Before he could finish, I cut him off. Stop right there. I'm not promising anything. I turned to him and spoke coldly. Mr. Montgomery, you don't actually think that those 6 stores are my only option, do you? Caleb was speechless for a long time. When he first acquired the Vanguard signature stores, he had some selfish motives. He knew long ago that Grand Apex Supermarket was my core asset. Swallowing up Vanguard signature was vital for Grand Apex's growth. He intended to use them as leverage to strike a deal with Vanessa Miller. For example, he could transfer the stores to her at a 30% discount. The condition? Naturally, it was for her to become his girlfriend. In all his years, he had never met a girl like her. As the saying goes, what you can't have is always on your mind. Although, in the beginning, he only started chasing her because of a bet with a friend. That bet was absurd. Almost 10% of his company's shares were on the line. He didn't expect that after nearly 2 months, he still wouldn't have moved Vanessa Miller one bit. Instead, he was starting to feel like he was the one who had completely fallen for her. Caleb was an incredibly conceited and prideful person. He refused to let himself fail. So now, even if it cost him tens of millions, he was determined to win Vanessa Miller over. It wasn't that he hadn't considered just giving them to her for free, but he couldn't do that yet. Although he had plenty of funds, he couldn't afford to just throw them away like that. If his capital chain broke, his financial project would be in deep trouble. Moreover, he needed a huge amount of cash to bid on land right now, to keep fueling his financial project. Otherwise, if the project failed, he would truly become a laughingstock. Selling at a 30% discount was essentially giving her a $10 million break. Spending $10 million to win a girl was a sign of great sincerity. But he still overestimated his charm. Vanessa Miller was not the kind of woman who would be moved or give herself away for a mere $10 million. So what if she couldn't take Vanguard's signature? At worst, she'd just put in the effort to find new locations, finding sites, renovating, and hiring. It could all be done in 3 to 5 months. The only drawback was that a new store had to build its reputation from scratch. Plus, she'd be in direct competition with others. If there was a choice, a premium acquisition was better. Otherwise, why did so many supermarket brands choose to acquire rather than open new stores? First, it was efficiency. Second, it eliminated competition. Caleb's expression shifted slightly. He couldn't help but say, in that case, I'll just keep and operate those Vanguard Signature stores myself. After all, the business at Vanguard Signature is doing quite well right now. His words were clearly tinged with spite. His pride was much stronger than average. Combined with his natural arrogance, being rejected to his face truly made him uncomfortable. I let out a light laugh. Mr. Montgomery, you might not know me very well. In the business world, I have never failed to get what I want. Grand Apex Supermarket can buy Vanguard Signature at a 30% discount, but I won't accept any strings attached. Suddenly, I shifted my tone. Oh, right. Let me remind you, Mr. Montgomery. Grand Apex has already prepared over $100 million in capital. We've decided to bid on plots 09, 14, and 15 in the West End. I've heard that the financial project you've been working on lately doesn't rely on the development of the West End, does it? Caleb's pupils contracted instantly. A chill surged through his heart. He stared intently at the girl who seemed to be driving nonchalantly. He finally realized that he had made a fatal mistake. He had always treated this as a game of feelings with a bet on the line, but he didn't expect that she had already set a trap to kill him. He had never seen such a confident, domineering girl. She was even more domineering than him. He wanted to use Vanguard Signature as leverage to get Vanessa Miller to agree to date him, but he didn't expect her to turn the tables on him immediately. She was forcing him to make a choice. At today's land auction in Pearl City, many local and out-of-town bosses would show up. The eyes of those bosses were currently fixed on those few plots of land, because once the development of the West End began, the value of that land would skyrocket. Almost everyone was focused on those plots in the north side. Probably very few people would pay attention to the West End land, but Caleb Montgomery was different. His lifeline was tied to those West End plots, because he held the renovation project for the old town in the West End. If he could secure the surrounding plots as well, it would be like adding wings to a tiger. It would be far more beneficial for his financial project. So, he was determined to win the West End land at all costs. Just as I was determined to win those plots on the edge of the South End. I was also bent on getting them. It's just that no one knew I'd be participating in the auction, let alone what my goal was. As for Caleb Montgomery, he had no secrets left as far as I was concerned. After a long while, Caleb finally spoke. Ms. Miller, are you actually entering the real estate industry? Without realizing it, even the way he addressed me had changed. There was a touch more distance and wariness in his tone. My hands gripped the steering wheel tightly. I spoke while driving. What? If you can cross over into supermarkets, Mr. Montgomery, why can't I dabble in real estate? Caleb was choked up by my casual remark. for a good while, unable to find any words. At this time, the car arrived outside the land auction venue. As soon as the vehicle came to a steady stop, Lance's tall and upright figure appeared before the car door. After his sharp gaze swept over Caleb Montgomery in the passenger seat, he waited for the door to open, then gentlemanly extended an arm with a slight bow. I reached out a hand and rested it lightly on Lance's arm, stepping out of the car with elegant grace. Only after getting out did I turn back to look at Caleb Montgomery, who was still sitting in the passenger seat. "Mr. Montgomery, we're here. Why are you so reluctant to get out? Planning to spend the night in the car?" Only then did Caleb crawl out of the passenger side, his movements a bit hurried. Then I produced the invitation. I let Lance into the auction hall. Caleb also confirmed that I was serious. This wasn't a joke. After all, to participate in a land auction of this caliber, one had to have the relevant qualifications. Since I had the invitation, it was enough to prove this wasn't some whim. I had come prepared. Caleb Montgomery's heart sank bit by bit along with the sound of my footsteps. If I were to strike hard at the auction and target the plots he wanted with full force, what would he do? Although he could use his parents' connections to solve his immediate problem, he wouldn't use them, especially his father's connections. He would never take the initiative to use them, even though he knew that most of what he owned now came from that high and mighty, yet cold and unfeeling father of his. He resented the feeling of being controlled. Besides, would you consider someone a father if they treated their own son like a complete stranger? In any public setting, I don't know about others, but a prideful man like Caleb wouldn't. Many big shots in the real estate world showed up for today's auction. The locally renowned Sterling Group had also sent representatives. In addition, several officials arrived. Walking at the very front was the chief executive of Pearl City. After all, the scale of today's auction was massive. As the chief executive at the scene, he naturally hoped to sell more land to increase the city's fiscal revenue. Moreover, the more land sold, the greater the intensity of subsequent development, and the more obvious the boost to economic growth would be. Currently, the general environment wasn't very prosperous. Negative news kept coming from abroad, and the real estate industry was showing signs of stagnation, even a downward trend. That was why Pearl City decided to hold its largest real estate auction in years, specifically to attract enough developers to come and invest. After all, the more plots available for auction, the more likely developers would find something they liked. I received my bidding paddle and took a seat in the second-to-last row. I don't know if it was my imagination, but I felt like the official on stage kept glancing toward me. It was very strange. Normally, in a setting like this, the official's gaze would mostly focus on the developers in the front rows. After all, those closer to the front usually had the deepest pockets. Meanwhile, the shell company I acquired was practically a nobody here. The officials shouldn't have noticed me. Although I was confused, I didn't dwell on it. I just waited quietly for the official to finish speaking, so the auction could begin. As the speech ended, 10 minutes before the auction officially started, Lance leaned in slightly and whispered in my ear, "Miss Miller, the Sterling Group representative is Preston Sterling." "Yeah, I see him." I took a sip of mineral water, my gaze sweeping across the front row. I really didn't expect that at such a critical moment, the Sterling Group would actually send a playboy like Preston to lead the charge. Could it be that the Sterling family was in such a rush to groom a successor? "Miss Miller, something seems off." "What's off?" I asked nonchalantly. "Look at that woman sitting next to Preston Sterling. Her name tag doesn't list her as being with the Sterling Group. Also, Miss Miller, did you notice? The auction rules this time seem different from before," Lance said. A faint, barely perceptible smile curled the corners of my lips. "Lance," I said, "your observation skills have gotten quite sharp. I suspect this auction will likely be a sealed bid process, and looking at the situation, it seems some people have already colluded in secret." I glanced again at Preston Sterling in the front row. To Preston's right sat an elegant, professional-looking woman. On his left was Caleb Montgomery. No matter how you looked at it, these three seemed like they were working together. Given Caleb's status combined with the Sterling Group behind Preston, changing this auction to a sealed bid format was actually quite normal. In this day and age, sealed bid land auctions were actually quite common. Open auctions and sealed bid auctions each have their pros and cons. Open auctions have simple, blunt rules. The highest bidder wins. Everything is transparent and public, but this seemingly fair method hides many flaws. For instance, some powerful bidders might use their advantages to explicitly or implicitly threaten other participants, or they might collude to rig the bids, undermining the market order. Take Pearl City, for example. Once the Sterling Group places a bid, most developers will instinctively back off. They aren't just considering simple competition, they're more worried about offending the Sterling Group and facing retaliation later, or someone like Caleb Montgomery, who has a special status and deep background. Who would dare go head-to-head with him without fearing he'd settle scores afterward? But sealed bidding? That's much simpler. All bids are submitted anonymously, then unsealed at the same time. Only the ID numbers are shown. The corporate information isn't made public. Key information is hidden throughout the process. Only the numeric IDs are displayed when bidding. The names of the real estate companies are not recorded. Developers can only judge based on the prices themselves. This way, at least on the surface, it's much fairer. Of course, this fairness is built on the premise that no one knows. This fairness is built on the fact that everyone is unaware of, based on knowing the background. But to me, these so-called floor prices were no different from an open hand. While I was observing the front row, Caleb Montgomery and the others also turned to look back. Preston Sterling was visibly stunned to see Vanessa Miller. Caleb, Vanessa Miller? What is she doing here? Did you invite her? Caleb didn't want to answer that. Now isn't the time for that. I'm determined to get those West End plots. I need you to divert some funds and lend them to me. Preston immediately said funds weren't an issue. The Sterling Group prepared $800 million for this. It might not have been enough for a regular auction, but this is a sealed bid process. I can give you $100 million. But, Caleb, how is it you're suddenly short on cash? He had a rough idea of Caleb's finances. To be honest, the fact that this was changed to a sealed bid auction might have been pushed by Caleb behind the scenes. Of course, he only thought that to himself. He'd never say it to Caleb's face. Logically, in a sealed bid format, no one should know Caleb's targets or floor price, yet Caleb was scowling and asking to divert funds. It didn't make sense. Caleb couldn't help but glance back at Vanessa Miller. He whispered, Vanessa Miller, she knows which plots I'm bidding on. To be safe, I have to significantly raise my target price. Preston gasped. No way! That'll cost you tens of millions extra. How could she possibly know? Suddenly, as if realizing something, he lowered his voice and asked, It wouldn't be because of that Vanguard signature incident, would it? Caleb nodded, looking helpless. If this were anyone else, Preston probably would have laughed out loud. Targeted because he failed to woo a girl? But with the person in front of him, even if he wanted to laugh, he had to choke it back. If you ask me, you should have a proper talk with her, Caleb. Tens of millions is no small sum. It's not worth throwing it down the drain like this. Leave it alone. This is my private business. Seeing this, Preston stopped advising. He moved to another topic. And the shares? I'm a man of my word. I won't back out. Preston's face lit up with delight. You're a straight shooter, Caleb. With that, he turned to the woman beside him, Susan, from the group's funds. Please allocate $100 million for Caleb. Susan looked troubled. Madam said, This capital must be used entirely for the auction. If we move $100 million, the group might lose out on some of the plots. Preston waved his hand dismissively. It's fine. I've already greased the wheels where needed. No one should dare cross the Sterling family. Besides, don't we have reserve funds? The capital Preston brought was far more than $800 million. It was a full $1 billion. The extra $200 million was what he had raised privately. Simply put, he and his mother wanted to use the Sterling Group's influence to line their own pockets. The Sterling Group's main objective today was Plot 33 in the North Side. They planned to build Pearl City's largest trade hub, a small commodity city. It was modeled directly after the central trade hub. Furthermore, the Sterling Group had already reached a cooperation agreement with them. As long as it was built and developed properly, it would inevitably become Pearl City's largest shopping and wholesale market. It would attract a massive influx of tourists and distributors. Plus, the land sat right by the Feng Shui River in the north side. Building a residential complex nearby would be perfect. Since the Sterling Group planned to build the trade city there, they naturally wouldn't let the surrounding prime real estate fall into the hands of outsiders for cheap. So, those surrounding plots were also a must-win for them. However, Preston's mother was being cautious. She used a company under Preston's name. To prepare 200 million, she planned to snap up a few plots nearby. Once the Sterling Group's trade center was finished, the value of those plots would skyrocket. In Pearl City, anywhere the Sterling Group invests is guaranteed to appreciate, and just in case that brat Nolan actually inherits the group, they wouldn't be kicked out with nothing. This was their backup plan. Of course, Preston's father, Silas Sterling, was completely unaware of this embezzlement of company resources by his wife and son, because Silas Sterling was currently still resting in a VIP hospital room. Seeing that Preston was insistent, Susan could only nod and agree. The small commodity city project, planned by the Sterling Group, was estimated to cover over 30 acres in total. Plot 33, acting as the main commercial area, took up about 75 acres alone. Adding in various exhibition halls, logistics, warehousing, and other facilities, it spanned roughly 105 acres. The remaining 165 acres were split into several residential complexes, scattered around the commercial zone. This was to create a massive mixed-use commercial and residential complex. The total investment was estimated at around $1.5 billion. This was the Sterling Group's largest real estate project for the next 10 years. Of course, this billion-dollar investment wouldn't be spent all at once, but in phases according to project progress. After all, no matter how wealthy a company is, they can't handle a sudden drain of $1.5 billion in cash. However, buying the land required cold, hard cash. For 330 acres of land, based on the current average price, for commercial land in Pearl City, it was a massive undertaking. The total cost was staggering. Because of the location differences, the prices varied wildly. For example, downtown land would obviously be much higher. Although the north side plots weren't in the heart of Pearl City, rumors of a high-speed rail project next year had caused land prices to soar to record highs. It was a high-stakes environment. This meant that after the Sterling Group secured the land, under normal circumstances, they would have to pay at least $200 million within a year. Just as Caleb Montgomery and Preston Sterling reached their deal, I had Lance send a message inviting him outside to talk. There was still some time before the official bidding. The deadline for the auction bids was approaching. Although Caleb was curious, he walked over anyway. He wanted to see what this woman had up her sleeve. At that moment, Theodore Vance rushed over with 2 contracts in hand. I took the contracts, my gaze meeting Caleb's. I'm guessing your floor price is between $650,000 and $680,000 per unit. Even if you borrow money from Preston Sterling, it would only be $50 million more at most. You definitely wouldn't want to blow a $100 million budget. However, I can help you save a fortune. Sign this, and I'll withdraw from the West End bidding. You'll save at least $50 million. Caleb Montgomery suddenly felt his skin crawl. He truly felt like none of his moves could be hidden. From this girl, who was 2 or 3 years younger than him, he had indeed heard rumors. And his original plan was indeed to bid $500,000 per unit for those 3 plots. But it was all because of what I had said earlier. I had forced him to raise his budget to over $650,000 per unit. He never imagined I would guess his hand so perfectly. It really made him feel like calling the cops. Could it be that I had some powerful connection and found out the information in advance? Otherwise, Caleb Montgomery truly couldn't explain any of this. But Caleb Montgomery was an incredibly proud man. How could he possibly bow his head to a girl who had rejected him repeatedly? Ms. Miller, I hate it most when people try to force my hand. What a coincidence, I said with a beaming smile. Since you're unwilling to return the supermarket to me, Mr. Montgomery, then I'll just have to take it by force. As I spoke, I took the video player from Theodore Vance, turned it on, and handed it to Caleb. Why don't you take a look at this first, Mr. Montgomery? In the video, Levi Hunt, the former regional manager of Vanguard's Signature, was being escorted by a police officer on each side into a patrol car. Although Caleb Montgomery was surprised by Levi Hunt's arrest, his expression remained indifferent. If he wanted to, a single word could get Levi Hunt out. However, my trump card was more than just that. Mr. Montgomery, I'm guessing the capital you prepared this time is only about $100 million. Even with what Preston Sterling lent you, it's around $200 million at most. What would happen if a portion of your funds suddenly became inaccessible? What would happen then? What do you mean? An ominous premonition surged in Caleb Montgomery's heart. Why don't you make a call and check your accounts at Merchants Bank to see if you can still use the money? After I said that, Caleb could no longer keep his cool. He hurriedly pulled out his phone and called his account manager at the bank. When he learned that all the funds in his cards had been frozen, he nearly choked on his own breath. How could he have known? But I had arranged all of this beforehand, with my senior, Eleanor Montgomery. Of course, under normal circumstances, Eleanor Montgomery wouldn't freeze her own son's funds, just because of one word from me. But I had sent her the details of Levi Hunt's arrest, along with the underlying reasons, as both his mother and a bank president. With that dual identity, it was impossible for her not to know the severity of the matter. She had to handle it as a special case. Freezing the funds of her son, Caleb. Well, of course, she could have chosen to settle the matter for him, but that simply wasn't her style. What exactly do you want? Caleb Montgomery glared at me. I maintained my calm and indifferent expression. I told you, I have never failed to get what I want. Mr. Montgomery, although half of your funds are frozen, you still have the money Preston Sterling lent you. It should be enough for the security deposit. I raised my hand and checked my watch. You have 1 minute left. Caleb Montgomery went silent for a moment, then suddenly started laughing. Vanessa, it's truly great to know you. I am honored to be your suitor. After saying that, he signed his name on the contract. Without a moment's hesitation, after signing, he turned and left with a flourish, as if he didn't care about what had just happened at all. Miss Miller, is this guy out of his mind? How can he even laugh right now? As a lawyer, Theodore Vance had seen all kinds of people, but it was his first time seeing someone change faces so quickly. None of that matters. I told Theodore to put away the contract and take it back to George Young. I wanted him to arrange the staff, to begin optimizing and renovating the supermarket, change the signage, fire the employees who needed to be fired, and recruit new personnel from within the company. Understood, Miss Miller. Theodore Vance acknowledged immediately. After Theodore left, I turned to look at Lance. Let's go. We're going in to teach Preston Sterling a lesson too. Exactly. The reason I suddenly wanted to settle things with Caleb Montgomery was to dig a massive hole for the Sterling Group, a hole deep enough to make the Sterling Group explode on the spot. I'm taking plot 33 in the north side. After Caleb Montgomery returned to his seat, Preston Sterling didn't even have time to ask what he and Vanessa Miller talked about before the bidding began. Bidding for plot 61, north side, begins now. Bidding for plot 45, north side, begins now. Bidding for plot 6, west end, begins now. Since it was a sealed bid format, every time a plot number was announced, everyone would write their floor price on their bidding paddle. If they weren't participating, they left it blank. After each round of bidding, staff members would come by to collect the paddles. This bidding method was much more efficient than traditional auctions. Round after round concluded like this, taking only about half an hour in total. Once the bidding was over, the results began to be revealed one by one. Plot 3, east side, no bids. Failed to sell. Plot 7, north side, guest 5 wins. West end, guest 3 wins. East side failed to sell. West end, guest 3 wins again. He won 3 plots in a row. Everyone in the hall was basically searching for the owner of paddle number 3, since the paddles were distributed randomly. You wouldn't know anyone else's number unless you asked them directly. Holy cow, 3 plots at once. He must be some big-time boss, right? Yeah, he's definitely got power. But isn't the West End the Old Town? That area is quite difficult to develop. If he hasn't secured the Old Town renovation project, it might not even be worth it. Caleb Montgomery saw that he had successfully secured his 3 plots, and his tense nerves finally relaxed. During the bidding just now, he was indeed worried I would suddenly step in to sabotage him. Preston Sterling leaned over to congratulate him. Congrats on the victory, Caleb. Now, let's see the Sterling Group in action. Caleb simply nodded slightly and didn't say much. Time ticked by minute. As the auctioneer's voice continued to ring out, the atmosphere in the hall gradually heated up. Some plots failed to sell because no one was interested, while others were sold smoothly. Suddenly, a repeated announcement rang out in the venue, instantly catching everyone's attention. Plot 35, north side, guest 6 wins. North side, guest 6 wins again. North side, guest 6 wins for the 3rd time. This announcement rang out 5 times in a row. The hall was instantly filled with chatter. Guest number 6. That's the famous Sterling Group. After all, before the bidding, the Sterling Group had already reached out to many people. But even so, This kind of scale and boldness was not something an ordinary person could match. Among the developers present, few had secured more than 2 plots. As expected of the Sterling Group, their moves are on another level. I heard they're developing a project, worth billions this time. Yeah, that's right. I have to visit Chairman Sterling as soon as this is over. For a massive project like that, you have to get a piece of the pie no matter what. Me too, same here. I'll be visiting Chairman Sterling with a generous gift later. Development projects from large groups like this usually aren't handled alone. Instead, they bring in a bunch of partners or investors. After all, a multi-billion-dollar investment is no joke. The group only needed to leverage its brand influence to take the lead on the project. Naturally, plenty of people would be willing to follow their lead or invest in a joint development. Sitting in his seat, Preston Sterling listened to the chatter around him, a smug smile curling the corners of his mouth. However, he couldn't keep laughing for long. After winning 5 bids, he suddenly realized that aside from Susan, who was sitting next to him and had won 2 bids herself, everything had gone silent. There had been no news regarding the critical Plot 33 in the North Side. It hadn't been mentioned at all. Preston's heart began to sink. An ominous premonition surged within him. Plot 33 in the North Side was far too important to the Sterling Group. It was the core plot, the very site intended for the small commodity city. If they lost this land, his father would probably jump out of his hospital bed and beat him to death. The impact on the Sterling Group would be disastrous. One had to understand that the Sterling Group had bet the entire company's future on this real estate development project. Setting aside their fixed assets, most of the group's liquid capital had been poured into this. It could even affect future investors, developers, and their partnership with the Central Trade Hub. To put it bluntly, just losing this one plot of land could plunge the Sterling Group into a situation from which there was no return. The whole thing could collapse. Of course, the Sterling Group could choose to breach the contract, forfeiting several $100 million in deposits to save themselves. But if they did that, the Sterling Group would end up on the local government's blacklist. They wouldn't be able to make a single move in the business world after that. As time ticked away, Preston grew more and more anxious. He kept scanning the people around him, trying to see which short-sighted idiot dared to snatch land from the Sterling Group. Caleb Montgomery seemed to sense something, but he didn't say a word. What could he even say? Was he supposed to tell Preston that it was because of that $100 million he'd just borrowed that Vanessa Miller had the chance to strike at the Sterling Group? If he did that, wouldn't he look like a mole? Caleb truly felt that both he and Preston had fallen into a trap, meticulously laid by Vanessa Miller. Every single step was part of her calculation. Right now, only one word came to his mind: demoness. Usually, that word was used to describe a woman's seductive appearance, but right now, describing the methods of the girl who made him both hate and love her, as those of a demoness, couldn't be more fitting. Honestly, every time he dealt with her, the feeling she gave him was completely different. Sure enough, just as Preston was so anxious he was practically gnashing his teeth, the auctioneer's voice rang out again. Plot 29, South Side, won by guest 39. Plot 30, South Side, won again by guest 39. Plot 31, South Side, won by guest 39 for the 3rd time. Winning 3 bids in a row caused another stir. Once people confirmed they hadn't misheard, they couldn't help but start mocking. Someone actually wants those godforsaken barons in the South Side? Is that for real? If I remember correctly, those plots have failed to sell 3 times already. Exactly. Everyone knows the North Side is the real focus of development. You'd have to be brain dead to bid on that wasteland in the South Side. I bet some small-time developer got swindled. Real estate isn't a game just anyone can play. If they were smart, they would have followed the Sterling Group and bid on a plot nearby to get a piece of the action. Seriously, by the way, why hasn't Plot 33 in the North Side come up yet? Could it be they're saving it for the finale? That's possible. Hearing the chatter around him, Preston relaxed just a little. Maybe they were right. Plot 33 was the crown jewel, so the organizers were waiting until the very end to announce it. However, the result was destined to disappoint him. The auctioneer's voice suddenly rose an octave. For Plot 33 in the North Side, let's congratulate guest 39 for the winning bid. The winning bid is $38.89 million. As soon as the announcement was made, the hall fell into a dead silence. Once people realized that Plot 33 had also been snatched up by Guest 39. They were stunned. An uproar broke out instantly. Holy crap, what is going on? Did I hear that right? What? Guest 39 took Plot 33 too? I have no idea. I thought Guest 39 was just some nobody? How do you explain this? The nobody just snatched it right out of the tiger's mouth. I really want to know what the Sterling Group is thinking right now. That price is actually a bit on the low side. I originally estimated it would go for at least 500 million. How did they win with that price? Exactly. I estimated 500 million too. Is it possible the Sterlings didn't even bid? No way. The plots the Sterlings won happened to form a large circle around it. If they didn't bid on the core area, they're just setting someone else up for success, sacrificing themselves to light the way for others. What a martyr, damn it. If I knew that was the price, I would have bid 400 million. Even if I offended the Sterlings, I could turn around and make 100 million on that land instantly. Offending them would have been worth it. In that moment, countless people were slapping their thighs in regret. Who could have imagined such a prime location would sell for less than 400 million? Preston Sterling was shaking all over. He stared fixedly at the bid sheet in his hand. 38.88 million. A difference of only 10,000. He lost by a mere $10,000. It was a blatant humiliation. Exactly, he had written 388.88 million just to show off. He wanted to look cool when the host announced the price, but instead, he'd blown up in his own face. The whole situation had backfired spectacularly. I object. Preston couldn't handle the result. In a fit of rage, he suddenly stood up. I object. There's something wrong with this auction. It shouldn't count. We must restart the bidding. He held up his bid sheet for everyone to see. Everyone, look. This was the Sterling Group's bid, $388.88 million. And Guest 39's winning bid is exactly 10,000 more than ours. I have every reason to suspect that something fishy is going on here. It's highly likely that the organizers colluded with Guest 39. I demand a re-auction immediately. As soon as he said that, the expressions of everyone in the room became awkward. Even Susan, who was next to him, turned pale. She frantically tugged at the corner of his jacket. "Mr. Sterling," she hissed, "are you crazy? Stop talking right now." He could protest, and he could raise suspicions, but how could he directly accuse the organizers of collusion? Did he not know who the organizers were? The city officials were right there. Because Preston was so agitated, he had no idea he was putting his foot in his mouth. He completely ignored Susan's pleas, and continued his frantic protest. Caleb Montgomery's face also darkened. If Preston kept making a scene like this, it would affect him too. If by some chance they had to restart everything, and Preston was too scared to lose the plot again, he might not lend Caleb the money. Then Caleb would be the one in trouble. "Preston, sit down." "I won't. The Sterling Group deserves an explanation today. You're afraid to admit what you've done. Colluding with the organizers for a rigged auction. Guest 39. Get your ass out here right now. I'm going to kill you." Preston had completely lost his mind. If this got out and affected the group, he would be finished.